They said there must be an investigation.
I told them. Eugene, how do I get this through, sir? Okay, hold on, we'll figure it out. Sorry, try again now.
Yeah, I can hear you just a little low, sorry. Can you put it a little higher? Okay, that's great, thanks. Yes, hi, I'm supposed to be going through the TV blood though. Oh, okay. Testing.
Where's
You guys know each other? Huh? Know each other?
Say?
Know each other?
Ah, no.
Yeah.
Me too, thank you.
Yeah, President Zelensky and the second speaker today was a meeting on Crimea, another
Where's Craig and them? I don't see them. Nobody sees them. Oh, down. Okay, great. mais donc le point ça, c'est après.
Yeah, it's still
Are we? That is the only time.
You know, tell her.
Well, they
So what
Todo bien,
Y'all should be able to shoot straight up.
Yes, it's on.
I just thought y'all were trying to
normalement qu'avec normalement.
Je déclare ouverte la 6e séance plénière de l'Assemblée générale.
The 6th plenary meeting of the General Assembly.
L'Assemblée va
The
entendre
Assembly will
l'allocution de
hear
Sa
an address
Majesté
by His
Don
Majesty
Felipe
Don
VI,
Felipe
roi
VI,
d'Espagne.
King of Spain.
Je prie le protocole de
I
bien
request
vouloir
protocol
accompagner Sa
to escort
Majesté,
His
que
Majesty
j'invite à prendre la
and
parole
invite him
devant
to
l'Assemblée.
address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta,
Madam
Secretario
President,
General de las Naciones Unidas,
Mr. United Nations Secretary
jefes de Estado y de
General,
Gobierno,
heads of
embajadores,
state and
autoridades,
government, ambassadors,
señoras y señores,
authorities,
muy buenos días.
ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you.
Comparezco hoy ante ustedes,
I appear
los
before
delegados
you
y
today
delegadas
as
de los
representatives
Estados
of
miembros
the
de las
member
Naciones
states of the
Unidas,
United Nations
en el año que se
in
cumple
this
el
year
80
which marks the
aniversario de su
80th
fundación.
anniversary of the
Es un
organization's
momento
founding.
oportuno para hacer
This is a
algunas
timely opportunity
reflexiones
to reflect
sobre el presente,
on
el
the
pasado y el
present, the
futuro de
past
esta
and the
organización
future of this
universal,
universal
y su
organization
aportación a
and
la
on its
paz,
contribution
a la
to
estabilidad
peace,
y el
stability
desarrollo en unos
and
tiempos
development in
extremadamente
a
complejos.
time of extreme complexity.
Este es un mundo trepidante y desbocado,
Ours is a world that is
que en demasiadas
fast-paced and
ocasiones nos sitúa
unrestrained,
ante
one
el vértigo
that
del
frequently
precipicio,
brings us to the
en
brink,
el que no faltan voces que preconizan
one in which there
el
are
fin
voices that
del
continue to proclaim the end of
multilateralismo y la
multilateralism and the
obsolescencia
obsolescence and
de las
inefficacy
Naciones
of the
Unidas.
United Nations.
Es el efecto, se nos dice,
It is said
de la
that this is
sustitución
the
de una
result
lógica de
of
diálogo y
replacing
cooperación
dialogue and
por una
cooperation
lógica
with
de competencia,
competition,
rivalidad y
rivalry,
tensiones
and extreme
extremas.
tension.
No es ese el mundo al que estamos
This is not the
abocados,
world we're heading towards, we hear.
oímos decir, sino el mundo en el que ya
Rather, it
estamos
is the
inmersos.
world in which we are already
Ante
immersed.
esa impresión de desmoronamiento habría que
In response to
aducir
this sense of
es evidente que los
disintegration,
tiempos han
we must
cambiado y
acknowledge
debemos
that times have
adaptarnos,
indeed changed and we need to
anticiparnos
adapt, even
sin
anticipate,
refugiarnos
without
en el
retreating
idealismo, la
into idealism,
autocomplacencia o la
complacency,
imprevisión.
or short-sightedness.
Pero es precisamente en estos
But
momentos
it is
de zozobra
precisely at this
cuando más
time of
importa leer bien las
uncertainty
claves
that
de
we
nuestro
must
tiempo
read the signs of our
para no caer en
time
errores ya
clearly
cometidos,
to avoid
para no
repeating
caer en
the mistakes of the
entrar en
past
espirales
and
sin retorno.
entering irreversible
Contamos
spirals.
para ello con la memoria, que es la herramienta más
We are
útil
aided
para
in this by
cualquier
memory, which is the most
generación para
valuable
afrontar
tool
sus
that any
desafíos.
generation possesses to
La memoria
confront
del
its
siglo
challenges.
XX
The memory of the
nos
20th
interpela
century
cada vez que nos reunimos
calls to
en
us
esta
each
Asamblea
time that we
General,
gather in this
nos
General
recuerda
Assembly.
para qué se
It
creó
reminds us
esta casa de
why
la comunidad
this house of the
internacional,
international community
en
was
qué
created,
circunstancias nació,
under which circumstances
oscuros
it was
capítulos de la
born,
historia
and which
procuró
dark
cerrar
chapters of history
definitivamente.
it sought to close definitively.
Conviene dejar que resuenen de nuevo las
Let
palabras
us
iniciales
hear
del
in this
preámbulo
hall once
de la
more
Carta
the
de las
opening
Naciones
words of the
Unidas,
preamble to the Charter
las
of
que
the United
comienzan
Nations.
con nosotros,
They
los
begin,
pueblos
we,
de
the
las Naciones
peoples of the
Unidas,
United Nations,
resueltos a
determined
preservar
to save
a las
succeeding
generaciones venideras
generations
del flagelo
from
de
the
la guerra.
scourge of war.
¿Cuál de las grandes palabras recogidas
Which
en
of the
este
great
preámbulo,
ideals
la
enshrined
paz, la
therein,
dignidad,
peace,
la
dignity,
justicia, el progreso,
equality,
ha
justice,
dejado de estar
progress,
vigente,
has
de
ceased to be
suponer una
relevant or to
exigencia ética
represent an
inaplazable?
ethical imperative?
¿En cuál de esos caminos hemos avanzado lo bastante en
On which
estas
of these
8
paths
décadas
have we
para
advanced
poder dar
sufficiently
por
over these
concluida
8 decades
la
to
senda
be
del
able to
multilateralismo y
declare
la
that the
cooperación?
journey of multilateralism and cooperation is complete?
En el silencio ante esas
The
preguntas está la
silence
mayor
in
prueba de que
response
las
to
Naciones
these
Unidas no
questions
solo
is the
siguen
clearest
siendo
evidence that the
útiles,
United Nations is
son
not only
imprescindibles,
useful, it is
son insustituibles.
indispensable and irreplaceable.
Creer en las Naciones Unidas es creer con firmeza
Believing
en
in
la
the United Nations
universalidad de
is
los
believing
principios y
firmly
valores
in the
recogidos en
universality
su
of the
Carta
principles and values
y en la
enshrined in its
Declaración
Charter
Universal
and
de
in
los
the
Derechos
Universal
Humanos.
Declaration of Human Rights.
Es eludir
It
la
is
tentación de
to
modularlos
resist
con
the temptation
particularismos,
of diluting them with
relativismos,
specifics,
con
relativisms,
excepciones.
or exceptions.
porque la dignidad del ser humano no es
Because the
negociable.
dignity of the human being is
Creer en las
non-negotiable.
Naciones Unidas es también creer
Believing
en
in
un
the
mundo
United
basado en
Nations is
normas.
also believing in a
Las
rules-based
normas generan
world.
conductas
Rules shape
a las que se
behaviors
ciñe la
to
enorme
which
mayoría
the
de los
vast
actores
majority of
internacionales.
international actors adhere.
Incluso cuando se incumplen o se vulneran,
Even when they
hay base para
are breached, they
reivindicarlas,
provide a
para
basis for
hacerlas valer.
accountability and
las
enforcement.
normas
son la voz de la
Rules are
razón
the voice of
aplicada a las
reason
relaciones internacionales.
used in
La
international
mejor
relations.
defensa
They are the best
que tenemos
defense
ante la ley del
against
más
the law of
fuerte.
the strongest.
Un mundo sin normas
A world
es una
without
terra
rules is
incógnita. Un
uncharted
tiempo
territory.
sin normas
A time without
es
rules
una edad media.
is returning to the Middle Ages.
El camino que nos propone la Carta de las
The
Naciones
path
Unidas
proposed
está
by the
llena
United
de
Nations
obstáculos
Charter is fraught
y
with
nunca
obstacles,
acabaremos de recorrerlo del todo.
will never be fully
Por eso es tan
completed.
valioso el ejemplo de tantas
That is
personas
why the
comprometidas
example
con
of
sus
those
valores y
who have been
principios,
committed to its values is so
personas que
precious.
trabajan en
These are
condiciones
people
extremas,
working under extreme
riesgo de su
conditions,
libertad,
risking their
su integridad
freedom,
física
their physical
o
integrity,
incluso de su vida,
or even their lives,
en un mundo asolado por el
in a
conflicto
world
en
plagued by
demasiadas
conflict
regiones.
in all too many regions.
Lo estamos viendo en el continente europeo,
We
en
see this
Ucrania,
in Europe, in
con la guerra
Ukraine,
desencadenada por la
where
agresión no
war has
provocada
been
e
unleashed by
injustificable
Russia's
de Rusia,
unprovoked and
en violación de la
unjustifiable
soberanía y la
aggression,
integridad
violating
territorial
the
del
country's
país.
sovereignty and territorial
La paz en
integrity.
Europa no será
Peace in
posible
Europe
sin
will not be
justicia,
possible without
sin
justice and
responsabilidad.
accountability.
España seguirá apoyando
Spain will
todos los
continue to
esfuerzos
support all
encaminados a
efforts
lograr
aimed at
una paz
achieving a just
justa
and
y
lasting
duradera,
peace,
basada en los principios
grounded
de la
in the
legalidad
principles of
internacional,
international law,
el respeto a los derechos
respect
humanos
for human rights,
y la rendición de
and
cuentas.
accountability.
Lo vemos también en toda su crudeza
We
en
also
Oriente
see this in
Próximo.
its full severity in the Middle East,
en
in
la Franja de
Palestine, in the Gaza Strip.
No podemos guardar silencio
We
ni
cannot
mirar hacia el
remain
otro lado
silent or
ante
look
la
away
devastación,
from the
los
devastation,
bombardeos,
the bombings,
incluso de hospitales,
including of hospitals,
escuelas o
schools,
lugares de refugio,
and places of
ante
refuge,
tantas muertes entre la población civil
in light of
o
the
ante la
countless
hambruna y
civilian
el
deaths,
desplazamiento forzoso de
famine,
cientos de
starvation, the
miles de
forced
personas.
displacement of hundreds of thousands
¿Con qué
of people.
destino?
To what end?
Son actos aberrantes
These are
que
abhorrent
están en las
acts
antípodas de todo lo
that
que este
stand
foro
in stark
representa.
contrast to everything that this forum
Repugnan
represents.
a la conciencia
They
humana
offend human
y
conscience
avergüenzan al
and
conjunto
shame
de la comunidad internacional.
the entire international community.
España es un pueblo profundamente
Spain is
orgulloso
a
de sus
nation
raíces
deeply proud of
sefardíes.
its Sephardic roots.
Cuando hablamos al pueblo de Israel,
When we speak to the people of
estamos hablando a
Israel,
un pueblo
we
de
speak
hermanos,
to a people of brothers and
un
sisters,
pueblo que cuando
a
regresa a
people
España,
who, when they return to
a
Spain,
Córdoba,
to
Toledo,
Córdoba,
Sevilla,
Toledo,
Barcelona,
Seville, Barcelona,
otros lugares,
and so many other places,
regresa a su casa.
come home.
Ese fue el principio inspirador de la
This
ley por la
was
que en
the
2015
spirit
y con
behind the
amplio consenso
2015 law,
concedió la
which was passed
nacionalidad
with broad
española a los
consensus,
descendientes de
granting
los
Spanish
judíos
nationality
sefardíes
to descendants of
originarios de
Sephardic
España.
Jews originally from Spain.
Por eso nos duele tanto,
It is for
nos
this
cuesta
reason,
tanto comprender lo que
and
el
it is so
gobierno
difficult for us
israelí
to
está haciendo
understand that
en la Franja de Gaza.
and we are so pained by the
Por eso
actions of the Israeli
clamamos,
government in Gaza.
imploramos,
We therefore
exigimos,
cry out, we
detengan ya
implore, we
esta
demand,
masacre.
stop this massacre
No
now.
más muertes en nombre de
No
un
more
pueblo tan
deaths in the
sabio y
name of
tan
a
antiguo
people that are so wise
que
and
tanto ha
ancient,
sufrido a lo largo
who
de su
have
historia.
suffered so greatly throughout history.
Seamos claros,
Let us be clear.
condenamos rotundamente el
We
execrable terrorismo
unequivocally
de Hamas,
condemn the heinous
y
terrorism of
especialmente aquella
Hamas,
matanza brutal
especially
del
the
7 de
brutal
octubre del
massacre of the 7th of
2023
October
contra la
2023
población
against the
israelí.
Israeli population.
Y reconocemos el
And
derecho
we
de Israel a
recognize
defenderse.
Israel's right to self-defense.
Pero con la misma firmeza
But with
demandamos que el
equal
gobierno de
strength,
Israel
we demand
aplique sin
that the
reservas el
Israeli
derecho
government
internacional
fully
humanitario
uphold
en toda
international
Gaza y
humanitarian law
Cisjordania.
throughout Gaza and the West Bank.
Exigimos que la ayuda
We
humanitaria
demand
llegue
that
sin
humanitarian
dilaciones,
aid be delivered
un
without
alto el fuego con
delay, that a
garantías
ceasefire be
y
established
la
with
liberación
guarantees,
inmediata
and
de
that
todos los
all
rehenes
hostages
que
still
aún retiene
held
Hamas
by Hamas
con
be
tanta crueldad.
released immediately.
La comunidad internacional debe
The
asumir su
international community
responsabilidad para hacer
must shoulder
realidad
its
cuanto antes una
responsibility
solución
to
viable
achieve as soon as possible a
contemple
viable
la
solution that
existencia
would
de
include
dos estados.
the existence of two states.
el reconocimiento del
The
Estado
recognition of the state of
Palestina por
Palestine
parte de un número
by
creciente de
an
miembros de
increasing
nuestra
number of
organización
member states of this
al que
organization,
España se sumó el
to
pasado
which
mes de mayo
Spain
debe ayudar a
added its
conseguir una
voice this
paz
past May,
regional
must contribute
justa
to
y
achieving
definitiva,
a just and
basada en la
definitive
aplicación de
regional
las
peace
resoluciones
based on the
de Naciones
implementation of
Unidas
the United Nations
y también
resolutions
en el
and
reconocimiento
on the
universal del
universal
Estado de
recognition
Israel.
of the State of Israel.
Señora Presidenta, señores y señores
President,
delegados,
delegates.
También son causa y consecuencia de tantos conflictos, como sabemos.
As we
La
know,
falta de
many
recursos,
conflicts are both
la
caused by
fragilidad
and
de los
result
estados,
in resource
las
scarcity,
desigualdades.
state fragility,
La
and
distancia que nos
inequality.
separa del cumplimiento
The
de los
gap
objetivos
between
incluidos en la Agenda
current
2030 sigue
realities
siendo
and the
enorme.
fulfillment of the 2030 agenda
Y el
remains
déficit
vast,
actual de
and the
financiación
current
para el desarrollo
funding
sostenible
shortfall for sustainable
supera los
development
4 billones
exceeds
de dólares
$4
anuales.
trillion per year.
El llamamiento a la eficacia,
The call for
a la
efficiency
optimización de recursos
and
logrado en la
resource
Cuarta Conferencia
optimization
Internacional
made
sobre
at the Fourth
Financiación
International
para el
Conference on
Desarrollo
Financing for
que
Development
celebramos hace poco en
that
Sevilla,
we held recently
debe
in
tener
Seville
continuidad.
must be sustained.
Por eso España, en línea con el
Accordingly,
compromiso
Spain,
allí
in line
alcanzado,
with the consensus
adoptado por consenso,
based commitment
ha lanzado
adopted
el
there,
Plan Sevilla
has
de
launched
apoyo al
the Seville
multilateralismo.
Plan for support to
Hemos aumentado
multilateralism.
nuestra
We
contribución
have
a los
increased
fondos
our contributions
internacionales
to international
para el desarrollo
development funds,
y reafirmado
and we have
nuestro
reaffirmed
compromiso
our
con la defensa de
commitment
los
to
derechos
defending
humanos,
human
la
rights,
igualdad de
gender
género
equality,
y la transición
and
ecológica,
the environmental
que son
transition,
elementos centrales
which
y
are
distintivos de
central and
nuestra
distinctive
política
elements
exterior.
of our foreign policy.
Me referiré con brevedad a
Allow me
cada
to
uno de estos
briefly
tres
address
ámbitos.
each of these three areas.
En primer lugar,
First,
los derechos humanos.
human rights.
España es desde este año
Spain
miembro del
is,
Consejo
as of
de
this
Derechos
year, a
Humanos,
member of the Human Rights
lo que nos
Council,
permitirá seguir trabajando en
enabling us
causas
to
tales
continue
como la lucha
advancing
contra el
causes such as the
racismo,
fight against
la
racism,
erradicación de la pena de muerte
the abolition of
y
the
la
death
promoción de los
penalty,
derechos
and the
económicos,
promotion of
sociales
economic,
y
social,
culturales,
and cultural
y
rights,
persistir
while at the
en
same
el
time
combate contra
persisting
todo
in the
tipo de
struggle against
discriminación.
all forms of discrimination.
Porque somos partidarios de las sociedades plurales,
Because we
abiertas,
support plural,
donde todos los
open
ciudadanos
societies
participan.
in which all citizens
Y nos
participate,
preocupa la erosión de
and
las
we are concerned by the erosion
la
of
desafección
democracies,
que
the
advertimos hacia
growing
valores
disaffection
esenciales
towards values that
para
are
la
essential
convivencia
to
democrática.
democratic coexistence.
En estos tiempos confusos
In these
que ponen
confusing
a prueba la
times which are
capacidad de diálogo,
testing our
es
capacity
cuando
for
más fieles
dialogue,
debemos
we
permanecer
must remain
ante estos
steadfast
valores.
in our commitment to these values.
En sintonía con esos
In harmony with
principios,
these principles,
creemos que la
we
inmigración
believe
adecuadamente
that
gestionada
immigration,
es
when
un vector de
properly
desarrollo
managed,
mutuo
is
para
a
las
vector
sociedades
of
de
mutual
origen,
development for
de
countries
tránsito
of
y
origin,
destino,
transit,
y
and
que los
host
derechos humanos de
countries.
los migrantes deben ser en
We believe that the
consecuencia
human rights of
la
migrants must
referencia
therefore be
principal
the
de nuestra
principal
acción.
reference
Por
for
eso
our
apoyamos con
actions.
convicción plena
Therefore, we fully
la
support
aplicación del
the
Pacto Mundial
implementation of the
Migratorio
Global
y el Pacto
Compact
Mundial
on
de
Migration
Refugiados.
and the Global Compact on Refugees.
Quiero referirme en segundo lugar a la
Secondly, I
igualdad
wish
de
to
género.
refer to gender equality.
Este año, en que se cumple el 30 aniversario de
This
la
year marks the
Declaración y
30th
Plataforma de
anniversary of
Acción
the
de
Beijing
Beijing,
Declaration and
es una nueva
Platform for
oportunidad
Action.
para renovar nuestro compromiso
It
con
is
la
therefore
igualdad real
a
y
fresh
efectiva,
opportunity to reaffirm
que
our
no es
commitment to
solo un
real
paso
and
adelante en
effective
materia de derechos
equality. This
humanos,
is not merely a step
sino ante
forward in
todo
human
una
rights,
cuestión
but
de
above
justicia.
all, a matter of justice.
España aspira
Spain
a seguir
aspires
siendo un referente
to
global en
remain
temas como la
a
lucha por
global
los derechos
beacon
sexuales y
in areas
reproductivos,
such as sexual and
contra la
reproductive
violencia
rights,
sexual
the fight
y de
against
género,
sexual and gender-based
por la
violence,
mayor participación
and
de las
the
mujeres en
increased
posiciones
participation
de
of women
liderazgo
in leadership
y los
roles
procesos
and
de toma
in
de
decision-making
decisiones.
processes.
Me referiré en tercer lugar al medio ambiente.
Third, the environment.
La triple crisis planetaria
The
a la que
triple
nos
planetary
enfrentamos,
crisis that we
cambio
are
climático,
facing, climate
contaminación
change,
y
pollution,
pérdida de
and
biodiversidad,
biodiversity loss,
nos exige un refuerzo de la
demands
gobernanza y
strengthened
unos
governance
recursos
and
suficientes
sufficient
para acelerar
resources
la
to
transición
accelerate
energética justa
a just
que
energy
nos
transition.
permita triplicar
This must
las
enable us
capacidades de
to
energía
triple
renovables,
renewable energy
duplicar la
capacity,
eficacia,
double
eficiencia
energy
energética
efficiency,
y
and
continuar
to continue
descarbonizando
decarbonizing
nuestras
our
economías.
economies.
Son objetivos tan ingentes
These
como necesarios
are
y por eso
Goals that are
las dudas
as ambitious as they
deben
are
quedar
essential,
fuera de la
and
ecuación.
doubt must be completely
España hace un
excluded from the
llamamiento al
equation
consenso y
here.
a la ambición
Spain
de cara a la
calls
próxima
calls for
COP30
consensus
que nos
and
reunirá en
ambition
Brasil el
ahead of
próximo mes de noviembre.
COP30, which will be held in Brazil this
Hay
November.
otros desafíos no menores,
There
como
are
la gestión del
other
impacto de esa
just as
revolución
important challenges,
coperniciana,
including managing the
copernicana,
impact of the
llamada
transformative
inteligencia artificial,
revolution
que puede
known as
acelerar los
artificial
avances de la
intelligence,
Agenda
which can
2030
accelerate
si
progress
sabemos
on the
orientarla
2030 agenda
a una
if we know
transformación
how to
digital
direct it
que
towards
sea
a
justa
fair
y
and
equitativa.
equitable digital
Y en
transformation.
el ámbito de la salud,
And in
cuya dimensión
health,
global se hizo tan
the
evidente
global
con tintes
dimensions of which were
trágicos en los
tragically
tiempos no tan
evident during
lejanos
the
del COVID,
recent
Celebramos
COVID
que se haya
pandemic,
alcanzado un
we
consenso
welcome
en torno
here
al
the
acuerdo
consensus reached
sobre
on the
pandemias,
pandemic
lo que
agreement.
refuerza la posición
This
central
strengthens the
de la
central
Organización
role
Mundial
of
de la
the
Salud
World Health
dentro de la
Organization
arquitectura global
within the
de salud.
global health architecture.
Señora Presidenta,
Madam President,
vertebran la política exterior española por
Spain's
posición
foreign
geográfica,
policy is built
por historia
around
y por convicción. Tres ejes
three
fundamentales
fundamental
hacia África y el
axes based on
Mediterráneo,
geography,
hacia
history, and
América y el
conviction. These
Atlántico
are towards
y
Africa
hacia
and
Europa.
Mediterranean, towards
Quisiera hacer
the
algunas
Americas and the Atlantic,
consideraciones
and towards
sobre
Europe.
estos espacios.
I would like to share some thoughts on
España es muy
these three
consciente que
areas.
África constituye
Spain
un
is well aware
interés
that Africa
estratégico
represents
mundial
a
de primera
strategic
magnitud.
global interest of the highest
El
order.
presente está marcado
The
en
present
ciertos
is
países
marked in
por
certain
carencias
countries by
estructurales
structural
y algunas guerras y
deficiencies and
conflictos
some
atroces con poca
brutal
atención
conflicts and
en
wars that
comparación con
receive
otros
insufficient
ya
attention
mencionados.
when compared with others that I've
Pienso en las
already referred
numerosas
to.
organizaciones
Here I'm referring to
misiones
numerous
de paz
peacekeeping
en la región
operations in the
a las que
region
mi país
to which
contribuye
Spain
de manera
contributes
decidida.
decisively.
Es el caso del
This is
Sáhara
the case
Occidental,
in
donde
Western
España seguirá
Sahara,
apoyando
where Spain will
al
continue to
enviado personal
support
del
the
Secretario
Secretary
General de
General's
Naciones Unidas
personal envoy
para alcanzar
in
una
seeking
solución
a
aceptable y
solution
concorde
that
con las normas
is
y el marco de
acceptable
Naciones
and
Unidas.
consistent with UN norms and
El futuro de
frameworks.
África
Africa's future
seguirá el rumbo que
will
marque una población
be
joven,
shaped by a
dinámica,
young,
con
dynamic,
iniciativa,
and proactive
cada vez más
population
presente en los
that is
asuntos
increasingly
globales.
engaged in
Ese
global
es el futuro que
affairs.
debemos apoyar.
That's the future that
Por
we
eso mi
must
país
support.
ha adoptado la estrategia
Spain has therefore
España-África
adopted the Spain-Africa
2025-2028.
Strategy 2025 to
Queremos
2028.
desarrollar un partenariado
We
basado en
want to
acciones
develop a
concretas
partnership
e
based on
intereses
concrete
compartidos
action and
y
shared
que sirva
interests,
además para impulsar
and to
el vibrante
promote vibrant
multilateralismo
African
africano que
multilateralism
encarnan la Unión
embodied
Africana
by the
y
African
otros
Union and
organismos
other
subregionales.
sub-regional organizations.
En clave estrictamente bilateral, no puedo olvidar
Strictly
la especial
bilaterally
relación de
speaking,
vecindad
I
y
must
cooperación
mention the
que
special
nos une con el
relationship of
Reino de Marruecos,
neighbourliness and
al que en
cooperation
los
that binds
últimos
us to the
años hemos
Kingdom of
dado un nuevo
Morocco, which in
impulso
recent
en
years
beneficio
has been
de nuestros
revitalized to the benefit of our peoples.
América Latina y el
Latin
Caribe
America and the Caribbean
representa para España una comunidad de
represent for
países
Spain
hermanos,
a community
parte
of kindred
insustituible
nations,
de
an
nuestra identidad
irreplaceable part
afianzada
of
por
our
un
identity,
patrimonio,
strengthened by
la lengua
shared
española,
heritage, that is the
que
Spanish
comparten
language,
600 millones de
spoken by
hablantes en todo el
600
mundo.
million people around the world.
Nuestro país ostenta hasta finales de 2026 la
Spain
Secretaría pro tempore de la
holds
Comunidad
the pro
Iberoamericana
tempore
de
secretariat of the
Naciones y Madrid
Ibero-American Community
acogerá
of
la
Nations
próxima
until the
cumbre
end of
iberoamericana.
2026, and Madrid will
Seguiremos
hold the
apoyando la
next
acción de la Unión
Ibero-American
Europea en la
Summit.
región,
We will continue
que
to
este año
support the
tendrá su punto
EU's
álgido
engagement in
en
the
la
region,
cumbre
which will
Unión
culminate
Europea
this year
CELAC,
in the
que se
EU
celebrará
CELAC
en
Summit
Colombia
that will be
el
held
próximo
in
mes de noviembre.
Colombia next month,
La
November.
Unión Europea,
The
uno de los
European
más
Union
altos logros de la concordia y un ejemplo
is
para el
one of the greatest
multilateralismo,
achievements of concord and a
y una
model for
voz en estos tiempos
multilateralism.
más necesaria que nunca.
Its voice is more
por
necessary
eso
than ever in
apostamos
these
por
times.
una unión
We
cada vez
therefore
más
advocate
eficaz,
for a union that is increasingly
capaz de garantizar
effective,
su seguridad y
cohesive,
competitiva
secure, and
en la economía
competitive
global.
on the global economy.
Creo importante recordar
I
que el
think it's
pasado 11
important
de
to
junio
recall that on the
se anunció
11th
un
of
acuerdo
June this
político
year,
definitivo sobre
we
los
launched a definitive
aspectos
political
fundamentales
agreement
del
regarding
futuro
the
acuerdo
key
entre la Unión
aspects of the
Europea
future
y el
accord
Reino
between
Unido.
the European Union and the
Un
United
pacto
Kingdom.
histórico,
This was a
respetuoso
historic
con la
agreement
posición de
that
mi
respects
país con
Spain's
respecto
position
a
on
la soberanía
sovereignty
y
and jurisdiction
sobre
over Gibraltar,
que aportará
which will
confianza,
bring confidence,
seguridad jurídica,
legal certainty,
estabilidad
and stability
a las vidas de la
to the
población
lives of
del
the
campo de
populations
Gibraltar
of the Campo
y
de
del propio
Gibraltar
Gibraltar.
and Gibraltar itself.
Señora Presidenta, he comenzado
Madam
hablando del
President,
pasado y el
I
presente de
began
las
speaking
Naciones
about the
Unidas.
past and present of the United
dedicaré mis
Nations, and I
últimas
shall
palabras a su
dedicate my
futuro.
last few words to its
Apelo
future.
en estos momentos de graves tensiones
In
presupuestarias
these times of
al
severe
compromiso
budgetary
de todos los
constraints,
Estados
I call on all
miembros
member
de
states
esta
to reaffirm
organización.
their commitment to this
Animo a
organization.
todo su
I
personal,
encourage all of
con
its
su secretario
personnel,
general
led by the
a la
Secretary
cabeza,
General,
a persistir en
to
su enorme
persist
esfuerzo
in
de
their
eficiencia y
enormous
eficacia,
efforts towards
priorizando
efficiency and
aquellos
effectiveness,
ámbitos cuyo abandono
prioritizing
supondría
those
una
areas
quiebra
whose
inasumible
neglect would
de los
represent an
parámetros
unacceptable
éticos
breach
que
of the
siempre deben
ethical
regir su
standards that
tarea.
must always guide their work.
Seguimos creyendo en la
We
necesidad
continue
de
to believe in
desarrollar
the
las
need
iniciativas de
to
reforma
advance reform
y ponemos
initiatives,
a disposición de
and
ese
we
ejercicio nuestra
offer
capacidad de
our
diálogo
capacity
y
for
de creación de
dialogue and
consensos,
consensus
nuestra
building,
firme
as
convicción
well as our firm
multilateral.
multilateral conviction in
Por
this
motivo de
endeavour.
este 80
On this
aniversario,
80th
que
anniversary,
coincide además con el
which
70 aniversario de
coincides with the
de la
70th
incorporación de
anniversary
España,
of Spain's accession to the
quiero renovar,
organisation,
señora Presidenta, el
I wish,
reconocimiento de mi
Madam
país
President, to
a
renew
todos
my
los
country's
hombres y
recognition
mujeres que trabajan
of all of the
en las
men and
Naciones
women
Unidas.
working within the United
Son ustedes
Nations.
los custodios
You
de la
are
memoria
the
del siglo
custodians of
XX
the memory of the
y los
20th
garantes
century
de las
and the
esperanzas
guardians of the
puestas en el siglo
the
XXI.
hopes invested in the
Y es ahora,
21st. And it is
cuando
now,
más preguntas surgen en torno al
when so many
multilateralismo y
questions
la
are
cooperación,
surrounding
cuando
multilateralism
más
and
les
cooperation,
necesitamos.
that we need you
Muchas
most.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à
On behalf
remercier
of the
le
General
roi
Assembly, I
d'Espagne.
wish to thank the King of Spain.
L'Assemblée va entendre
The Assembly
l'allocution de Son
will
Excellence
now hear an
Monsieur
address by
Volodymyr
His Excellency
Zelensky,
Volodymyr
président de
Zelensky,
l'Ukraine.
President of
Je
Ukraine.
prie le protocole de bien vouloir
I
accompagner
request
Son Excellence
protocol
que
to
j'invite
escort
à
His
prendre la
Excellency
parole
and invite
devant
him
l'Assemblée.
to address the Assembly.
Madam Chair, Deputy Secretary. Dear leaders, dear friends, and all those who can become our friends, because you want safety and peace just as much as we do. Today, no one but ourselves can guarantee security. Only strong alliances, only strong partners, and only our own weapons. The 21st century isn't much different from the past. If a nation wants peace, it still has to work on weapons. It's sick. But that's the reality. Not international law, not cooperation. Weapons decide who survives. Excellencies, you know perfectly well international law doesn't work fully unless you have powerful friends who are truly willing to stand up for it. And even that doesn't work without weapons. It's terrible, but without it, things would be even worse. There are no security guarantees except friends and weapons. No Ukrainian choice this kind of reality. And knowing our people, they would have chosen a different priority. Ukrainians are peaceful people, but they are people who want to live freely in their own independent country. That's why we invest in defense. For many nations, there is simply no other way left. Nations can speak about their pain from stages like this, but even during bloodshed, there isn't a single international institution that can truly stop it. That's how weak these institutions have become. What can Sudan or Somalia or Palestine or any other people living through war really expect from the UN or the global system? For decades, just statements and statements. And even everything happening in Gaza remains without a way out. Even now, Syria, after all the changes, still has to appeal to the world to ease the sanctions that are choking its economy. It has to ask and wait. Syria deserves stronger support from the international community. And as Russia's war against my country goes on, people are still dying every week. Yet there is no ceasefire because Russia refuses. Russia abducted thousands of Ukrainian children, and we have brought some of them back. And I thank everyone who's helped. But how long will it take to bring all of them home? Childhood slips away faster than adults are able to help. Look at Israel. Nearly 2 years have passed and hostages still haven't been freed. They must be freed, but even that still hasn't happened. And for years, there have been no real answers to other threats, either chemical weapons and famine used as a weapon. Last year, At this assembly, I warned the world about the risk of radiation disasters, especially due to Russia's occupations of our Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the biggest in Europe, but nothing's changed. Nothing's. And yesterday, the plant went into blackout again, and Russia hasn't stopped shelling even in areas near a nuclear facility. And because of international institutions are too weak, this madness continues. Even being part of a long-standing military alliance doesn't automatically mean you are safe. Just recently, 19 simple Russian drones violated Polish airspace, and only 4 were shut down. Luckily, they were not shaheeds or even worse. Otherwise, the results would have been horrific. Estonia had to call a UN Security Council meeting for the first time in history because Russian fighter jets deliberately entered its airspace. Moldova is defending itself again from Russia's interference. We are helping Moldova, and Russia's trying to do to Moldova what Iran once did to Lebanon. And the global response, again, not enough. We have already lost Georgia in Europe. Human rights and the European nature of the state system are only shrinking there. Georgia is dependent on Russia. And for many, many years, Belarus has also been moving toward dependence on Russia. Europe cannot afford to lose Moldova too. It's important to remember how the world once ignored the need to help Georgia after Russia's attack, and how the moment was missed with Belarus. How Moldova must not be lost. And for Europe, supporting Moldova's stability is not costly, but failing to do so will come at a much higher price. That's why the EU needs to help Moldova now with funding and energy support, not just words or political gestures. We must not forget about protecting the rights of people and the rights of nations in regions where these rights are under threat. The UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights must apply everywhere. But the Taliban in Afghanistan dragged a whole country back into the dark ages. Cartels in some Latin America countries are more powerful than the government there. This is all about collapse of international law and the weakness of the international institutions. And so it's about the rise of weapons. Weapons decide who survives. Excellencies, yesterday President Trump stood right here in this hall, and God saved him from a murder attempt during the campaign. A shot was fired from a rifle, and just a fraction of an inch saved his life. Just days ago, President, along with hundreds of thousands of Americans, honored the memory of Charlie Kirk. Sadly, his life was cut short by a bullet. Once again, violence with a rifle in hand. We also mourn the Ukrainian woman, Irina Zarutska. She was brutally killed with a knife here in America, the very country where she was seeking refuge from Russia's war. And almost every day, when we open the news, we see headlines about violent attacks happening all around the world. Most of it is done with weapons. People are already used to, but weapons are evolving faster than our ability to defend ourselves. Now, there are tens of thousands of people who know how to professionally kill using drones. Stopping that kind of attack is harder than stopping any gun, knife, or bomb. This is what Russia has brought with its war. It used to be that only the strongest countries could use drones because they were expensive and complex. Now, even simple drones can fly thousands of kilometers. War tech doesn't care about geography anymore. It's now reshaping it. Just recently, airports in Europe had to shut down because of drones. Authorities couldn't even say what kind of drones they were, who sent them, or from where. Last week, North Korea announced the test of a tactical strike drone. That means even countries with limited resources can now build weapons that are dangerous to their neighbors. Ukraine and nations like Saudi Arabia know all too well how dangerous Iranian attack drones are. But what happens when all the types of drones become available, even to small terrorist groups or cartels? The world moves too slowly to protect itself, and weapons move fast. Now companies are already working on drones that can shoot down other drones, and it's only a matter of time, not much, before drones are fighting drones, attacking critical infrastructure and targeting people all by themselves, fully autonomous and no human involved except the few who control AI systems. Dear leaders, we are now living through the most destructive arms race in human history, because this time includes artificial intelligence. And if there are no real security guarantees except friends and weapons, and if the world can't respond even to old threats, and if there is no strong platform for international security, will there be any place left on Earth that's still safe for people? We need global rules now for how AI can be used in weapons, and this is just as urgent as preventing the spread of nuclear weapons. We need to restore international cooperation, real working cooperation for peace and for security. A few years from now might already be too late. 10 years ago, war looked different, and no one imagined that cheap drones could create dead zones, areas stretching for dozens of kilometers where nothing moves, no vehicles, no life. People used to imagine that only after a nuclear strike. Now it's drawn reality. Mass-produced, simple drones, and without AI yet. Ukraine doesn't have the big fat missiles dictators love to show off in parades, but we do have drones that can fly up to 2,000-3,000 kilometers. We had no choice but to build them to protect our right to life. Control over the sea used to depend on having a big navy. Ukraine doesn't have a big fleet, but we succeeded. In the Black Sea, we pushed what's left of the Russian navy into remote base. And we did it with sea drones. That's how we protect our ports and maritime trade routes, because Russia has left us no other choice. And our spiderweb operation, when cheap drones destroyed or damaged dozens of expensive Russian strategic bombers, became a real example for special forces around the world of what new weapons can do to old systems. These very Russian bombers attacked our cities. And none of this would have happened if Putin had not started this full-scale aggression, full-scale war. And every year that this war goes on, weapons become even more deadly. And only Russia deserves to be blamed for this. Dear leaders, to protect lives, Ukraine builds underground schools and underground hospitals. To protect lives, we have to spend more on protecting power stations from drone and missile attacks than on building sports facilities or cultural infrastructure. Ukrainian farmers are learning how to protect their equipment from Russia's FPV drone strikes, and for them, that challenge is far greater than climate change. Russia's war has put us in this situation, but do you have protection against similar threats? The facts are simple. Stopping this war now, and with it, the global arms race, is cheaper than building underground kindergartens or massive bunkers for critical infrastructure later. Stopping Putin now is cheaper than trying to protect every port and every ship from terrorists with sea drones. Stopping Russia now is cheaper than wondering who will be the first to create a simple drone carrying a nuclear warhead. So we must use everything we have together to force the aggressor to stop. And only then do we have a real chance that this arms race will not end in catastrophe for all of us. If it takes weapons to do it, if it takes pressure on Russia, then it must be done. And it must be done now. Otherwise, Putin will keep driving the war forward wider and deeper. And we told you before, Ukraine is only the first, and now Russian drones are already flying across Europe, and Russian operations are already spreading across countries, and Putin wants to continue this war by expanding it, and no one can feel safe right now. So first, we are now building a new security architecture for ourselves. More than 30 countries are already part of our coalition, and we are strengthening army, launching joint weapons production with partners, and defining financial commitments for defense in a way that could become a security model for any other nation. If security guarantees work for Ukraine, something more than just friends and weapons, it will mean that people were able to make national security not a privilege for a few nations, but a right for everyone. Second, we are ready to make our modern weapons become your modern security, your modern weapon. And we have decided to open up arms exports. And these are powerful systems tested in a real war when every international institution failed. And we are also ready to grow our defense production together with strong partners so that their protection is modern and reliable. You don't need to start this race from scratch. We're ready to share what has already proven itself in real defense. And third, many in the world are still relaxed. Still. But look at how many countries are here at this General Assembly. Countries that are at war, or just came out of war, or are trying to stop one, or openly getting ready for one. War has already reached too many people to pretend it has nothing to do with you. So it depends on you. Whether you help peace or continue trading with Russia and helping Russia to fund this war, it depends on you. Whether prisoners of war will be freed, whether abducted children will come home, whether hostages will be free. It depends on you what will define existence, war like now, or our joint strong actions as it should be. Yesterday we had a good meeting with President Trump, and I also spoke with many other strong leaders, and together we can change a lot. Of course, we are doing everything to make sure Europe truly helps. And of course, we count on the United States. I appreciate the support we are receiving. Yes, much depends on the G7 and G20, but in the end, peace depends on all of us, on the United Nations. So don't stay silent while Russia keeps dragging this war on. Please speak out and condemn it. Please join us in defending life and international law and order. People are waiting for action. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le président de l'Ukraine, L'Assemblée va
The
entendre
Assembly will
l'allocution de
hear
Son
an address
Altesse
by His Serene
Sérénissime le
Highness,
Prince
Prince
Albert II,
Albert
Prince
II,
souverain de
Sovereign
Monaco.
Prince of Monaco.
Je prie de bien
I
vouloir
request
accompagner, je prie le protocole de bien
protocol
vouloir
to
accompagner
escort
Son Altesse
His Serene
Sérénissime que j'invite à
Highness
prendre la
and
parole
invite him
devant
to
l'Assemblée.
address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée générale,
Madam President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, the creation of the United Nations marked a decisive turning point in contemporary history in international relations, offering each state a forum for dialogue and exchange. The ambition of the founders was clear and bold. All nations, large and small, need to be able to participate on equal footing in crafting collective solutions, equality, respect, dialogue. This is the heart of the multilateral spirit and underpinning the values where Monaco found its place within the concert of nations. Over these past 8 decades, the United Nations has supported and ushered in major turning points: the reconstruction of Europe after the Second World War, the process of decolonization, the hope of an international order that is more peaceful after the Cold War. The organization contributed to the establishment of robust international law, the adoption of numerous treaties, law of the sea, counter-terrorism treaties, protection of the environment, the promotion of human rights. Monaco ratified more than 270 of these treaties, which, beyond their symbolic dimension, govern the day-to-day lives of our population. The UN also played a key role in the maintenance of international peace and security. On all continents, these operations help to prevent conflict and to support democratic transitions. International justice, specifically through the judgments rendered by the International Criminal Tribunals, have been significant sources of progress in combating impunity for the gravest crimes, and the International Court of Justice remains a pillar when it comes to peaceful resolution of disputes. The United Nations has been a pioneer in ecological awareness, raising the protection of our planet, mobilizing governments, scientists, civil society to put together concerted strategies, and these are issues which are of tremendous importance to us. The UN has shed light on the role of sports as a vector for peace, for inclusion, for development. Our principally welcomes the fact that sport is increasingly taking pride of place in the work of the organization. Madam President, we are cognizant of the progress that has been made over the past 8 decades, and yet we have more challenges to surmount, which requires resolute collective action. The progress that we have made is significant, but we have a grim reality. We are in a multipolar world where international realities are significant. There are proliferation of peacekeeping operations show that dialogue and preventive diplomacy, unfortunately, do not always generate the anticipated results. International security is today gravely imperiled. International tensions and conflicts are spreading in all 4 corners of the world, and this makes it all the more necessary for there to be a reaffirmation of the core principles of the United Nations: sovereignty of states, peaceful dispute resolution, respect for international law and human rights. In this regard, the Principality of Monaco firmly condemns the war of aggression targeting Ukraine and the suffering this has inflicted upon civilian populations, and I reiterated this message just now to President Zelensky. I cherish the hope that a just and lasting negotiated peace agreement can be found soon to guarantee security and to rise to the expectations of the Ukrainian people. In the Middle East, violence has generated unacceptable human suffering, casualties. The risk of regional conflagration requires that there be an immediate de-escalation, protection of civilians, the unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance, and a sincere relaunch of the peace process on the basis of the 2 states. Peace is not a utopia. Peace is an overriding necessity. These security-related challenges are compounded by environmental challenges. The international community recently met in Nice for the 3rd UN Conference on Oceans, vehemently recalling the need to act for the protection of seas and oceans. The Principality organized, before the conference, a Blue Economy and Finance Forum. Heads of state, economic leaders, investors, philanthropists, development banks, NGOs, 1,800 participants
arrived from nearly 100 countries, responding to the call to mobilize more financial resources to invest in a sustainable, regenerative blue economy. And yet, the commitments made under, notwithstanding, there are still challenges. BBNJ was adopted in January last, and this should lead us to implement immediately measures for the conservation and sustainable use of the diversity in the high seas. The fight against climate change is a responsibility, a historic responsibility. Acceleration of extreme events requires credible, immediate finance responses. We are traversing a significant difficulties. There is science which is accessible, abundant, more reliable than ever before. The Paris Agreement, the 10th anniversary of which we are marking this year, provides a structured, transparent framework which should generate a robust trust among all stakeholders. This year, new nationally determined contributions have been published. And this is a reflection of the need to be more and more ambitious. I wish to recall that these ambitions carry moral significance, particularly vis-à-vis young people and succeeding generations, but also, as was recently recalled by the ICJ in the advisory opinion. And in this regard, and in accordance with the new collective goal for financing, which was adopted in Baku last year, I decided that my country will double specific financing under climate agreements, and this is by 2028. Let us not forget that there's a need to invest in countering climate change, but there's a need to take into account the depletion of biodiversity throughout the world. COP17 and the Biological Diversity Convention, October 2026, will be held in Yerevan. This is a key opportunity to transform the commitments into reality, specifically when it comes to financing and meaningful protection of ecosystems. Madam President, we cannot pass over in silence the alarming setbacks in human rights. Freedom, the repression of freedom, civil society, excessive use of force, these are all undermining the very basis of civilizations and are resulting in a loss of trust of citizens vis-à-vis systems. Women's rights are a key pillar for peace, for development, and for justice. 30 years after the Beijing conference, gender equality between men and women has still not been fully universally attained, and this remains a key priority, which is something we need to reaffirm. There's an urgent need to generate collective commitment to combat violence against women and girls and against all kinds of persecution which they endure, including in conflict-affected areas. No society can be prosperous if such inequality persists there. Likewise, no society can develop without taking care of its young population, because young people are not just the future of the world. Young people are the present. 30 years after the World Youth Program, it is incumbent upon us to raise the role of young people in discussions on the economy, civic life, access to education, employment, digital issues. This is not a privilege. This is a right. Madam President, public global health is key. Non-communicable diseases are the main cause of premature deaths, and there's a need for cross-sectoral mobilization to address this challenge. I welcome the key role of the WHO with the global action against these diseases, but there's a need to move further to strengthen synergies among the stakeholders to improve the effectiveness of action, particularly among budgetary constraints. The fourth high-level meeting on this issue should generate new momentum to intensify prevention and to provide universal access to high-quality care. Madam President, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations offers an opportunity to breathe new life into multilateralism, to reform its operations, and to address the liquidity crisis. Reform of the United Nations should restore people's trust and to establish an effective structure based on core values. The United Nations is the only universal body which is capable of defending sovereignty of states and embodies the ideal of cooperation amongst people. But this is not only at the UN headquarters. Specialized institutions, UNESCO, FAO, and IAEA, and many others. These all play a critical role by providing concrete support for environmental, educational, and social policies of states, helping them to fully meet their responsibility without duplication of mandates in New York. And let us recenter the work of our organization to focus on the priorities enshrined in the Charter. We need to rekindle a spirit of dialogue, the spirit of organization. The general debate should once again become this unique opportunity where leaders of the world listen to one another and seek to achieve mutual understanding. The Principality of Monaco cherishes the hope that through reform, the UN will once again become the center with the harmonization of UN efforts for the maintenance of peace and security in accordance with Article 1 of our Charter. No state alone can resolve the crises plaguing our times. It's by sharing ideas, resources, and willingness that we can together build a future of peace, of lasting peace, because together we are better. Thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to
Thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Masoud Pezeshkian, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year, and I quote, "Better together, 80 years and more of peace, development, and human rights," unquote, is in truth a summons to solidarity and to a shared vision of a brighter future. Our religious conviction, as well as the call of the prophets, rests upon the equality of the rights of all human beings. That which renders man more worthy is piety, namely truthfulness, wisdom, purity, and benevolence. The bedrock of all divine religions and of the human conscience is this golden maxim: that which you would not approve for yourself, do not approve for others. Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, once said, "Act towards others as you would have them act towards you." The Prophet of Islam, peace be upon him, said, "None of you is a true believer unless he desires for others what he desires for himself." The sage Hillel, the elder, expressed the essence of the Torah as such: that which is hateful unto thee, do not do unto thy fellow. In the traditions of the Orient, likewise, the central teaching is this very principle, and secular schools of ethics, grounded in reason and conscience, have arrived at the same conclusion. Excellencies, is this the state of our world? Let us behold the past 2 years. The world in these 2 years was witness to genocide in Gaza, was witness to the destruction of homes and repeated violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity in Lebanon, was witness to the devastation of Syria's infrastructure, was witness to assault against the people of Yemen, was witness to the forced starvation of emaciated children in the arms of their mothers, was witness to the assassination of Iran's scientists, was witness to the surreptitious raids infringing upon the sovereignty of nations, violating the territorial integrity of states, and openly targeting leaders of people. And all of this under the full support of the most heavily armed regime in the face of the earth, and under the pretext of self-defense. Would you countenance such things for yourselves? Who is the disturber of the stability of the region and the world? Who is the actual threat against international peace and security? Who is the violator of the golden moral maxim of mankind? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you all bore witness that this past June my country was subjected to a savage aggression in flagrant contravention of the most elementary principles of international law. The aerial assaults of the Zionist regime and the United States of America against Iran's cities, homes, and infrastructures precisely at a time when we were treading the path of diplomatic negotiations constituted a grave betrayal of diplomacy and a subversion of efforts towards the establishment of stability and peace. This brazen act of aggression, in addition to martyring a number of commanders, citizens, children, women, scientists, and intellectual elites of my country, inflicted a grievous blow upon international trust and the very prospect of peace in the region. Should we fail to confront such perilous breaches of international norms, these aberrations shall spread to engulf the world. The assault upon nuclear facilities under safeguards and international supervision, the open attempt to assassinate leaders and duly constituted officials of UN member states, the systematic targeting of journalists and members of the press, and the killing of human beings who solely by the reason of their knowledge and expertise are converted into military targets. Again, would you countenance such acts for yourselves? With this behavior, they have killed at the very least over 35,000 innocent civilians in Gaza. They have deprived them of food, drinking water, medication, and proper health care. Those who have perpetrated such crimes this nation, with a magnanimous spirit and the systematic targeting of journalists and members of the press and the killing of human beings who solely by the reason of their knowledge and expertise are converted into military targets. Again, would you countenance such acts for yourselves? Those who have perpetrated such crimes must know that Iran, the most ancient continuous civilization upon the face of the earth, has ever stood steadfast against the tempests of history. This nation, with a magnanimous spirit and an eternal will, has time and again demonstrated that it shall never bow before aggressors. And today as well, in the face of the transgressors, it stands upright with reliance upon the power of faith and its national cohesion. In this 12-day defense, the patriotic and valiant people of Iran laid bare before the aggressors the fallacy and self-delusion of their arrogant calculations. The enemies of Iran unwittingly fortified the sacred national unity. The people of Iran, despite the most severe, protracted, and crushing economic sanctions, psychological and media warfare, and persistent efforts to sow discord, at the very instant the first bullet was fired upon their soil, rose in unison in support of their valiant armed forces, and today they continue to honor the blood of their martyrs. Here, in the name of all Iranian people, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all personalities, nations, governments, and international and regional organizations that stood in solidarity with Iran during this war. Ladies and gentlemen, today, after nearly 2 years of genocide, mass starvation, the perpetuation of apartheid within the occupied territories, and aggression against its neighbors, the ludicrous and delusional scheme of a Greater Israel is being proclaimed with brazenness by the highest echelons of that regime. The scheme encompasses vast swaths of the region. The map itself lays bare the true intentions of the Zionist regime, intentions that have, of late, been openly endorsed by its criminal prime minister. None in the world is secure from the aggressive machinations of this regime. It is manifest that the Zionist regime and its sponsors no longer even content themselves with normalization through political means. Rather, they impose their presence through naked force and have styled it peace through strength. Yet, this is neither peace nor power. It is nothing but aggression rooted in coercion and bullying. But we envision our powerful Iran alongside powerful neighbors within a strong region with a radiant future. A future in which we stand together against the grand project that imposes genocide, destruction, and instability upon the region. A future in which collective security is assured through genuine mechanisms of defensive cooperation and joint response to threats. a future in which human dignity and cultural diversity are cherished as foundational values, a future in which collective development is realized through joint investment in infrastructure and modern sciences, a future in which energy security and the equitable use of vital resources from the pillars of economic stability, a future in which the environment is safeguarded for posterity, a future in which national sovereignty and the territorial integrity of states are regarded as non-negotiable principles, a future not in pursuit of peace imposed by force, but founded upon strength derived through peace. In such a strong region, slaughter and bloodshed shall find no place. It is for this very reason that my country has, for many years, been among the staunchest advocates of establishing a region free of weapons of mass destruction, yet those who themselves possess the largest nuclear arsenals and who in flagrant breach of the NPT make their weapons even deadlier and more destructive have for years subjected our people to pressures on the basis of spurious allegations. Last week, 3 European states, having failed through a decade of bad faith and thereafter by supporting military aggression, to bring the proud people of Iran to their knees, at the behest of the United States of America, sought, by means of pressure, coercion, imposition, and manifest abuse, to reinstate against Iran the Security Council resolutions that had already been terminated. In doing so, they set aside good faith. They circumvented legal obligations. They sought to portray Iran's lawful remedial measures taken in response to the United States' withdrawal from the JCPOA and to Europe's breach and utter incapacity as a gross violation. They falsely presented themselves as parties of good standing to the agreement, and they disparaged Iran's sincere efforts as insufficient. All of this was in pursuit of nothing less than the destruction of the very JCPOA, which they themselves had once held as the foremost achievement of multilateral diplomacy. This unlawful measure, which has also met the opposition of certain members of the Security Council, possesses no international legitimacy and will not garner the approbation of the international community. I hereby declare once more before this assembly that Iran has never sought and will never seek to build a nuclear bomb. We do not seek nuclear weapons. This is our belief based on the edict issued by the Supreme Leader and by religious authorities. Therefore, we never sought weapons of mass destruction, nor will we ever seek them. Whereas those who disturb the peace and stability in the region lies in Israel, but Iran is the one that is being punished for those actions. There is a poem that roughly says something to the effect that someone on one side of the world does something to disturb the peace and someone else is punished for those actions. Ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Republic of Iran welcomes peace and stability. We believe that the future of our region and of the world must be built upon cooperation, trust, and shared development. In this framework, Iran supports the peace process between the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Republic of Armenia and hopes that its outcome shall be enduring and serve as a foundation for improved relations between these two neighboring states. Iran also hopes that the efforts to bring an end to the war in Ukraine may result in a just and lasting agreement between Russia and Ukraine and bring solace to the human suffering caused by this crisis. Iran welcomes the defensive pact between the two brotherly Muslim countries, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, as a beginning for a comprehensive regional security system with the cooperation of the Muslim states of West Asia in the political, security, and defense domains. Finally, Iran condemns the criminal aggression of the Israeli regime against Qatar, which resulted in the martyrdom of a number of Palestinian and Qatari nationals, and declares its support and solidarity with the government and people of Qatar. Ladies and gentlemen, true security is not achieved through force, but through confidence-building, mutual respect, regional convergence, and multilateralism grounded in international laws. Based on this foundation, I call upon all to practice listening to to one another instead of raising voices, to re-examine the intellectual premises of polarization and political violence, which today ensnares not only the international community but also renders societies internally with tension and turmoil. To uphold as the common denominator of all beliefs and cultures the principles that whatever we do not approve for ourselves, we should not impose upon others, instead of distorting concepts and narratives with biased interpretations. To restore and rehabilitate the credibility of international laws, institutions, and mechanisms, and to commit to the establishment of a regional system of security and cooperation in West Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, we Iranians have extended our power in the world not by producing and employing nuclear weapons, nor by the slaughter of hundreds of thousands in the 20th century, nor by genocide and the imposition of starvation upon the children in Gaza in the 21st century, and not even through the historic empires of Iran, but rather through a culture of human fellowship and the message of empathy of universal sages such as Rumi, Hafiz, Sa'di, who 8 centuries ago declared human beings are members of a whole, in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is inflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. If you have no sympathy for human pain, the name of human, you cannot pertain. Those criminals who bully by murdering children are not worthy of the name human being, and assuredly they shall never prove to be trustworthy partners. Relying upon its time-honored tradition of altruism and human fellowship, Iran is a steadfast partner and a trustworthy companion for all peace-seeking countries, a friendship and a partnership grounded not in fleeting expediency, but in dignity, trust, and a shared future. We, the upright people of Iran, by standing firm against lawless marauders, have surmounted with honor the injustices, discriminations, and double standards imposed upon us. And today, with an opportunity-oriented outlook, we have transformed this historic achievement of the Iranian people into a platform for a leap toward a hopeful future. Let us, together with you, turn threats into opportunities. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency José Raúl Mulino Quintero, President of the Republic of Panama. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Muy buenos días,
A very
señora
good morning,
Presidenta,
Madam President,
distinguidos jefes de Estado
distinguished
y
heads
de
of
gobierno,
state and government,
honorables delegados.
honorable delegates.
En nombre del pueblo
On behalf
panameño,
of the Panamanian
con profundo
people,
respeto y
with
renovadas
profound
esperanzas,
respect and renewed
me
hope,
presento ante esta honorable
I appear
asamblea
before this honorable
en el
assembly
esta número 80
on the
de esta
80th
organización
anniversary of this
que
organization,
sigue siendo un faro para la
which
paz,
remains a
la
beacon
cooperación
for
y el
peace,
progreso.
cooperation and progress.
Panamá se comprometió desde la Carta de San Francisco
Panama
en
has been committed since the signing of the
1945
Charter of San
en
Francisco
favor
in
de la
1945 to
la
peace
seguridad,
building,
el
security,
desarrollo sostenible y los
sustainable
derechos
development,
humanos.
and human rights.
En estas 8 décadas,
Over these 8
nuestro país
decades,
ha
our
apostado por la
country has
diplomacia
championed
multilateral
multilateral
y el
diplomacy
derecho internacional
and public
público como un
international
eje
law
cardinal de su
as a
política exterior.
cornerstone of our foreign policy.
La iniciativa ONU 80,
The UN 80
presentada por el
initiative,
secretario
presented
general
by
Antonio
the
Guterres,
Secretary General Antonio
ofrece la
Guterres,
oportunidad de
offers an
reflexionar
opportunity
sobre
to
el pasado,
reflect on the past,
hacer un llamado de atención por
to
las
raise
amenazas del
awareness
presente
of present
para
threats,
vislumbrar
and
un
to
futuro más
envision
justo.
a fairer future.
Tenemos la firme convicción de que hoy,
We
más que
firmly
nunca,
believe that today,
debemos
more than
fortalecer el
ever,
valor del
we must strengthen the
multilateralismo
value of
para
multilateralism
responder a los retos
to
y crisis
respond
globales
to
como
global
herramienta
challenges
de
and
mitigar las
crises
asimetrías
as a
entre
tool
las
to
naciones.
mitigate asymmetries among nations.
En ese sentido,
In this regard,
quiero destacar que
I
la
wish to
política
highlight
multilateral
that multilateral
para que
policy
nuestro país,
contributed
por
to
ejemplo,
our
lograra
country's
salir de las listas
removal, for
discriminatorias
instance, from
donde nos había
discriminatory
colocado la
lists
Unión Europea
imposed by
y
the
el GAFI.
European Union and the Financial
Pues es una
Action Task
incoherencia
Force.
ser parte
Since
del
it does not
Consejo de
make
Seguridad
sense to
de
be a
esta
member of the
organización
Security Council of
y
this
a la vez compartir
organization,
listas con
while at the
países que
same
propician
time
el
appearing
terrorismo.
on lists alongside countries that promote
Consideramos
terrorism.
oportuna una reforma
We believe
integral
it is the right time to
para
undertake
asegurar
a
que el Consejo de
comprehensive
Seguridad
reform
sea más
to
efectivo,
make the Security
la
Council
Asamblea
more
General más
effective, to make the
representativa,
General Assembly more
las agencias
representative,
especializadas
to make
más
specialized
inclusivas
agencies more
y sobre todo
inclusive, and
reducir la
above all,
burocracia.
to reduce bureaucracy.
Panamá, al igual que otros países,
Panama,
pide
just
una
like other
mayor
countries,
representación de
calls for
América
greater
Latina y el
representation
Caribe
of Latin America
en los
and the
órganos de
Caribbean
toma de
in
decisiones.
decision-making bodies.
Ha llegado el momento
The
de
time
que
has
la
come
arquitectura de la
to
gobernanza
update
multilateral se
the
actualice.
architecture of multilateral governance.
Nuestra región es la
Our
principal
region is the
exportadora de
world's
alimentos del
leading
planeta.
exporter of
Tiene un
food.
canal estratégico
It
que
is
une
home to a
el
strategic
Atlántico con el
canal
Pacífico
linking the
y
Atlantic and the
detentamos
Pacific,
más del
and it holds more than
50% de la
50% of the
biodiversidad
planet's
del mundo.
biodiversity.
Somos grandes proveedores de
We are
minerales.
major suppliers of
Tenemos las
minerals.
mayores reservas
We possess
acuíferas.
the largest freshwater
Convivimos en
reserves.
paz
We live together in
luchamos por
peace,
ella.
and we strive to preserve this.
Todos estos elementos nos
All of
transforman
these
en un
elements
actor
make
principal
us
a nivel
a
mundial
key global
y
actor,
debemos tener la representación
and
de acuerdo a
we
nuestro
must
rol
ensure
e
that our
importancia
representation
global,
reflects our role and our
cumpliendo
global
con su labor de
significance.
contener
In
y
line with our
evitar
mission to contain
el
and
trágico
prevent
desenlace de una
the
guerra
tragic
global,
outcome of a global
misión
war,
fundamental de
which
su
was
razón de
its
existir.
fundamental raison d'être.
La Organización de
The
Naciones Unidas
United
enfrenta
Nations
además
is also
el desafío de
facing a
impulsar
challenge
acciones
of promoting
urgentes
urgent
para
action
alcanzar los
to achieve
objetivos
the
de
Sustainable
desarrollo
Development
sostenible.
Goals.
El mundo se encuentra hoy ante tres crisis:
Today, the world is facing a
devastadoras todas.
trifecta of devastating
la
crises:
climática, la de
climate change,
contaminación y la pérdida de
pollution, and
biodiversidad,
biodiversity loss,
en un escenario de cooperación
all against a backdrop
fragmentado.
of weakened cooperation.
La respuesta a estas
The
crisis
response to these
debe ser
crises
rápida
must be
y
swift
solidaria.
and united.
Ante esto,
In response,
Panamá presentó el
Panama
Nature Pledge,
has put forward
nuestro pacto
its
con la
Nature Pledge,
naturaleza.
which is our pact
Es
with
una
nature.
forma nueva
This is
de
a
entender la
new
política
way of
ambiental y
understanding
climática
environmental and
en
climate
un marco que
policy,
una nuestras obligaciones en
integrating
materia
our
de
obligations
clima,
on climate,
biodiversidad y
biodiversity,
tierras
and
en un
land
solo compromiso
into
nacional.
a single national
En la
commitment.
práctica, Panamá se
In
compromete a
practice,
reducir
Panama
sus
is pledging
emisiones
to
para el año
curb its emissions by
2035. Aún
2035.
siendo un país carbono
Even
negativo,
as a carbon
creemos
negative
que siempre se
country,
puede dar un
we
paso
believe
más
there's always
en favor
room
de
to
la
take further
sostenibilidad
steps towards
para las futuras
sustainability for
generaciones.
future generations.
Por ello, restauraremos 100.000 hectáreas
To
de
this end, we
ecosistemas
will be restoring
prioritarios,
100,000
incluyendo
hectares
manglares
of
y
priority
cuencas hidrográficas,
ecosystems, including
porque la
mangroves and
naturaleza es
water
nuestra primera
basins,
línea de
because
defensa
nature, we
frente al
think, is
cambio
our front
climático.
line of defense against climate change.
Panamá confía en una Naciones Unidas
Panama
renovada
trusts in a
que
renewed
fortalezca la
United
seguridad
Nations, one that
digital
strengthens
y
digital
la
security
cooperación
and
internacional
international
con criterios
cooperation
éticos y
with
con
ethical
participación
and inclusive
que acompañe
principles
transiciones
that
energéticas
supports just
justas
energy
y que
transitions
defienda la
and
libertad
one
de
that upholds
expresión.
freedom of expression.
En ese sentido, reiteramos el inalienable
In
respeto a la
this
libertad y a
spirit,
la
we
democracia
reaffirm
en
our
nuestra
unwavering
región,
respect for freedom
que
and
sigue
democracy in our
sufriendo
region,
inestabilidad
which
por
continues
parte de
to suffer
quienes
from
no
instability at
respetan
the
la
hands of
voluntad
those who
popular
disregard the
expresada en las
popular
urnas
will
o
expressed through the
simplemente
ballot
no
box,
permiten
or
elecciones
who
abiertas
simply
y
do not
transparentes.
permit open and transparent
Queremos
elections.
ser parte de una organización de Naciones
We
Unidas
aspire
capaz
to
de
be a
prevenir
member of the United
conflictos
Nations that is
antes de que
capable
ocurran,
of preventing
que
conflicts
pueda
before they
actuar con
arise,
prontitud
that can
en
better respond
emergencias
promptly to
humanitarias,
humanitarian
que
emergencies,
coordine mejor sus
that better
agencias
coordinates its field
a nivel de campo
agencies,
y que represente
and
más fielmente
that
la
more faithfully
diversidad de
represent the
personas en el
diversity
mundo.
of peoples across the globe.
Panamá se ha ofrecido
Panama
a
has
acoger
offered
oficinas de
to host
organizaciones del
offices
sistema
of
de las
United
Naciones
Nations
Unidas
system
en
organizations
apoyo a los
to
esfuerzos de
support
reforma en el
reform
marco
efforts
de la
under
iniciativa
the
ONU
UN
80.
80 initiative.
También quiero expresar
I also
hoy
wish today
mi
to
solidaridad
express
con
my
el pueblo
solidarity
japonés
with the Japanese people.
en ocasión de
This on the
cumplirse
occasion of the
23 años de
23rd
la admisión por
anniversary
parte de
of
Corea del
North
Norte
Korea's
del
admission
secuestro
of
de al
its
menos
abduction
17
of at least
ciudadanos
17
japoneses.
Japanese nationals.
El mundo necesita saber la
The
verdad
world needs to know the
para que estos
truth
hechos no se
so that these
repitan.
events are never
Y
repeated.
Japón
And
merece
Japan
justicia.
deserves justice.
Señores y señoras,
Ladies and gentlemen,
no puedo dejar pasar esta oportunidad para destacar que hemos
I cannot let this
cumplido
opportunity
en un
pass
cuarto
without
de siglo
highlighting
desde que
that
nuestro
we have
canal
now
pasó a
completed a
manos
quarter
panameñas.
century since our canal
A
was
partir del
transferred into
31 de
Panamanian
diciembre de
hands. As of the
1999, la
31st
República de
December
Panamá
1999,
asumió
the
las
Republic
obras
of
y la
Panama
operación del
took
canal
up the
con
works and
eficiencia,
operations of the
seguridad,
canal
sostenibilidad y
efficiently,
neutralidad, de
safely,
acuerdo con el
sustainably,
Tratado
and
del Canal de
neutrally. This
Panamá,
in
Torrijos
accordance with
Carter,
the
y el
Panama
de neutralidad
Canal Treaty,
permanente, ambos de
Torrijos-Carter Treaty, and the
1977.
Permanent Neutrality Treaty, which
Desde
were both
entonces
signed in
hemos administrado de
1977.
manera ejemplar la vía
Since
acuática,
then, we have
contribuido al
administered the
desarrollo
waterway in
económico del
exemplary
país y
fashion,
operado el
contributed
canal
to
para
the country's
beneficio de la
economic
navegación
development,
internacional.
and operated the canal for the
En este
benefit of
periodo,
international
Panamá
navigation.
amplió la ruta
Over this
interoceánica
period,
con
Panama
recursos
expanded
propios
the interoceanic
para
route
atender la
using our
demanda
own
de buques
resources
de
to
grandes
meet the
dimensiones.
demand of larger vessels.
Ahora vamos a dar un paso más.
Now we are taking another step
Acompañamos
forward.
a la autoridad
We
del
are
Canal de
supporting
Panamá
the Panama
en el
Canal
desarrollo
Authority
del
in
reservorio
the
de Río
development
Indio,
of the Rio
un
Indio
ambicioso
Reservoir.
proyecto para
This is an
garantizar
ambitious
el
project
agua
to
a la
ensure
población
water
y
supply
al
for our
canal.
population
Así,
and
el
the
tráfico de
canal,
buques
so that
no se
vessel
verá
traffic
amenazado
is not
a causa de
threatened
las
by
sequías que
recurring
azotan de tiempo en tiempo nuestra región.
droughts in our region.
Nuestra vía acuática sirve a
Our
más de
waterway serves
180
more than
rutas marítimas y más de
180 maritime
140
routes
naciones.
and more than
Y por ella
140
transita
nations
aproximadamente
and
4% del comercio
approximately
mundial.
4% of global trade
Tenemos el
passes through
compromiso
it.
de garantizar la
We are
eficiencia en
committed
favor
to
de la
ensuring
logística
efficiency in support of
internacional.
international logistics.
Ante esta asamblea,
Before this assembly,
Panamá reafirma
Panama
una vez
once
más
again reaffirms
su serio y
its
sostenido
serious and sustained
compromiso hacia
commitment
el
to
régimen
the regime
establecida
established
en el
under
tratado
the treaty
concerniente a la
concerning
neutralidad
permanent
permanente
neutrality,
y a cuyo
to
protocolo
which
se han adherido numerosos
numerous,
estados.
the protocol of which
La
numerous states have
neutralidad es la
adhered to.
fórmula más adecuada para
Neutrality is the
proteger la
best formula
seguridad de
to
nuestro
safeguard
canal,
the security of our
un bien de
canal,
utilidad
a
global.
global public good.
El Canal de Panamá
The
neutral,
Panama Canal
abierto al
is
mundo
neutral,
y
open to the
facilitador
world,
de un
and
comercio
a
internacional
facilitator
más
of more
integrado,
integrated international
es y
trade.
seguirá siendo
It is
panameño.
and shall remain Panamanian.
Señoras y señores,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Panamá, como es sabido, mantiene un
Panama,
asiento
as
no
you
permanente
know,
en el
holds a
Consejo de
non-permanent
Seguridad de
seat on the
Naciones
United
Unidas
Nations
para
Security
el periodo
Council for the
2025 y
2025-2026
El
term.
pasado mes de agosto
This
hemos
past
ejercido la
August, we
presidencia
held the
rotativa del
rotating
Consejo,
presidency of the Security
entendiéndola
Council.
como una
We viewed this role as a
responsabilidad para
responsibility to
mantener una voz
maintain a
fuerte
strong
en favor
voice
de la
in
paz,
favor of
la igualdad
peace,
soberana de
sovereign
los
equality of
estados,
states,
la justicia,
justice,
el derecho
international
internacional
law,
y el respeto
and
a los
respect for
pactos entre
agreements
países.
among nations.
También hemos enfatizado la
We have also
importancia de la
stressed the
seguridad
importance of
marítima
maritime
como una
security
prioridad de
as
acción
a
para
priority
nuestra participación
during
en
our
el Consejo.
participation in the Council.
La identidad nacional de Panamá
Panama's
está
national
estrechamente
identity is
vinculada
closely
al
linked
transporte
to
marítimo.
maritime transport.
A lo largo de los siglos
Over
hemos
the
sabido
centuries, we
consolidar
have
nuestro
consolidated
papel
our
como un
role as
actor
a
clave en
key
la
actor
navegación
in
y el comercio
navigation
internacional.
and international
La
trade.
piratería,
Piracy,
el tráfico de armas y narcóticos,
arms and drugs
así como la
trafficking,
pesca ilegal,
and illegal fishing
impactan al
all
comercio
affect
y al
trade
sistema de
and the
transporte
global
marítimo
maritime
global.
transport system.
Como nación de tránsito y
As
centro
a
logístico del
transit nation
continente,
and a logistic
Panamá sugiere
hub in our
fortalecer la
continent,
cooperación
Panama
entre agencias
proposes to strengthen
especializadas,
cooperation
incluyendo
among
una red
specialized
regional para
agencies,
promover
including through
la
a
seguridad
regional
marítima
network to
que
promote
opere bajo el
maritime
paraguas de la
security.
gobernanza
This would operate
oceánica
under the umbrella of
atenida al
ocean
derecho
governance and in
internacional.
accordance with international law.
Quiero reiterar en esta asamblea el
I wish to
trabajo que
reiterate
debe
before
hacer
this
este
assembly the
organismo
work that
para
this
mitigar los
organization
efectos de la
needs to
migración
undertake to
ilegal
mitigate the effects of
propiciada
illegal
por
migration
organizaciones
driven by
vinculadas directa o
organizations that are either
indirectamente al
directly or
narcotráfico.
indirectly linked to drugs
Por
trafficking.
nuestro Darién, frontera con Colombia, durante años pasaron
For
millones de
years,
personas
millions of people
y
have
en
been
un solo
passing
año
through
de
our
mi
Darien
gestión
region, which is on our border
redujimos
with
a
Colombia.
cero el
And yet,
flujo
in
de
just 1
migrantes
year in
hacia el
office,
norte.
we've reduced reduced the flow of migrants heading
Esta
north to
crisis se
zero.
resolvió
That
cumpliendo
crisis
así la
was
promesa de
resolved,
cerrar
thus meeting the
los
promise
pasos
to shut
ilegales
down
por el
illegal
Darién.
crossings through the Darien.
Las consecuencias
The
humanitarias y
humanitarian and
ambientales
environmental
fueron
consequences
extremas.
were
El
extreme.
sufrimiento de
The
mujeres y
suffering
niños
of women
víctimas de
and
abuso
children
y la
subjected to
contaminación
abuse and
de
the
una de las
pollution
áreas más
of one of
diversas
the
del
world's
mundo
most biodiverse
aún generan
areas.
dolor en
These
quienes hemos
continue
tenido
to cause
contacto
pain
directo
to
con
those
esta
of us who have had direct
Hoy
contact with
tenemos
the
una
situation.
migración norte-sur
Today we are
de mucho
seeing
menor escala,
north-south migration
pero
on
que
a much
renueva el
smaller
compromiso
scale,
con el tránsito
but which
ordenado de
renews our
personas
commitment to
para
the
que
orderly
puedan
transit of
retornar
people
a
so that
sus
they may
hogares.
return home.
Debo decir que el drama
I
migratorio
must
fue
say
solucionado,
that while the migratory
mas no
crisis
las
has
causas
been
que
resolved,
originaron
the
la
causes of
masiva
mass
migración de
immigration
personas.
remain unaddressed.
Que nuestro país haya resuelto este flagelo no
The fact that our
significa que
country has
debamos
resolved
cesar
this scourge
en el
doesn't
pedido
mean
de
that we should
respuestas
let up in our
concretas,
demands for
como en
concrete
el caso de la
responses,
frontera
such as in the
entre
case
Haití
of the
y
border
República
between Haiti and the Dominican
que
Republic,
enfrenta una migración
which is facing
descontrolada
unchecked
que también
migration
impacta a
that
toda
also
la
has an
región.
effect on the entire region.
Es fundamental encontrar
It's
soluciones
essential that we
claras
find clear
tanto para
solutions
la
both
crisis
for the
haitiana
Haitian
como
crisis
para el
and
control efectivo
more
del
generally
flujo
for
migratorio.
effective control of migratory flows.
Actualmente sufrimos el
We are
crecimiento de una
currently suffering
actividad
from the growth
ilícita,
of another illegal activity, which is drug trafficking.
Hoy constituye una
Today
amenaza
it
para las
poses
vidas de
a
las
threat to
personas
human lives
y un
and
altísimo riesgo de
a
inestabilidad
grave
en
risk
toda la
of
región
instability throughout the
a
entire
través de los
region
distintos
due
carteles que
to
operan.
the different cartels operating
Para que
there.
tengan una idea,
Just to give you a quick idea,
solo en lo que va de este año,
this year
en
alone,
Panamá se han incautado
Panama
cerca
has
de
seized
150
nearly
toneladas
150
métricas de
tons
cocaína
of
y otras drogas.
cocaine and other
Un hecho
drugs.
histórico
This
y
is
alarmante.
an historic and alarming figure,
Esto nos obliga a redoblar esfuerzos,
one which compels
contar
us
con
to
más
step up our
cooperación
efforts, to
y
seek
sumar
greater
recursos
cooperation
en una
and
lucha
to
que debe ser
galvanize
una causa
resources in a
común
struggle
entre
that
todas
must
las
be a
naciones del
common
mundo.
cause among all nations of the world.
Honorables miembros,
Honorable members,
el año entrante el Congreso
next year
Anfictiónico de
the
Panamá, efectuado por el
Amphictyonic
libertador
Congress of
Simón
Panama,
Bolívar,
convened
celebrará
by the
su
liberator
bicentenario.
Simón Bolívar, will
Su
celebrate its
propuesta es un
bicentenary.
sistema internacional
Its
basado en la
proposal was for an
igualdad soberana de
international
los
system
estados,
based on the
la
sovereign equality
justicia,
of states,
el derecho y la
justice,
cooperación
law, and
internacional
international
para
cooperation
alcanzar
to
fines
achieve
comunes a los pueblos.
the people's common goals.
Esperamos que esta
We
conmemoración
hope that
sirva
this
como un nuevo
commemoration will
punto de
serve as
partida en
a
la
new
cooperación
starting
internacional
point
que
for international
respete y
cooperation,
enaltezca los
one
valores
that
de
respects
soberanía,
and elevates the
paz
values of
y
sovereignty,
coexistencia
peace, and
pacífica
peaceful
que deben
coexistence,
guiar nuestro trabajo
values that
en
must
este y
guide
los
our
demás
work
foros
in
del
this
mundo.
and other global fora.
Honorables miembros, ante este foro
Honorable
de la paz
members,
mundial
before this
y la
forum of
cooperación
global peace and
internacional,
international cooperation,
reitero la
I
fe del pueblo
reiterate the
panameño
faith
en
of
el
the
sistema de las
Panamanian
Naciones
people in
Unidas.
the United Nations system.
En tiempos de crisis,
At times of
cuando
crisis,
soplan los
when
vientos
the
de
winds of
unilateralismo,
unilateralism, polarization, and fragmentation are blowing,
Panamá hará oír su
Panama
voz en
will
defensa
raise
del
its voice in defense of
multilateralismo.
multilateralism.
Panamá seguirá siendo
Panama
miembro
will remain
entusiasta
an
de las Naciones
enthusiastic
Unidas,
member of the United
defensor del
Nations,
derecho
a defender of international law,
incansable
and a
promotor de la
tireless
paz mundial.
proponent of global peace.
Porque como dice el lema que nos
Because, as
convoca
this
hoy,
year's theme reminds
unidos
us,
somos más
we
fuertes
are stronger together.
y cuando estemos
And
unidos
only together can
podremos
we
construir un
build a
futuro más
fairer
justo
and more
y humano
humane
para todos.
future for all.
Muchísimas gracias por
Thank
esta
you very
oportunidad.
much.
Muchas gracias. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Panama. As the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Peter Pavel, President of the Czech Republic, I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am humbled to speak here in front of you again. Today, I wish to address two main issues: United Nations achievements and necessity of its reform, and prospect of multilateralism in the light of Russian aggression. 80 years ago, the United Nations was founded with great hope to prevent war and destruction, never to repeat the horrors of World War II. My country proudly stood amongst the founding nations, signing the charter that would become our collective moral compass. Since 1945, we have witnessed remarkable achievements. The United Nations helped to prevent another full-scale world conflict. It assisted in dissolution of colonialism and rise of new sovereign countries in Asia, Africa, Europe, and Latin America. Together, we created a robust multilateral system of rules and global cooperation in international security, human rights, and economic development. Together with the UN, we have fought famine, disease, illiteracy, and poverty in some of the world's most vulnerable regions. Dozens of peacekeeping missions have helped to ease tensions in conflict zones. Thanks to its long-standing efforts, the UN has helped transform countless lives and laid the groundwork for a better world, a world which is more humane and more cooperative. It provided a platform where even the smallest nations can speak out and be heard. The UN remains the only institution where the world can collectively confront global crises. Not with weapons, but with dialogue, shared responsibility, and pressure where necessary. UN's greatest achievement is not perfection, it's persistence. With many devastating conflicts ongoing, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has significantly transformed the global security landscape. Since the last general debate a year ago, our world has not become more secure. On the contrary. In the game of smoke and mirrors, Russia continues targeting civilians, civilian infrastructure, foreign diplomatic missions, and most recently, even our neighboring country, Poland. Not to forget the acts of hybrid warfare on our own territory. These range from disinformation campaigns and attempts to undermine public trust, to cyber attacks, and even acts of sabotage carried out by mercenaries recruited online. Despite being the largest country on the map, Russia still aims to seize Ukrainian territory and expand its sphere of influence. Backed by China, Iran, North Korea, and other countries that help it circumvent sanctions and provide economic or political support. Russia, a permanent member of UN Security Council, is not only violating the principles of state sovereignty and territorial integrity enshrined in the UN Charter, but also sets a dangerous example and precedent, sending the message that aggression can yield territorial and political gain and remain unpunished. Ladies and gentlemen, our multilateral system was created on the premise that rules apply to all without exception. The consequences of this war go far beyond the news headlines. This war threatens to dismantle our system of governance based on mutual respect, equal partnership, and rules we all subscribe to. What is happening in Europe today could happen anywhere else tomorrow, under different circumstances, but under the exact same pretext. If Russia wins this unjust war, it will legitimize the triumph of brute force. Turning a blind eye to Ukraine today is a green light to any future aggressor anywhere in the world. Disruptions of the status quo in the Taiwan Strait or elsewhere in the Indo-Pacific would further destabilize global security and trade. Geographical distance offers no protection. Security in one part of the world is directly linked to security everywhere. Tolerating the principle of might makes right will lead to the end of multilateralism and the beginning of life under principles dictated by a powerful few. It would be a future with history deliberately rewritten, with lies promoted as facts, and with truth slowly disappearing from our discourse and memory. Just the opposite of what most of our nations fought for in the previous century. The heroism of Ukrainian people, their willingness to sacrifice for freedom, and global solidarity with Ukraine demonstrate that most of us still believe in universal values and in our responsibility to defend them. To achieve sustainable peace, we democratic allies from all over the world must act in unity and intensify our economic pressure on Russia. This is the only way to bring the aggressor to the negotiating table. Such peace, based on the existing international law, including territorial integrity and the right of self-determination, is in the interest of not only European countries, but of the whole international community. Any future peace agreement must send a clear message worldwide that aggressor must not be rewarded and borders cannot be changed by force. Ladies and gentlemen, the structure of the UN was based on the outcome of the World War II. Today, one of the UN Security Council permanent members is waging a ruthless war while obstructing any constructive solutions put forward. It is in light of these new geopolitical realities that we need a strong and effective UN system capable of responding to today's global challenges, from security threats and climate change to rapid evolution of new technologies. Otherwise, we risk sliding into a world that is more fragmented, more dangerous, and far less predictable. Czechia welcomes the UN 80 initiative and the commitments in the Pact for Future. Yet these ambitions stand in stark contrast with today's reality. In the light of Russian aggression against Ukraine, the UN Security Council is currently failing its purpose and mission. Therefore, we advocate for a comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council for greater effectiveness, inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability, with the aim to honor the principles of the UN Charter and to strengthen the voice of underrepresented regions. Freedom and human rights are not granted entitlements. They are hard-won principles that must be cherished and protected. Security Council membership should not be seen as a matter of prestige or privilege, but above all, a responsibility to defend global peace. That's why Czechia is seeking a non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council for the term 2032-33, with a clear commitment to uphold the rules-based international order. We cannot afford to have the UN paralyzed or blocked in its ability to respond to crises and challenges. Current urgent crises are already consuming too much of our attention and resources at the expense of other major, equally pressing issues. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned in the beginning of my speech, the UN significantly improved the quality of life of billions, including through access to education, healthcare, and services. In this year's Sustainable Development Report, Czechia ranked 10th out of 167 countries. I am fortunate to be a citizen of a country which by global standards offers a secure and comfortable life. This doesn't mean that there are no challenges. Much work still lies ahead if we are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, both at home and globally. After all, most of the challenges we are facing are global. No single nation is powerful enough to succeed alone. That is why we need more dialogue. That is why we need greater cooperation and collective action. And ultimately, that is why multilateralism must not only survive, it must thrive. Not only for us, but most importantly, for future generations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Czech Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Karen Keller-Sutter, President of the Fifth Confederation. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente de
Madam
l'Assemblée
President of the General
Générale,
Assembly,
Excellences,
Excellencies,
Mesdames,
ladies
Messieurs,
and gentlemen,
il y a 80 ans, le monde
80
entrait
years
dans une
ago,
nouvelle ère,
the world entered a
des temps
new
meilleurs.
era, better
Le
times.
27 janvier
On the
1945,
27th of January
le camp de
1945,
concentration
the Auschwitz concentration camp was
Le 8 mai,
liberated.
la guerre en
On the
Europe
8th of
prenait
May
fin.
1945,
Et
the
le
war in
25
Europe ended,
juin,
and on 25
50
June
États adoptaient la Charte des Nations
1945,
Unies à
50
San
states adopted the
Francisco.
United Nations Charter
Ils
in
étaient,
San
je cite,
Francisco.
résolus à
And I
préserver les
quote from the charter,
générations
they were
futures
determined
du
to
fléau de la
save
guerre
succeeding
qui, deux
generations
fois en
from the
l'espace
scourge of
d'une vie
war, which
humaine,
twice in
infligeait
our
à
lifetime has
l'humanité
brought untold
d'indicibles
sorrow
souffrances.
to
Fin de
mankind.
citation.
End of quote.
Sur les ruines de la
Upon the
Deuxième Guerre
ruins of the
mondiale, un
Second
nouvel
World War,
ordre naissait
a
d'une
new
conviction
international
et
order
d'une
was
volonté
born out of a
commune
shared conviction
d'apporter
and
au
determination
monde de
to
la paix
bring
et la
peace
prospérité.
and prosperity
C'est aussi
to
au
the
lendemain des
world.
horreurs de
The
cette
horrors of
période que
this time
naissaient les
also gave
conventions de
rise
Genève
to
de
the Geneva
1949
Conventions of
qui
1949,
protègent les victimes des
which
conflits armés.
protect the
À cette
victims of armed
époque, les
conflict.
fondements de décennies
At that
florissantes
time, the
pour la
foundations
démocratie,
for
l'état de
progress
droit
and democracy,
et
the rule
l'économie
of
de
law,
marché
and the
étaient
market
posés.
economy were
Des
laid
fondements qui,
down.
malgré les limites et les
Foundations
revers,
which, despite
ont
all the
servi aussi la
limitations and
coopération
setbacks,
internationale, le
also
libre-échange,
benefited
la
international
paix et le
cooperation,
droit
free trade,
international.
peace, and international
Sans faire de
law.
parallèle historique,
Without
force
drawing any
est de
historical
constater, nous
parallels, it is
célébrons
clear
cette année le
that
80e
this year, as
anniversaire
we
des
mark the
Nations
80th
Unies,
anniversary of the United
alors que nous
Nations,
vivons une nouvelle
we
époque
are
de bouleversements
experiencing
politiques et
a new
économiques
era
extrêmement violents.
of particularly
Une époque
extreme
où trop de
political
guerres
and
font un
economic
nouveau rage
upheaval at
et
a
où les
time when,
populations
once
subissent des
again, too many
souffrances
wars
intolérables.
are raging
Une
with civilian
époque où une paix juste
populations
et durable
experiencing
semble toujours
unbearable
hors de
suffering.
portée
A
au
time in which a
Proche-Orient
just lasting
et
peace in the
en
Middle
Ukraine,
East and
où
Ukraine
les
still
tendances
seems
autocratiques se
beyond
renforcent
reach,
en Europe
and
aussi.
during which
Une
autocratic
époque où le
tendencies are gaining
libre-échange
ground,
est mis à
including in
l'épreuve
Europe.
et où,
A
en
time
fin
in
de
which
compte,
free trade
le
is
droit
being put to the
international,
test,
y
and
compris la Charte des
where
Nations
ultimately
Unies, risque de
international law,
devenir
including the
lettre
Charter of
morte.
the United Nations,
Ce sont des
risk
bouleversements qui ne viennent
becoming
pas de nulle part.
dead letter.
Ils
These
sont le
upheavals
résultat
are not coming out of
d'évolutions qui
nowhere.
remontent
They are the result
parfois
of
loin
developments
et
that,
que
in
l'on a
some cases, date
rétrospectivement
back
trop
a long
longtemps
time,
pris
in which, in
trop peu
retrospect,
au sérieux.
we fail to take
Il faut être
seriously
honnête.
enough for
Ce
far
sont des
too long.
évolutions pour
We need to
lesquelles
be
il n'y a
honest
pas de
with
réponse
ourselves. These are
facile,
developments that
ni
have
au
no
niveau
simple
international,
solutions,
ni au niveau
neither at the
national.
international
Et il
nor
ne
at the
suffit pas non
national
plus de
levels,
rappeler ici,
nor is it
pour la
enough
énième
today to
fois et
reiterate
seulement par des
yet
discours,
again,
les mérites
merely in
d'une certaine
speeches,
forme
the
d'État,
merits of a
de l'État de
particular
droit,
form
du
of
droit
government,
international,
the
du
rule of law,
libre-échange et du
international law, free
multilatéralisme.
trade, and
Non, si
multilateralism.
nous voulons relever
No,
les défis
if
auxquels
we
nous
wish
sommes
to surmount the
confrontés,
challenges
nous
which
devons
we face,
redoubler
we have
nos
the duty
efforts.
to redouble
Car
our
que valent
efforts.
tous les acquis de
For
la civilisation
what is
s'ils ne
the
contribuent pas
the
concrètement à
benefit
la
of the
liberté,
achievements
à la
of
sécurité
civilization? What
et
are
à
they
la
worth if they do not
prospérité
tangibly
si
contribute
leurs
to freedom,
avantages ne
security,
deviennent
and
pas
prosperity,
tangibles pour les
if they do
populations
not
dans leur
bring
vie de
tangible
tous les
benefits
jours?
for people in their
Il y a deux
day-to-day
erreurs
lives?
que nous devons
There
pas
are
faire.
two errors which we
Premièrement,
must not
pointer
make.
du doigt
Firstly,
uniquement les autres
pointing the
États.
finger only at
Deuxièmement,
others.
laisser les
Secondly,
organisations
leaving
internationales
international
seules
organizations
avec le travail et
alone
faire comme
to
si elles
work
étaient
alone
distinctes
and
de nous.
acting as if they were
Mesdames,
completely
Messieurs,
detached from us.
nous devrions
Ladies and
commencer là où
gentlemen,
nous
we need
pouvons
to
dès maintenant
begin where we
garantir la
can
liberté
guarantee
et
freedom
contribuer
and
à la
contribute to
sécurité et à la
security and
prospérité.
prosperity right
Et c'est en
now.
général chez
And
nous,
generally this
dans
is
notre
at
propre
home,
pays.
within our own
Entendons-nous
countries.
bien. Il ne s'agit pas de faire
Let me
l'éloge
be
de
clear, this is
l'égoïsme
not about
national,
praising national
ni de condamner
self-interest,
le
nor is this about
multilatéralisme.
condemning
Bien au
multilateralism.
contraire,
Quite
la
to the
Suisse est
contrary,
convaincue que le
Switzerland is
multilatéralisme,
convinced that
que les
multilateralism,
organisations
international
internationales, que les Nations
organizations,
Unies
the United
sont
Nations
essentielles à la
are
coexistence
essential
pacifique
for the
des
peaceful
peuples,
coexistence
à la
of
prospérité
peoples,
économique
for
mondiale,
global
à la
economic
résolution de
prosperity,
défis tels
for
que
the
la
resolution
migration,
of
le
challenges,
changement
including
climatique,
migration,
la
climate
transition
change,
numérique,
the
et
digital
je le dis aussi
transition,
en tant que
and
ministre des Finances,
as
à la stabilité
finance minister, I would
financière
also add
mondiale.
for global
L'année
financial
dernière, nous avons
stability.
adopté ensemble le
Last
pacte pour
year,
l'avenir, un
we
engagement
together
fort
adopted the
en
Pact for
faveur
the
du
Future, a robust
multilatéralisme dans
commitment to
l'agenda 2030
multilateralism,
pour le développement durable,
essential pillar of the Pact to the
constitue
2030
donc l'un des piliers.
agenda
Nous
for
devons mettre en
sustainable
œuvre ces feuilles de
development.
route sans délai.
We must now
La Suisse est
implement
aussi
these
convaincue
roadmaps
que la
without delay.
Genève internationale
Switzerland is
peut
also
apporter
convinced that
une
International Geneva
contribution
can make
unique à la
a unique
réalisation de ces
contribution to the
objectifs.
attainment of these
Genève, en
goals.
tant que premier
Geneva,
centre
as the United
opérationnel
Nations
onusien,
leading operational
dispose
center,
d'une forte
has
expertise dans de
robust
nombreux domaines
expertise in
cruciaux pour
numerous
notre
crucial
avenir,
areas for our
liés
future,
notamment à l'humanité
particularly those
et à
related to humanity
l'innovation.
and
Il s'agit d'un
innovation. This is
écosystème
a
sans
unique
égal pour réfléchir,
a unique,
discuter et agir
unparalleled
ensemble.
ecosystem for reflection,
Mais toute organisation
discussion,
internationale
and
forte
concerted
a
action.
besoin de membres
But
forts.
a strong
Et quand
international
je dis
organization
fort, je ne
needs strong
parle pas
members.
de
And when I say
force
strong,
par la
I do not
taille
mean
ou par la puissance
strength
militaire.
in terms of
Je parle
size or
d'États qui
strength
sont en
in terms of
mesure
military
de
might. I am
permettre
talking
à
about
leurs
states
citoyens de
that are in a
s'épanouir.
position to
Et je dirais
provide their
aussi de
citizens with an
s'exprimer
environment in which they're
librement
able to
en toute
flourish
sécurité.
and to express
Une sécurité non
themselves
seulement
freely
militaire, mais
and in
aussi
complete
juridique,
safety and security.
économique
Security not
et
just in the
sociale.
military sense, but also
La
at the
sécurité et la
legal,
liberté sont les
economic, and
conditions
social security
préalables
level. Security and
essentielles
freedom
au
are
développement
essential
économique et
prerequisites
donc à
for
la
economic
prospérité.
growth and
Elles
therefore for
nécessitent des
prosperity.
institutions qui
They
soient
require
juridiquement
institutions that are
solides,
legally
fiables
sound,
et capables
reliable,
d'agir.
and
Et elles
capable of taking
nécessitent une
action.
stabilité
And they require
politique, sociale
political,
et financière.
social, and
Et là,
financial
chaque
stability.
État doit également assumer
And
ses
here,
propres
each state
responsabilités.
has an obligation to
Nous ne
shoulder
pouvons
its
pas
own
simplement les
responsibilities. We
déléguer
cannot simply
à une
delegate our
organisation
responsibilities
internationale.
to an international organization.
Mesdames, Messieurs,
Ladies,
la
gentlemen,
communauté internationale
the
ne peut que
international
profiter
community
de la force intérieure,
cannot but
de la
benefit from the
prospérité
domestic
et de la
strength,
stabilité de chaque
prosperity,
État.
and stability of
Seuls
each
les États
state.
solides sur le plan
Only
intérieur
strong
peuvent être
states,
véritablement
strong
solidaires
domestically,
et
can
contribuer à
demonstrate
une
true
communauté
solidarity and
internationale
contribute
prospère.
to a
Mais
successful,
nous devons
prosperous
redoubler
international
les
community.
efforts
But
aussi
we
tant
need to also
en tant
redouble
que
our
communauté
efforts as
internationale.
an international community.
Aujourd'hui, surtout, les
Today,
Nations Unies doivent
more than
elles
ever
aussi se
before, the
mettre en
United Nations
question,
must
se
also
remettre en
take
question.
a
Sont-elles
critical
encore
look
en mesure
at
de remplir
itself,
leur mission
to
comme les
consider
50
whether
États
it
l'avaient
is still
prévu
able
le
to
25
fulfill its
juin
role as the 50
1945 à
states
San
intended
Francisco
when they adopted
lorsqu'ils
the
adoptaient
charter
la charte.
in San
Le
Francisco on 25 June
multilatéralisme connaît lui aussi des
1945.
bouleversements sans précédent.
Multilateralism is
Ces
also undergoing
bouleversements sont marqués par
unprecedented
une
upheaval.
recrudescence
These
des
upheavals are
violations du cadre
punctuated by a
normatif et des
resurgence of
principes et
violations in the
valeurs
normative
mêmes
framework
qui fondent
and the
l'action
very
multilatérale.
principles and values
Le
that
dialogue,
underpin
la
multilateral
coopération, la
action.
recherche du
Dialogue,
consensus,
cooperation,
le
consensus
respect du
building,
droit
respect for
international et
international law,
l'égalité souveraine
and
entre
sovereign
États,
equality of
quelle que soit leur
states,
taille ou
regardless
leur
of
poids économique ou
size, of
politique.
economic strength or political
La Suisse
influence.
appelle tous les États
Switzerland calls
à un
upon all
engagement
states
ferme en
to
soutien des
make a
principes et
firm
valeurs comme
commitment
ils étaient
to
déclarés
uphold the
dans la
principles
Charte
and
des Nations
values
Unies il
enshrined
y a
in
80
the
ans.
Charter of the
C'est le
United Nations
prélude à
80
toute
years ago.
réflexion
This is
sur
the
les
prelude to
réformes et les
any
mesures
reflection
d'efficacité
on
qui doivent
reforms
renforcer
and
l'impact de
efficiency
notre action
measures to
dans les trois
strengthen the impact
piliers
of
de
our actions in the
l'organisation.
three pillars of the
À cet égard,
organization.
nous
With
soutenons
this in mind,
pleinement
we
le programme
fully
de
support
réforme ONU
the
80 du
UN
secrétaire
80
général.
reform program of the
Le
Secretary
renforcement de
General.
l'efficacité, de la cohérence,
Greater
de l'agilité
effectiveness,
et
coherence,
de l'impact
agility,
de
and
l'action
impact of
multilatérale doit
multilateral
guider
action
chacune
should
de nos
each
décisions.
guide
Une
our
approche structurée
decisions.
et
A
réfléchie visant
structured,
à définir
well-thought-through
ensemble
approach
l'ONU de
together
demain
for
est
defining the
essentielle.
UN of the future
Je
is
peux vous
vital.
assurer
I
que
can
la Suisse
assure you
continuera continuera d'œuvrer en faveur des efforts de réforme, d'une ONU plus efficace et d'un multilatéralisme pérenne, à la fois en tant qu'État d'hôte fiable et en tant qu'État membre engagé. Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, nous ne sommes pas toujours
dans la même situation
We are
qu'il y a
not
80
in the
ans.
same situation today
Nous
as we
sommes
were
en
80
plein
years
dans une
ago.
phase
We
critique
are
et le prochain
in the midst
chapitre
of
de
a
l'histoire
critical
n'est pas encore
phase,
écrit.
and the next chapter
Cela
of history is
signifie que
yet
nous
to be
pouvons
written.
participer
This also
activement
means
à
that
son
we can
écriture.
play an active
Je
role
cite
in
un
shaping it.
survivant
And I
d'Auschwitz,
quote an
l'écrivain
Auschwitz
italien Primo
survivor, the
Levi.
Italian writer
C'est
Primo
arrivé,
Levi.
cela peut donc
It happened.
arriver de nouveau.
Therefore, it could
Tel est
happen
le
again.
noyau de ce que nous avons
This
à
is
dire.
the core
Fin de
of what we
citation.
have to say.
Mais cela ne doit
End
pas
of
se
quote.
reproduire.
But it
Et en
doesn't
fait,
have to
cela
happen
ne doit
again.
pas se
And indeed, it
reproduire.
must
C'est
not
pourquoi les
happen
Nations Unies
again.
ont été
This is
créées
why the
il y a
United
80 ans.
Nations was
C'est
created
pour ça
80 years
aussi que
ago,
nous sommes
and
là
this is also
aujourd'hui.
why we are
C'est à nous de faire
here
en sorte que ce
today.
tournant de
It is up to
l'histoire,
us to
dont
ensure
on
that
parle si
this
souvent
turning
aujourd'hui,
point in
comme
history, which is so
aussi il y a
often
80
invoked,
ans, ouvre une
as was
nouvelle
the case
ère
80
pour de
years
temps
ago, for
meilleurs.
this to usher in
Gardons-nous de
a new
l'arrogance
era
et
of
de la
better times. Let us
facilité
guard against
et mettons-nous au
arrogance and
travail,
complacency,
chez
and let us
nous,
get to work
dans notre pays
at home,
et ensemble
in our
aux Nations
countries,
Unies.
and
Je vous
together at the
remercie.
United Nations. Thank you.
Merci. I thank on behalf of the Assembly the President of the Swiss Confederation. The Assembly will hear now an address by His Excellency Edgars Rinkēvičs, President of the Republic of Latvia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First of all, allow me to congratulate Your Excellency, Madam Anna-Lena Baerbock, on assuming the presidency of the General Assembly. You will have Latvia's full cooperation. Latvia believes that we are stronger together, stronger in advancing peace, fostering development, upholding human rights. Standing here on this world stage, I would like to congratulate us on the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. 80 years working together to build a better, more just and peaceful world. This task has never been easy, but it is our duty to persist with determination and give our very best. I want to express Latvia's gratitude for the overwhelming support for our candidacy for the United Nations Security Council. We are beginning our term next year. This is our first term. Latvia will take on this responsibility with a strong sense of duty, a duty to serve with integrity, transparency, and with a clear commitment to the principles of the United Nations. Latvia is honored to serve on the Security Council for the good of people around the world. And we will stand together for peace and resilience. Latvia's three priorities in the Security Council are: first, protect our rules-based international order. Second, advocate for women, peace and security agenda. Also protect the most vulnerable people amongst us. Third, find solutions to emerging security threats. These include climate change, hybrid threats, the challenges related to the safety of artificial intelligence. Excellencies, the world is in disarray. Before our eyes, we see blatant attempts to weaken or even to destroy the rules-based international order, the order that is rooted in the United Nations Charter. In effect, a new world order is emerging, and it is not a better one. There is an attempt to recreate the world where the might makes right. The permanent members of the Security Council undertook to maintain international peace and security, to prevent wars, to prevent devastation and loss of life. But it seems that one permanent member, Russia, doesn't want this. Russia wants a world where brute force prevails over international law. Russia does not want peace. Russia wants to get what it wants. And Russia is willing to inflict destruction and misery on others. Unfortunately, Russia has partners in crime, notably Iran and North Korea. Ukraine is fighting back, bravely, with all it has. Ukraine is facing an existential threat to its people, to its land, to its freedom. Ukraine is fighting for all of us, for the rules-based international order, for independence and sovereignty, for territorial integrity, so that international borders are not changed by force. These actually are the very principles at heart of the United Nations. Latvia stands with Ukraine and will advocate for its sovereignty and territorial integrity at the United Nations Security Council. We are and we will be advocates for Ukrainian children abducted by Russia. They must be returned. We will be advocates for the Ukrainian civilians who have lost their homes and livelihoods. Latvia will use its position on the United Nations Security Council to help achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. I want to express my appreciation to President Trump, President Zelensky, and my European colleagues for their efforts to achieve peace, for trying to stop the unnecessary destruction and the misery we are witnessing in Ukraine. It is our collective duty to uphold the principles of the United Nations Charter, especially when a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council openly violates them. We need no reminding that the United Nations was founded on the ruins of the World War II, to save future generations from the scourge of war, to maintain international peace and security, to protect human life. Distinguished delegates, in war, it is the most innocent that pay the highest price. It is our duty to strengthen international cooperation to tackle the escalating crisis in Gaza. The humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza continues to spiral. Urgent action is needed to end civilian suffering. Latvia condemns all terrorist attacks. Nothing can justify terrorism. We recognize Israel's legitimate right to self-defense, but it must be exercised in line with the international law, and particularly international humanitarian law. The law is there to protect every one of us. Latvia calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The terrorist organization Hamas must release all hostages. Hamas must be destroyed, as this organization is responsible for so much human suffering in the region. We need to ensure that the access to humanitarian aid in Gaza is safe and unconditional. The ongoing escalation confirms the need for a sustainable political solution, the need for a two-state solution in accordance with international parameters, the need to break the cycle of violence, to reach a just and lasting peace, a peace that addresses the security concerns and the legitimate aspirations of both the Israelis and Palestinians. Latvia is keenly aware of the ongoing conflicts around the world. We must work together to resolve the dire humanitarian situation in Sudan and Democratic Republic of the Congo. We will not look on helplessly as crises unfold. As a member of the Security Council, we will call on the international community to take collective action and to facilitate humanitarian aid, to try to end unnecessary human suffering. Distinguished delegates, we must do everything in our power to protect the most vulnerable people, especially women and children. Women and girls suffer disproportionately in times of war. We, the global community, have a responsibility to protect the rights of women and girls, to empower them, to ensure their voices are heard in peace processes. The first deportation of Ukrainian children to Russia is beyond disturbing. We call on the United Nations to do more, do much more. We will do all we can to help bring these children home. Madam President, it is not only conventional warfare that threatens peace, security, and stability. Emerging threats like climate change, cyber attacks, hybrid attacks, and the misuse of artificial intelligence are testing us on a daily basis. Our modern world is connected in ways that most of us can't imagine. Today, many countries are experiencing a growing wave of hybrid attacks, also Latvia. We have to deal with damage to undersea cables, GPS jamming, arson attacks, the Russian shadow fleets. Russia continues and actually invests in new provocations, most recently recklessly violating the airspace of Poland and Estonia. The intensity of Russia's drone attacks against Ukraine has created incidents in Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania. This is the new reality. Russia bears full responsibility for these acts and also consequences. This kind of reckless behavior is a direct threat to international peace and security, and we must act to stop it before such acts spiral out of control. We must counter these threats by resilience and increased cooperation with our friends and allies. But hybrid warfare is evolving, as are emerging and disruptive technologies. The challenge is to maximize the benefits these technologies can bring, while remaining vigilant of the potential risk they pose. We share the United Nations view that we need to develop artificial intelligence responsibly, but we should not halt the progress. Artificial intelligence can promote economic growth, drive scientific progress and innovation, even improve healthcare and make education more accessible. Artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives. We must acknowledge this reality and work to make it safer and more beneficial for the people. The governments should not take years to create regulations. We should act swiftly and do it right. As a responsible United Nations member, a future UN Security Council member, Latvia is ready to work with our partners to address these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations has stood the test of time for 80 years. It is the primary architect of international law and protector of rules-based international order. The United Nations is not perfect, but it is the best we have, the only truly global organization. As one of UN Secretary Generals, Dag Hammarskjöld, famously said, the United Nations was not created in order to bring us to heaven, but in order to save us from the hell. But after 80 years, it is time to adjust to new realities. The United Nations must evolve to remain relevant, to be effective and fit for the challenges ahead. That's why we support the UN 80 initiative by the Secretary General. Let us work together for peace and resilience. Let us protect the rules-based international order and the United Nations Charter, because we all are better together. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Latvia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, the President of the 88th session of the UN General Assembly, Madam Annalena Baerbock, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to preside over the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Madam President, you can count on Kenya's full support throughout your tenure as you steer the Assembly into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, in the aftermath of the unprecedented global destruction and devastating war, the international community came together in hope. They created this organization, the United Nations, as a shield against the horrors of war, as a platform for dialogue, and as a bridge to a better, fairer, more secure global community. What is often forgotten or not mentioned today is that the United Nations grew out of the failure of the League of Nations that existed between 1919 and 1945. The League of Nations did not collapse for lack of good intentions or noble objectives. Formed at the end of the First World War and as part of the Treaty of Versailles, it was humanity's first attempt to build a permanent international organization to stop aggression and war and bring nations together. Its ambitions were to achieve collective global security, disarmament, peaceful dispute resolution, and cooperation on humanitarian and social issues. Despite these ideals, the League of Nations failed. The United States never joined, other great powers came and went, and without enforcement authority, its condemnation carried little weight. When Japan invaded Manchuria, when Italy marched into Ethiopia, and when Hitler openly defied its rules, the League stood by, helpless and powerless. By the late 1930s, its credibility had collapsed, and with the outbreak of the World War II, it was rendered irrelevant. Madam President, this history is both a lesson and a warning. Institutions rarely fail because they lack vision or ideals. More often, they drift into irrelevance when they do not adapt, when they hesitate to act, and when they lose legitimacy. To remain relevant, institutions must be reimagined, must be reformed, renewed, and aligned with emerging realities. 8 decades ago, the founders of the UN sought to correct the failures of the League of Nations by creating a stronger, more inclusive organization anchored in the principles of, and I quote, "We the people of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war," end of quote. Today, we are gathered for the UN at 80. The question is unavoidable. Is the United Nations relevant to the demands of our time? Can it continue to serve humanity in the face of current realities? Or has it become a relic of a bygone era? Madam President, Excellencies, we meet against a grim global backdrop. Conflict rages in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and beyond. Climate disasters grow fiercer by the day. Inequality deepens, pandemics loom, and technological disruptions outpaces governance. Instead of trust, mistrust is spreading. Instead of solidarity, fragmentation is taking root. In place of hope, anxiety fills our global community. We are living, to borrow from the words of the founders of this institution, not in larger freedom, but in growing uncertainty. At this moment of turbulence, when we most need a strong United Nations, the organization faces its deepest crisis in credibility and capacity. Funding cuts have paralyzed its operations. Bureaucracy has slowed its response. The Security Council remains frozen in the post-war structures of 1945, unable to act inclusively, with fairness, and with speed. Ladies and gentlemen, I can, however, state with absolute conviction that the United Nations has been one of humanity's greatest achievements. For 8 decades, it has held back the specter of global war, calmed conflicts from Cambodia to Liberia, and stood guard in some of the world's most dangerous places through the courage of its peacemakers and peacekeepers. Few institutions in humanity's history can claim such a legacy. The United Nations has stood at the front lines of humanitarian crisis, from famine relief in the Horn of Africa to emergency shelter for millions of Syrian and Ukrainian refugees. It was at the forefront in the eradication of smallpox, coordinated global responses to HIV and AIDS, Ebola, and COVID-19, and continues to champion universal vaccination. Its agencies have advanced women's rights, protected children, safeguarded refugees, and set global norms on everything from disarmament to climate action. The UN Sustainable Development Goals remain a shared blueprint for human progress. These are achievements no nation could have achieved alone, however rich, however great, or however powerful. And yet, every institution, no matter how noble its origins or impactful its legacy, must adapt to changing times or slide into irrelevance. Today, the United Nations stands at a crossroads of renewal on one hand or decay on another. Put differently, after 80 years, the rhymes of time are calling on us to reimagine the original promise that inspired the founding of the United Nations, and that is the quest for global peace, development, and human rights. But this call must now be answered in a global context that is profoundly different from the post-war era in which the UN was conceived then. We would be denying the cold, hard truth if we say that the United Nations is delivering as it should. On peace and security, its voice is too often drowned by the rivalries of great powers, while some nations simply ignore its resolutions and do as they please. Too often, the UN's blue helmet, once a symbol of moral authority, no longer commands the same respect. From the conflicts in Gaza to Ukraine, to the crisis in Sudan, DRC Congo, Somalia, and the Sahel, we see actors proceed undeterred by the United Nations calls. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya speaks from the experience of a nation deeply invested in multilateralism. For decades, we have placed our troops and police in harm's way for peacekeeping missions across Africa and beyond, from Somalia to Democratic Republic of Congo, from South Sudan to most recently in our neighborhood here in Haiti. Over the past 15 months, we are proud to have led the multinational security support mission in Haiti, not because it has been easy, but because solidarity is the essence of the United Nations. Madam President, the mandate of the MSS mission is coming to an end in a few days. As the lead nation, allow me to briefly share our experiences, the successes and the challenges, as both a cautionary tale and a living lesson about the strengths and weaknesses of the current global security governance architecture. For far too long, the people of Haiti called out to the world. Too often, their pleas were met with silence, hesitation, or half measures. Haiti became a tragic reminder of what happens when the international community looks away, prevaricates, or offers half-hearted support. When Kenya responded to the quest for the Haitian authorities, it was in the belief that we were joining a genuinely multinational effort. we welcomed and fully embraced Resolution 2699, by which the United Nations Security Council authorized the MSS with Kenya as the lead nation. Drawing on our decades of peace support operations, we stepped forward, stepped up, and deployed our officers to confront the rampant menace of gang violence in Port-au-Prince and its environs. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the mission has operated in a volatile environment under enormous constraints. It has been underfunded, under-equipped, and operated below 40% of its authorized personnel strength. Our police officers have valiantly shouldered responsibilities without the full logistical support that would accompany any mission sanctioned by the United Nations. Despite these challenges, and against all odds, the MSS has delivered results many thought were impossible. The presidential palace, once under siege from gangs, is today restored as the seat of government. The police headquarters and the police training center, once overrun by gangs, are now secure, with the academy resuming the training of new police officers, over 700 of whom graduated a few months ago. Schools that have been shattered by violence have reopened, with children back in class, learning and progressing. Roads once manned or blocked by gangs have now free-flowing traffic. Cases of kidnapping and extortion have reduced sharply. The airport and the seaport, once surrounded by gangs, are now abuzz with normal operations. Which begs the question, if so much could be achieved with limited resources and stretched personnel within just 15 months, what more could have been accomplished if the United Nations fraternity had truly acted together in solidarity with the people of Haiti? From this podium, I wish to assure all partners and actors that with the right personnel, adequate resources, appropriate equipment, and necessary logistics, Haiti's security can be restored. Gangs can be neutralized and the safety of streets, schools, hospitals, and homes secured. The continued harassment, abductions, and criminal acts undermining the lives of Haitians are unacceptable, unjustifiable, and must be stopped by this organization, the United Nations. Madam President, as the UN Security Council deliberates on the next steps, we must not lose sight of the fact that the situation in Haiti demands sustained, coordinated, and undivided international attention. A careful and orderly transition from MSS is essential to consolidate the hard-won gains so far achieved. I urge the Security Council and all partners to remain steadfast in ensuring that Haiti moves forward on a path of peace, stability, and renewal. Ladies and gentlemen, on human rights, our principle is clear and unwavering. The protection of civilians and respect for humanitarian law cannot be applied selectively. We cannot condemn suffering in one place and turn a blind eye in another. Kenya is gravely concerned by the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and by the immense suffering of civilians caught in the devastation of disproportionate military operations. At the same time, we call for the unconditional release of Israeli hostages. In line with the African Union and United Nations resolutions, we also call for a permanent ceasefire, for strict adherence to international humanitarian law, and for the launch of a credible political process. Only through such a process can the vision of a two-state solution be realized, where Israel and Palestine live side by side in peace, security, and stability. Kenya is equally deeply troubled by the worsening humanitarian situation in Sudan, where innocent citizens are caught in the crossfire of a needless war. We fully endorse the Quad, comprising Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States, in affirming that there cannot be a military solution and that only political dialogue offers a viable path forward. We join the Quad in urging all parties, including SAF, RSF, and the external actors, to respect Sudan's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and firmly reject any attempts to divide the country, reaffirming our unwavering support for a unified Sudan for the benefit of all its people. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, those who look to the future with a clear vision know that climate change is not only the single greatest threat of our age, but also one of the greatest transformation opportunities of our time. The global stocktake has made it plain that the world is off track. Current national determined contributions are steering us towards temperature rises far beyond any safe threshold. This is the difference between survival on one hand and devastation for millions across the world on the other. Kenya and Africa are not passive victims of this crisis. We are taking bold steps showing that climate action is not only possible, but can also be the foundation for inclusive growth. We are building a climate-resilient society by embedding adaptation into every sector, from agriculture and energy to infrastructure and livelihoods, to sustainable mining and artificial intelligence. This ambition is visible on the ground. Today, 93% of Kenya's electricity comes from renewable sources: geothermal, wind, solar, and hydro. We are expanding investments in e-mobility, climate-smart agriculture, clean cooking solutions, and green manufacturing. We are also pioneering nature-compatible solutions such as sustainable waste management and circular economy interventions. Africa, too, is uniting its voice. In 2023, in Nairobi, we hosted the inaugural Africa Climate Summit, where the continent adopted the Nairobi Declaration on Climate Action and Call to Action. Just 2 weeks ago, in Addis Ababa, Africa came together once more at the second Africa Climate Summit to reaffirm our commitment and strengthen our ambition for climate-positive growth. We declared Africa not just as a victim of the crisis, but as a source of solutions, with climate action driving economic growth, transformation, and job creation for our communities. Ambition, ladies and gentlemen, cannot stand on willpower alone. Implementing our new NDCs will require US $56 billion. That is why we call on the global community to unlock the US $300 billion agreed at Baku, and to accelerate negotiations towards the new $1.3 trillion goal under the Baku-Belém roadmap. Without affordable finance and without reform of the international financial architecture, the promise of climate action in Africa will remain constrained. Madam President, in the aftermath of World War II, the Bretton Woods institutions were created to stabilize the global economy and rebuild war-torn Europe. At that time, their design reflected the power and interest of the victorious nations, who were also their primary shareholders and beneficiaries. The IMF was tasked with upholding the gold standard exchange rate system, while the World Bank was established to finance Europe's reconstruction. Both have since evolved into development finance institutions, but their structures, decision-making, and governance remains dominated by wealthy nations. Today, the global context is vastly different. The global standard collapsed 5 decades ago, and Europe has long since been rebuilt. Yet, the governance of these institutions has not kept pace with needs of a multipolar world, especially the needs of poor and developing nations. The mismatch between shareholders and stakeholders has become starkly visible. For instance, during the IMF's recent allocation of special drawing rights, 64% went to wealthy nations. Just imagine, 64%. With little need for liquidity support. They didn't need the money anyway, but they got 64%. While the poorer countries received just 2.4%. What a disconnect. The imbalance highlights how the very institutions meant to safeguard global finance stability often perpetuate inequality and instability. I have argued, and I say it again, that the current global financial architecture punishes poor countries with high interest rates and enormous conditionalities while rewarding rich nations with lower interest rates and softer lending rates. Its rules, priorities, and allocation mechanisms consistently favor those already prosperous, while trapping vulnerable economies in cycles of debt, high borrowing costs, and inadequate access to emergency support and concessional funding. It is imperative to transform these institutions into genuinely independent, apolitical global bodies that their operations are aligned with their global mandate. Such a shift would democratize decision-making, restore credibility, and allow the IMF and the World Bank to serve all countries fairly rather than reinforcing old hierarchies. But Africa is not merely waiting for external prescriptions. We are taking bold and deliberate steps to strengthen our financial independence, safeguard our stability, and accelerate our development. Kenya, for instance, fully endorses the establishment of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, launched with the Africa Union in February 2024. This alliance brings together our homegrown banks, Afrexim Bank, the Africa Finance Corporation, the Trade and Development Bank, Shelter Africa Re, Africa Development Bank, Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance, and ZEPRI, institutions that embody Africa's determination to mobilize resources, finance trade, and build resilience on our own terms. At the same time, the Africa Union is championing 3 transformative institutions: the Africa Central Bank, which will issue a single currency and free our trade from dependence on foreign money; the Africa Monetary Fund, positioned to stabilize our economies and give us true financial sovereignty; and the Africa Investment Bank, designed to mobilize resources for infrastructure, industrialization, and integration that Africa needs to rise. And to complete this vision, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, one that understands our realities, values our uniqueness, and tells our story with fairness and truth, has already been established. Excellencies, as we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, Africa also marks 20 years since the Ezulwini Consensus and the City Declaration, the 2 historic milestones that establishes the common African position on UN Security Council reforms. For 2 decades, Africa has spoken in one voice, demanding justice, equity, and representation in the highest organ of global governance. This demand, however, continues to be ignored, deferred, or endlessly debated to the detriment of both Africa and the legitimacy of the United Nations itself. You cannot claim to be the United Nations while disregarding the voice of 54 nations. It is not possible. Africa is no longer willing to wait on the margins of global governance while decisions about peace, security, and development are made without our understanding, without our perspectives, and without our voice. Africa's exclusion is not only unacceptable, unfair, and grossly unjust, it also undermines the very credibility of the United Nations, this organization. Africa dominates most of the Security Council agenda, provides some of the largest contingents of UN peacekeeping forces, and bears the heaviest costs of instability. Yet we remain the only continent without a permanent seat at the main table where decisions about our destiny are made. Africa deserves, ladies and gentlemen, at the very least, 2 permanent seats with full rights, including the right to veto, and 2 additional non-permanent seats on the United Nations Security Council. The world must understand that reforming the Security Council is not a favor to Africa or to anybody. It is a necessity for the United Nations' own survival. If the United Nations is to remain relevant in this century, it must reflect today's realities, not the post-war power arrangements of 1945. Madam President, despite the stated and evident weaknesses of the United Nations, it still remains humanity's best chance at global solidarity. No other institution has the universal legitimacy or convening power of the UN. From coordinating humanitarian relief in times of war and disaster, to mobilizing the global response to COVID-19, to driving consensus on climate change through the Paris Agreement, the UN has consistently shown that the world can achieve together what no nation can accomplish on its own, however mighty or great or powerful. As Dag Hammarskjöld, the UN's Second Secretary General, once observed, and I quote, "The United Nations was not created to take humanity to heaven, but to save it from hell." End of quote. That mission is as urgent today as it was 8 decades ago. At a time when conflicts are multiplying, when climate change threatens every economy, and when inequality is widening, the need for a functioning, credible, effective, and a multilateral system has never been greater. It is through the UN that nations have pooled resources to vaccinate billions of children, to protect refugees from through the work of the UNHCR, and to keep the peace in more than 70 missions across the world. Without the UN, these achievements, modest though they may sometimes seem, would not have been possible. That is why we must resist the temptation to give up on the UN or abandon it. We must make it fit for purpose, reform its structures, strengthen its mandate, and ensure its decisions reflect today's realities rather than the geopolitical map of a bygone era. As one of the hosts of the UN headquarters and the only one in the Global South, Kenya stands ready to do its part to enable the organization to go through this phase of renewal successfully as envisaged by the Secretary General under UN 80 reforms. In conclusion, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations must be more than a commemoration. It must be a turning point for the organization. Let us seize this moment to reimagine and rebuild the UN into a body that commands legitimacy, responds with speed, and delivers justice for all. I thank you, and God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency, Santiago Peña Palacios, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta de la Asamblea
Madam
General,
President of the General Assembly,
distinguidos jefes de Estado y de
distinguished
Gobierno,
heads of state and
estimados
government,
ministros de Relaciones Exteriores,
distinguished
damas y
ministers
caballeros.
of foreign affairs, ladies and
Esta es
gentlemen.
mi tercera
This
intervención
is
en la
my
Asamblea
third
General
address
de las
to
Naciones
the
Unidas.
United Nations General Assembly.
Es sin duda un
It
enorme
is without
privilegio y
doubt an
honor
immense
representar al
privilege and an
Paraguay
honor to
en
represent
este magno foro.
Paraguay in
Un
this
país que
magnificent
quizás
forum,
geográficamente
a
parece
country which
pequeño,
may look small
pero
on
es
the
un
map,
gigante en
but
su espíritu
is a
y sus
giant in its
potencialidades.
spirit and potential.
Por ello, al volar hasta Nueva York desde lejos,
As I flew
pensé en
into New
empezar
York
este
from afar,
discurso
I was thinking
expresando
that I
la
might
alegría que
begin my
siento por
speech by
tener la
sharing the
oportunidad
joy that
de
I feel
contarles
at having the
las grandes
opportunity
cosas que
to
esperan
tell
al
you
Paraguay.
about the great things that lie
Sin
ahead
embargo,
for Paraguay.
los sucesos
However, the
acaecidos
events
en los
of
últimos
recent
meses
days
y días hacen
and
que esto
months
sea
make
simplemente
this simply
imposible.
impossible.
En su lugar, penosamente debo empezar
Instead,
recordando la anécdota
with regret,
del
I
gran
must
historiador
begin by
alemán
recalling
Theodor
the anecdote
Mommsen,
of the
quien,
great
al
German
recibir el premio
historian
Nobel en
Theodor Mommsen,
1903,
who, upon receiving the
pidió a
Nobel
su
Prize
público que
in
no aplaudiera
1903,
tras su discurso
asked
de
his audience
aceptación.
not to applaud after
Los
his
tiempos,
acceptance speech.
dijo
The
apesumbrado,
times, he said
son demasiado
sorrowfully,
graves para
are too
eso.
grave for that.
Los años siguientes confirmarían
The
plenamente
years
su
that
intuición.
followed fully confirmed his
Creo
intuition.
que exactamente lo mismo puede decirse
I
ahora.
believe exactly the same
En
thing can be
efecto,
said today.
en estos días hemos
Indeed,
visto que el
in
mal,
recent times we
la
have witnessed that
ideologización
evil, radical
la intolerancia, son
ideologization,
desafortunadamente reales
intolerance
y están
are
enraizados en
unfortunately
ciertos
real and
sectores de
embedded
nuestras
in
sociedades.
certain sectors of our societies.
Todavía estoy conmocionado y
I
también triste y
remain
afligido
shaken,
por las
saddened,
imágenes
and
chocantes
distressed
de
by
dos
the
cobardes e
shocking images of
incomprensibles
two
atentados
cowardly and
políticos.
incomprehensible
Primero,
political
la
attacks.
intolerancia, el
First,
odio, se
intolerance
llevaron
and
la vida de
hatred,
un
which
gran
took
ser
the
humano,
life of a great
Miguel
human
Uribe,
being,
el
Miguel
precandidato
Uribe, the
presidencial
Colombian
colombiano,
presidential
quien fue asesinado
pre-candidate
en
who
público
was
durante
assassinated
un
in public
recorrido en
while
una plaza.
touring a square,
Los
while
fantasmas de la
on a national
violencia
tour.
que
Ghosts
pensábamos era
of
cosa del
violence, which we
pasado para
thought were a
nuestros
thing
hermanos
of
de
the
Colombia.
past for our
Segundo,
Colombian brothers and
vimos que un
sisters.
joven soñador, Charlie
Second,
Kirk,
we saw a
era
young dreamer,
miserablemente
Charlie
arrebatado
Kirk,
de
who
su
was
esposa
miserably
y dos
torn
hijos
from his
por
wife
un
and two
único pecado:
children for one sole
defender sus
sin,
convicciones
defending
y
his
los valores con
convictions and
gran
values
elocuencia
with
y coraje.
eloquence and courage.
Ambos, en lugar de acudir a la violencia para
Both men,
imponer sus ideas,
rather than resorting to
recurrieron al
violence to
método
impose
más
their
cívico y
ideas,
pacífico
chose the most
posible:
civic and peaceful
el debate
method
libre,
possible,
abierto,
free,
franco,
open and frank
sin
debate,
eludir las
without
posiciones
evading controversial
controversiales, pero
positions,
siempre
yet
en el marco del
always
respeto.
within a framework of respect.
La respuesta ominosa, macabra,
The
nos
ominous,
tiene que
macabre
despertar de nuestro
response
somnoliento
must awaken us
estado
from
de
our slumber
complacencia.
of complacency.
Queridos amigos,
Dear
nuestros
friends,
valores, nuestra forma de
our
vida misma
values,
están en peligro.
our very way of life
La idea de
are
la
at risk.
democracia,
The idea of
venerable
democracy,
y genial creación
that
del
venerable and
genio
brilliant
griego,
creation of
que nos
Greek
permite
genius,
un
which
modus
allows
vivendi
us to have a
pacífico,
peaceful
a
modus
pesar de nuestras
vivendi,
diferencias,
despite our
se
differences,
encuentra hoy en riesgo.
is currently
Por ello, en tiempos
in
en los
jeopardy.
que la oscuridad busca apagar
Therefore,
la
in
luz,
times when
debemos
darkness
tomar
seeks to
posición.
extinguish the light, we must take a
No es
stand.
tiempo para tímidos, señores.
This is
O
no time
estamos
to be
del lado
timid.
correcto, de
Either
la
we
paz y
stand
la
on the
razón,
right side
o
of peace and
estamos con la
reason,
violencia
or we
y la
stand with
intolerancia.
violence and intolerance.
Nuestros hijos y nietos no olvidarán
Our
qué
children and
actitud
grandchildren will
hemos
not
tomado
forget
ante el
the
enorme
stance that we
desafío que
took when
enfrentamos.
faced with the immense challenge
Por eso
before
quiero
us.
ser muy claro con ustedes.
That's why I wish to be
La
very clear
violencia
with you.
política es inmoral,
Political violence is
intolerable
immoral,
y
intolerable,
profundamente
and
dañina.
profoundly harmful.
Debemos rechazarla sin
We must
matices.
reject it
Por
without
eso les
equivocation.
pido que digamos alto y
So
fuerte
let's say
no al
loudly
odio,
and clearly,
no a la
no to
violencia,
hatred, no to violence,
no al
and no
autoritarismo.
to
No
authoritarianism.
debemos subestimar la gravedad de lo que está
We
ocurriendo.
mustn't underestimate the
Estos no
gravity
son
of what's
casos
happening.
aislados.
These aren't
Son
isolated
patrones.
events. They are
La
patterns.
situación se ha venido agravando ante la mirada
The situation
impasible de
has
los
been
gobiernos
worsening
y de los
in light
movimientos
of
políticos.
political
La
movements.
polarización
There
y el
is
extremismo,
polarization and extremism
antes revelado
that
sutilmente
were
en
once
textos y discursos,
subtly revealed
hoy se
in
están
texts and speeches
materializando
that are
en
now
actos de
today
violencia reales.
materializing in acts
Hay
of
una
real
crisis
violence. There is a
de
crisis
creencia en las
of belief
instituciones.
in
Los
institutions.
ciudadanos simplemente ya no
Citizens
confían.
simply no
Nuestra
longer have
democracia,
trust.
esa democracia que
Our
por décadas
democracy,
ha
this
sido
is a
garantía
democracy which
de
for
los derechos
decades
más
guaranteed the
fundamentales del
most
ser humano,
basic human rights,
personificados en ese
embodied
magnífico
in that
instrumento que es la
magnificent instrument
Declaración
which is the
Universal
Universal
de los
Declaration
Derechos
of Human
Humanos,
Rights.
imperecedero logro del sistema de
The
Naciones Unidas,
everlasting achievement
está
of the United
sellada por
Nations
todos los
system
cuarteles y
is under
espectros,
siege from all
tanto por la
quarters,
izquierda
both on the
como por
left
la
and the
derecha.
right.
Y esto, señores,
And this, ladies and
puede ser un
gentlemen,
camino sin retorno.
might be a path of no
Esta
return.
situación de crisis
This
es el caldo
crisis
de cultivo
situation
perfecto
is
para el
the
autoritarismo,
perfect breeding
donde
ground
los
for
valores
authoritarianism,
democráticos se
where
erosionan.
democratic values
El
are eroded.
autoritarismo o su perverso
Authoritarianism
hermano
or its
gemelo,
perverse
el
twin,
populismo,
populism,
toman su lugar.
replaces it.
Paraguay ve con enorme preocupación las
Paraguay
restricciones al
views with great
ejercicio de
concern the
derechos fundamentales,
restrictions on the
como el
exercise of
acceso a la libre
fundamental rights,
información
such as
y la
access to free
libertad de
information and
expresión en
freedom of
algunos países
expression in
hermanos,
some sister
que ya son
countries.
demostraciones
These
palpables
are
que la crisis
already
es real
palpable
y es
demonstrations
profunda.
that the crisis is real
Así,
and far-reaching.
lamentablemente, la
Thus,
situación en
regrettably,
Venezuela
the
se ha vuelto
situation in Venezuela
verdaderamente
has become
alarmante.
truly alarming.
A las violaciones sistemáticas de los derechos
Systematic
humanos
violations of
y las
human rights and
libertades
fundamental freedoms are being
fundamentales se
compounded
suman
by
acciones contrarias al
actions that are
derecho
contrary to international
internacional y la
law
persecución a
and the
líderes
persecution
políticos.
of political leaders.
El proceso electoral de julio del
The electoral
2024
process in July
pisoteó la voluntad
2024
del pueblo
trampled the will
venezolano.
of the Venezuelan people.
7 millones de
7
venezolanos
million
han
of
abandonado su
Venezuelans
patria.
have left
La
their
mayor
homeland.
crisis
This is the
migratoria
largest
en la
migratory
historia del
crisis in the
hemisferio
history
occidental.
of the Western Hemisphere.
En Nicaragua,
In
por otro
Nicaragua,
lado,
meanwhile,
la
the
persecución a
persecution
opositores
of political
políticos
opponents
persiste y
persists
se expande
and is
agresivamente.
expanding aggressively.
La situación de los derechos humanos
The
y las garantías
situation of
fundamentales
human
es
rights and
demasiado
fundamental
grave.
guarantees
Han
is
expulsado a
dire.
órdenes religiosas
Entire
completas,
religious
han
orders have been
despojado de la
expelled.
nacionalidad a cientos de
Hundreds of
nicaragüenses cuyo
Nicaraguans have
único
been stripped
crimen
of their
fue
nationality
disentir.
for the sole
Incluso la
crime of
Iglesia Católica es
dissenting.
perseguida,
Even the Catholic
algo
Church is being
impensable en América
persecuted,
Latina.
something that was once unthinkable
Paraguay
in Latin
conoce
America.
mejor que nadie la calamidad del
Paraguay
autoritarismo y
knows
la
better than
dictadura,
most the
pues
calamity of
vivimos el régimen
authoritarianism and
militar más largo
dictatorship,
en el
having lived
continente
through the
del siglo
longest
XX,
military regime on
cuyas
the continent in the
cicatrices
20th
aún
century.
no cerraron del
The
todo.
scars of this have not yet
Por
fully
eso no
healed.
podemos ni debemos
We therefore
permanecer en
cannot
silencio
and
mientras
must not
nuestros
stand
hermanos
silent while our
latinoamericanos
Latin American
sufren
brothers
la
and
misma
sisters
opresión
suffer
que
the
ha
same
marcado a fuego
oppression
nuestro
that
pasado.
marked our own
La
past.
crisis de la democracia, amigos,
The
no
crisis
se
of
resuelve con
democracy,
mano
friends,
dura
will
ni
not be
censura,
resolved with
ni
an iron
autoritarismo,
fist, nor with
ni mucho menos
censorship,
con
nor
violencia.
authoritarianism.
Debemos
Much
resistir
less so,
a estos
still
allentes.
resist these
La
alluring
crisis de la
imposters.
democracia, como decía el filósofo
As the
italiano
Italian philosopher Norberto
se
Bobbio
resuelve de
said,
una
crises
sola
of
manera,
democracy are
con más
resolved in one
democracia.
way only, with more
No
democracy.
con fantoches autoritarios,
Not with
ni con
authoritarian
odio o
charlatans,
intolerancia.
nor with hatred or
Debemos
intolerance.
responder
We
con
must
más
respond with
democracia,
more
más
democracy,
república,
more
más tolerancia,
republicanism, more
más
tolerance, more
diálogo,
dialogue,
más derechos,
more rights,
más libertad.
more freedom.
La razón de ser, la esencia de las Naciones
The
Unidas
raison d'être,
es ser
the
el
essence of the
mantenimiento de
United
la
Nations
paz.
is and shall
Sin embargo,
remain the maintenance of
mientras nos
peace.
reunimos aquí,
Yet,
más de
while we are
120
meeting here,
conflictos
more than
armados nos
120 armed
demuestran lo grave
conflicts
que puede ser el
show just
fracaso de
how
nuestras
serious the failure of
instituciones.
our institutions
El
can be.
Paraguay extiende su solidaridad
Paraguay
con
extends
todas
its
las
solidarity
víctimas
to
de los
all victims
conflictos
of armed
armados
conflict
y
and
aboga
calls
una
once
vez más
again
por
for
la
the
resolución
peaceful
pacífica de las
settlement of
controversias.
disputes.
Resalto hoy particularmente la
I stress
dolorosa
today in
situación en
particular the
Haití,
painful situation
el
in
momento
Haiti,
de una acción decidida y coordinada por parte
the
de las
time
Naciones
for decisive
Unidas
and
y
coordinated
en
action
especial
by
del
the United
Consejo de
Nations and in
Seguridad
particular
es
the
ahora.
Security Council is
El Paraguay
now.
lo sabe y está
Paraguay
listo para
knows this
ayudar ayudar
and stands
al
ready
pueblo
to assist the
haitiano
Haitian
que
people
ya no
who
puede
can wait
esperar.
no longer.
Por otro lado, quiero poner de relieve una
Furthermore, I
situación
wish
que
to
va más
highlight
allá de
a
los conflictos
situation that
armados,
goes beyond
pero
armed
que reviste
conflict,
la misma
but
gravedad.
which highlights the same
Enfrentamos
seriousness, we are facing a silent but devastating crisis, the collapse of global supply chains.
La pandemia nos mostró
The
cuán
pandemic
frágiles
showed us
eran.
just how
La
fragile
guerra
they
en
were.
Ucrania las
The war in
tensó aún
Ukraine
más.
strained them
Y
further.
ahora,
And
la
now,
fragmentación geopolítica
geopolitical
amenaza
fragmentation
con
threatens
romperlas
to break them
definitivamente.
definitively.
El mundo necesita
The
urgentemente
world
cadenas de
urgently needs
suministro más
supply chains
confiables,
that are more
más
reliable, more
diversificadas,
diversified,
más
more
resilientes.
resilient.
No podemos
We
seguir
cannot
dependiendo
continue
de
depending on
sistemas
systems
que colocan la
that place
eficiencia por
efficiency
encima de la
above
seguridad,
security,
el costo
cost
por encima de la
above
confiabilidad.
reliability.
Quiero ser claro,
I want to be clear
no
here.
todas las asociaciones
Not all
comerciales
trade
son
partnerships
iguales.
are the same.
Debemos ser cuidadosos con modelos económicos
We must be
engañosos
cautious about
que vienen
deceptive economic
acompañados
models
de
that
autoritarismo
come along
político,
with political
vigilancia masiva
authoritarianism, mass
y erosión de
surveillance, and the
libertades
erosion of
fundamentales.
fundamental freedoms.
Cuando aceptamos inversiones que
When we
comprometen
agree
nuestra
to investments
soberanía,
that compromise
cuando
our sovereignty,
permitimos que
when we
nuestra
allow our critical infrastructure to
dependa de
depend
regímenes
on authoritarian
autoritarios,
regimes,
estamos simplemente hipotecando no solo nuestra
simply are
economía,
gambling
sino
with not
nuestra
only our
democracia.
economy but also our
Por eso,
democracy.
abogamos por una integración más
Therefore, we call
profunda entre
for
nuestros
deeper
países,
integration among
basada
our
no solo
countries,
en el
based not only
comercio,
on trade,
sino
but
en
on
valores
shared
compartidos.
values.
El Estado de
These are
Derecho,
the rule of
las
law,
libertades individuales,
individual freedoms,
una economía de mercado libre,
a free market
la
economy,
defensa de la
the defense
familia
of the traditional
tradicional
family,
y el derecho a la vida
and
desde la
the
concepción
right to
del
life
ser humano.
from conception.
Por eso, la política exterior del
That is
Paraguay
why
no se
Paraguay's
basa en
foreign
puros
policy is not
intereses
based on mere
económicos, sino en esos
economic
valores
interests, but
y
rather
principios
on these
compartidos.
shared values and principles.
Por estas razones, el Paraguay no
For these
puede
reasons,
ni
Paraguay
debe
cannot
esquivar
and
las
must
realidades
not
que desafían
evade
la
the
paz
realities
mundial.
that are challenging
La
world peace.
prudencia diplomática no puede convertirse
Diplomatic
en
prudence
complicidad
cannot
silenciosa.
become silent
Es
complicity.
precisamente
It is
en estos
exactly
momentos
at
cuando los
these
principios que
times
nos
that the
definen como
principles
nación
that define us as a democratic
deben
nation
traducirse
should be
en
translated
posiciones
into
claras e
clear and
inequívocas
unequivocal
con sus
positions
amigos
with
y
our
aliados.
friends and allies.
Paraguay reafirma aquí su
Paraguay
posición
reaffirms
sin
here its
ambigüedades.
unambiguous
Israel
position.
tiene el derecho
Israel has the
legítimo a
legitimate right
defenderse.
to defend itself.
Los ataques terroristas del 7
The
de
terrorist
octubre del
attacks on the 7th
2023
of
contra
October
civiles
2023
israelíes
against
fueron
Israeli
actos
civilians
de barbarie
were
grotescos que
grotesque
ninguna
acts of
causa puede
barbarity which
justificar.
no cause can justify.
Rechazamos cualquier
We
intento de
reject
equiparar
any biased
sesgadamente
attempt
la
to equate the
responsabilidad
responsibility
entre las
of
autoridades
Israel's democratically
democráticamente
elected
elegidas de Israel
authorities
y los líderes
with
del
that
grupo
of the
terrorista
leaders of
Hamas.
the terrorist group
El
Hamas.
antisemitismo, señores, como
Anti-Semitism,
los
ladies and
hechos diarios lo
gentlemen, as
demuestran,
daily events
no
show us,
es un accidente del siglo
is
XX.
no accident of the
Está
20th
vivo y
century.
está fuerte.
It is alive
Forma
and
parte
kicking.
de ese ciclo de violencia
It forms
irracional
part
y
of
de
that
odio
irrational
del
cycle
que
of
hablaba al
violence and
inicio de
hatred
mis
that I
palabras.
referred to at the start of my
Debo
statement.
confesar aquí
And I must
que
confess
nunca he
here that I have
entendido
never
cómo tanta
understood
gente ha
how
adoptado esta
so
horrible
many
visión
have
del
adopted this
mundo,
appalling worldview,
dado que el
given how
pueblo
much
judío ha
the
dado
Jewish
tanto
people have
material,
contributed
cultural y
materially,
espiritualmente al
culturally,
mundo.
and spiritually to
Y
the
sin
world.
embargo,
Yet,
lamentablemente, esa
lamentably,
perversión
this
sigue
perversion
entre
persists
nosotros.
among us.
La única respuesta
The
es
only
estar
answer
alertos.
is
No al
to remain
odio.
vigilant, to say
Shoah
no to hatred.
nunca más.
Shoah never
Es
again.
por eso que el Paraguay ha
That is
sido
why Paraguay
uno
was
de los
one of the
primeros
first
países
countries
del
in the
mundo en
world to
designar tanto a
designate both
Hezbollah como a
Hezbollah
Hamas
and
como
Hamas as
organizaciones
international
terroristas
terrorist
internacionales
organizations,
y siempre ha censurado
and why it
profundamente
has
sus acciones
consistently
malvadas.
condemned their wicked acts.
Condeno decididamente a estas
I
organizaciones
decisively
criminales
condemn
una vez
these
más
criminal
hoy
organizations
ante todos
before you
ustedes.
all again today.
Mi país seguirá
My country will
oponiéndose a
continue
quienes
to
nieguen el
oppose
valor
those
sagrado
who
de la
deny
vida
the
humana,
sacred value of
idea
human life,
fundamental en la
a
visión
fundamental
paraguaya
idea
sobre
that
el ser
underpins
humano.
Paraguay's vision of the
Hacemos
human
también un llamado
person.
urgente para la implementación
We also
de una
urgently appeal
solución
for the
que
implementation of a
alivie la
solution that
situación
will
humanitaria
alleviate the
en
humanitarian
territorio
situation
palestino,
in the Palestinian
ponga fin a
territories,
la
bringing an
violencia
end to the
y
violence
garantice
and
la liberación
securing the
inmediata de
immediate
los
release
rehenes,
of the hostages,
promoviendo un diálogo
promoting a
constructivo
constructive
que
dialogue
conduzca
that leads
hacia la
towards
convivencia
peaceful
pacífica entre
coexistence
ambos
between
pueblos
both peoples
y sea fuente
and
de
lays lays the foundations for a lasting peace in the Middle East.
La diplomacia principista del Paraguay
Paraguay's extremely principled diplomacy based on conviction rather than mere convenience also explains the moral stance that we have taken with regard to another democracy facing existential threats. Consistency in defending democratic values doesn't allow for selective geographies or calculations of convenience. Principles, when they are genuine, stand by their intrinsic worth, not by their political profitability. Paraguay has proudly maintained 67 years of diplomatic relations with the Republic of China, Taiwan. This friendship, forged through shared democratic values, has shown that cooperation between nations can be based on more than mere interest. Certainly, this decision costs us dearly economically, but believe me, the value of doing what is right is priceless. The growing tensions in the Taiwan Strait deeply concern us. Increasingly aggressive military exercises, constant aerial incursions, bellicose rhetoric. All of this points towards a dangerous escalation that could destabilize not only Asia, but the entire global order. Ladies and gentlemen, let it be said without timidity or pusillanimity, Taiwan deserves a place in this forum. Allow me to repeat it. Taiwan deserves a place in this forum. This is a matter of strict justice. Its exclusion from the UN system is an affront which undermines the legitimacy of our institutions. 23 million decent, hard-working and dignified people cannot remain invisible to multilateralism. Ladies and gentlemen, as in other cases, the question of Taiwan and its international status must inevitably form part of the discussions of this General Assembly. It is time to uproot this tree of injustice which has grown for decades and to give a place to Taiwan, China in the United Nations. These principled positions based on conviction and not convenience give Paraguay something relatively scarce these days, which is genuine moral authority to discuss the problems that afflict us. Against this backdrop of global crisis, Paraguay stands as an intermediate power with a central role in building consensus and strengthening the multilateral systems. Our words are backed up with facts. Paraguay has a characteristic constructive spirit in multilateral debates. In line with our active leading role, my country is currently a member of the Economic and Social Council, and we have national experts on the Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, the Human Rights Committee, the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and the International Narcotics Control Board, as well as the Advisory Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Questions, among others. Over the term 2026 to 2027, we aspire to the presidency of the Bureau of the Sixth Committee of the General Assembly, and we shall take up membership in the PBC. Dear friends, Paraguay stands ready to take its place in the concert of nations, not as a mere voice on the periphery, but rather as a true protagonist seeking solutions to global problems. Thus, Paraguay accepts and commits to the objectives set out in the Secretary-General's UN 80 initiative. These include the quest for greater efficiency in resource use, simplification of processes, and the review of mandate implementation. We therefore demand the implementation of geographic balance in the appointment of the next Secretary-General. This would strengthen the legitimacy and representation of this organization. In this
Estamos
process, we are
convencidos debe
convinced
mirarse a
that we must
nuestra
pay
región,
attention, that attention must be paid
que
to our
cuenta
region.
con candidaturas que cumplen
Since
con
we
los
have
más
candidates
altos
meeting the
estándares de
highest standards of
experiencia,
experience,
integridad,
integrity,
visión y
vision,
sobre todo
and above all,
liderazgo para generar
leadership.
puentes
Leadership
que
to
nos
build
ayuden a
bridges,
superar
helping us to
los
overcome
desafíos con
challenges
impacto global
that
y
are
riesgos
global
sistémicos.
in nature and that
Por eso,
also pose
Paraguay
systemic risk.
exige la reforma
We
profunda del
therefore
Consejo
call
de
for a
Seguridad
deep reform of the
para
Security
evitar que se
Council
vuelva
to prevent
prescindible
it
dentro de un
becoming
multilateralismo que
dispensable within a
precisa dar
multilateral
soluciones
system
a
that
los
must
numerosos
provide
conflictos
solutions to the
actuales,
numerous current
tanto
conflicts,
aquellos
both
entre estados
those between
como los
states and
causados
those
por
caused
actores
by
no estatales.
non-state actors.
Por eso, pedimos aquí posiciones más
We
flexibles
call,
para que el
therefore, for
Consejo
more
de
flexible
Seguridad
positions so that the
vuelva a ser
Security Council
verdaderamente
can once again
representativo
become
en su
truly
membresía
representative in its
y
membership
recupere la
and regain
eficacia en el
effectiveness
cumplimiento de
as
su
it fulfills
misión.
its mission.
Reclamamos la
We
eliminación
call
del
for the
veto,
elimination of the
lo que
veto,
dará más legitimidad
which
al
would bestow
organismo
greater
y
legitimacy on the
permitirá
body and
que la
would
ONU,
enable
como
the UN
organización
as a
universal,
universal
vuelva a ser
organization
protagonista
to
en
once
la
again play a
determinación de
leading
las
role
soluciones
in
a los grandes
finding
desafíos que
solutions to
enfrenta
the great
nuestro mundo.
challenges facing our world.
Señora Presidenta,
Madam
distinguidos
President,
delegados,
distinguished delegates,
sé que el panorama que he presentado
I
hasta
know
aquí
that the picture
no
I've
es el
painted
mejor,
here is not the
incluso es sombrío,
brightest. Indeed, it
pero he
is
preferido
rather
hablar con la
somber.
verdad, sin rodeos,
But I
para no
prefer to
subestimar
speak
la gravedad de
truthfully
nuestra
so
situación
as to not
actual.
underestimate the
Y
gravity of
aún
our
así,
current situation.
optimista de
And
alma
yet,
como soy,
optimistic as I
no
am,
puedo evitar
I can't
decirlo.
avoid saying this.
Miro al futuro con una gran esperanza.
I look to the future
Como
with
dijo el
great
gran
hope.
escritor
As the great
William
writer
Faulkner,
William
yo
Faulkner
creo que
said,
la
I
humanidad no
believe that
solo
humanity
perdurará,
will not merely
sino
endure,
prevalecerá.
it will prevail.
Con todos nuestros defectos,
With all of our
cuando trabajamos
flaws,
en
when we work
conjunto,
together,
cuando anteponemos la
when we
solidaridad
place
sobre los
solidarity above
separatismos,
division,
el diálogo sobre la
dialogue above
violencia, la
violence,
tolerancia sobre el
tolerance
odio,
above hatred,
la humanidad es capaz de
humanity
grandes
is
cosas.
capable of great things.
La construcción del futuro
Building the
no es
future
posible solo
is not
formulando un
possible
deseo.
merely by
La
wishing
construcción del
it.
futuro
Building the
requiere
future
intención,
requires
persistencia,
intention,
constancia
persistence,
y disciplina.
constancy and
Siempre
discipline.
digo y hoy lo
I
repito,
always say, and I'll
no
repeat
hay
it here today,
atajos para el
there are no
desarrollo,
shortcuts to
solo
development,
existe el trabajo duro.
just hard work.
Pero las palabras ya no bastan. Nuestros pueblos
But words are
están
no longer
hartos
enough.
de las
Our
promesas
peoples
vacías,
are tired of empty
de declaraciones
promises, of grandiose
grandilocuentes que no se
declarations that
traducen
don't
en pan
lead to
sobre la
bread on the
mesa,
table,
en seguridad en las
safety in
calles,
their
en
streets,
educación
or
para sus
education
hijos.
for their children.
Como cualquier relación cuya
Just
confianza
like in
ha
any
sido rota,
relationship where trust
la
is broken
clave para
down,
recobrarla
the
es
key
mostrar
to
resultados.
recovering it is to show
La democracia
results.
debe demostrar que puede cumplir,
Democracy must
que puede generar
demonstrate that it can
prosperidad,
deliver, that
que
it can
puede
generate
asegurar la
prosperity,
justicia,
and it can
que
secure
puede ofrecer
justice, offer
esperanza,
hope, be a
que puede
democracy
ser una
with
democracia con
a
rostro humano,
human face
con contenido
and
social,
with a social
como la que han
heart,
defendido los grandes
as defended by
ideólogos
the
de mi
great
propia
thinkers of my
nucleación
own
política,
political
como
movement,
Ignacio
such as
Apane,
Ignacio
Fulgencio R.
Apane,
Moreno o
Juan
León
León
Mallorquín.
Mallorquín, and Fulgencio
Todo
R. Moreno.
esto lo ha venido demostrando mi partido
My party
en
has been
función del
demonstrating
gobierno del
all of
Paraguay
this in
en las
office in
últimas
Paraguay
décadas,
over the last few
de que es
decades.
posible
We
crecer
have been showing that it is
económicamente con
possible to
justicia,
grow
con
economically with
democracia y
justice,
con
with
derechos
democracy,
humanos.
and with human rights.
No lo digo con arrogancia,
I'm
sino
not
con la
saying this
humildad que nos
arrogantly, but
caracteriza a
rather
todos los
with the
paraguayos.
humility that
Humildad
characterizes
que nace de una
Paraguayans.
historia de
This is a
grandeza,
humility
pero
born of a
también de una
history of
historia de
greatness, but
sufrimiento.
also suffering.
Los paraguayos conocemos el
Paraguayans
eterno
know the
ciclo del
eternal
renacimiento,
cycle of
el
rebirth,
surgimiento,
of
la crisis, la tragedia.
of
Hemos tenido que
suffering, crisis,
reinventarnos y
tragedy. We
resurgir
have
de
had
la
to
ceniza.
reinvent ourselves
Y en ese
and
noble
rise from the
proceso construimos el
ashes. And
Paraguay
in
de
that
hoy.
noble process, we have
Finalmente
built the
está
Paraguay
siendo
that
reconocido por lo
today
que
is
es,
finally being recognized for
un
what it
gigante
is,
que resurge.
a giant that is
Mientras el
re-emerging.
mundo se tambalea, nosotros
While the
estamos
world is
construyendo
faltering,
algo
we are
diferente,
building something
un modelo que
different.
funciona,
A model that
un
is
modelo que
working,
genera
a model that
confianza porque
inspires
genera
confidence because it's
resultados.
delivering
Los
results.
números hablan por sí solos.
The numbers speak
Tuvimos
for
un crecimiento
themselves.
económico
We
del
have seen
5.2%
economic
en
growth
el
of
primer semestre del
5.9%
in the first quarter of this year, while at the same time the regional average barely reached 2%. Our inflation stands controlled at 4.2%, which is
Avanzamos
below the
firmemente hacia la
regional average.
convergencia fiscal
We are advancing
post-pandemia.
firmly towards
Nuestro déficit
post-pandemic
fiscal
fiscal
vuelve al
convergence. Our fiscal
1,5%
deficit
para el
has
próximo
returned
año.
to 1.5% in the national
se
budget for
encuentra
next
hoy
year.
en los mínimos
Our unemployment
históricos.
levels have fallen to historic
Pero el
lows,
crecimiento sin justicia
5.6% in the
social
first
es
quarter
vacío.
this year.
Por eso
But
implementamos
growth without
programas
social
ambiciosos que
justice
están
is
transformando la
worthless.
vida
That's why we
de
are
las
implementing ambitious
personas más
programs to
vulnerables.
transform lives.
Nuestro programa de hambre cero en
Our
las
Zero
escuelas
Hunger in Schools
alimenta
program
diariamente a más de 1
feeds
millón
more
de
than
niños
1
en
million
7.000
children a
escuelas.
day in 7,000
Cherogapura está
schools.
convirtiendo a miles de familias
Cherogapura is
trabajadoras
turning
en
thousands of
propietarias
working
de su
families
propia
into
vivienda.
homeowners.
Por primera vez,
For the
el
first
Estado
time,
ofrece
the
créditos
state is
hipotecarios
offering
con cuotas
mortgages with
equivalentes a lo que
a
sería un
payments
alquiler.
equivalent to rent,
Transformamos un gasto
transforming
mensual
a
en
monthly
patrimonio
expense
familiar.
into family wealth.
Resalto que 120.000
I stress
personas
that
salieron de la pobreza en solo un año. La
1,000
pobreza extrema
people
cayó
emerged
al
from poverty in a single
4.1,
year.
el nivel más bajo de
Extreme
nuestra
poverty
historia.
fell to 4.1%,
Pero
which
nada
is the
de
lowest
esto
level
sería
in our modern
posible
history.
sin instituciones
But none of
sólidas.
this would have been
Por eso
possible without
emprendimos
solid
un proceso de
institutions.
reformas
That's why we've
audaces.
undertaken bold
Impulsamos la ley
reforms.
del servicio
We
civil
promoted
para
the Civil Service
profesionalizar
Act
la
to
función pública,
professionalize
terminando
civil
con décadas
service,
de
ending with
clientelismo.
decades of
Con la ley de
clientelism.
integridad y transparencia,
We have
creamos
the
mecanismos reales de
Integrity and
control y
Transparency
rendición de
Act,
cuentas,
creating true
fortaleciendo a la
oversight and
Contraloría General
accountability
de la
mechanisms and
República.
strengthening the office of
Aprobamos la
the
ley del
Controller
Registro
General.
Nacional
We've
Unificado,
adopted a
una ley que
National
propone
Unified
una
Registry
transformación
Act,
estructural
which
y
proposes
ordena,
structural
luego de más de
transformation
100 años,
and, after
la
100
propiedad
years,
inmobiliaria en
orders
Paraguay.
land ownership in Paraguay.
El resultado,
The
en
outcome of
julio del
this
año
is that in
pasado,
July
el Paraguay
last year,
alcanzó el grado de
Paraguay
inversión
achieved
por
investment
primera vez en su
grade for the
historia.
first time in its history.
Distinguidos delegados,
Distinguished delegates,
el modelo de Paraguay
the
no es
Paraguayan
perfecto,
model is
desde
not
luego.
perfect, of course
Tenemos
not.
enormes desafíos
We face
y
huge
falta mucho
challenges and
todavía.
much remains to be
Pero
done.
estamos cambiando la
But
realidad.
we are changing
Estamos
reality.
demostrando hoy
We're showing
Paraguay no
today
es
that
solo un
Paraguay
país.
is not merely
Al
a
decir del
country.
presidente de la
As the president
Federación
of the
del
International
Automovilismo,
Automobile
Mohamed Ben
Federation,
Sulayem,
Mohamed
durante
Ben
la
Sulayem,
celebración del
said,
Rally Mundial en Paraguay, el Paraguay
Paraguay
es el
is
país.
the country.
Señora Presidenta, distinguidos
Madam
delegados,
President, distinguished
comencé este
delegates,
discurso con algunas advertencias
I began this
bastante
speech with some
oscuras sobre el
rather
estado de la
somber warnings
democracia
about the
global
state of
y
global
nuestras
democracy
sociedades.
and our societies.
Los tiempos son graves
The
y hay
times are
mucho de qué
grave and there
preocuparse.
is much to worry
Pero
about.
no quiero terminar con una
But I
nota
do not wish to
pesimista.
end on a
Un
pessimistic
futuro
note.
distinto,
A
mejor,
different,
más
better,
luminoso es
brighter
posible.
future is possible.
Depende solamente de nosotros,
It just
de todos
depends
nosotros,
on all of us.
de diagnosticar
It
los
depends on
problemas
our
con
ability
valentía
to
y
diagnose the
enfrentarlos con
problems with
perseverancia y
courage and to
convicción.
confront them with perseverance
El
and
futuro no
conviction.
está predeterminado.
The
El
future
Paraguay es
isn't
prueba viviente de
predetermined.
que
Paraguay is
incluso,
living
a
proof
pesar
that
del
despite
caos y
the
la
chaos and
desolación de la
desolation
guerra,
of war,
es posible
it is
reconstruir.
possible to rebuild.
Es posible
It
compatibilizar
is
la
possible
prosperidad
to
con
reconcile
justicia, el
prosperity with
crecimiento con
justice, growth with
sostenibilidad, la
sustainability,
apertura con
openness with
soberanía.
sovereignty.
Paraguay está listo, queridos amigos, para
Paraguay,
ser
dear
parte de la
friends, stands
solución.
ready to be part of the
El gigante
solution.
dormido de
The
Sudamérica
sleeping giant
ha
of South
despertado y
America has
resurge
awoken
con fuerza.
and is re-emerging with
Estamos
strength.
listos para ser un
We are ready
protagonista central
to
en la
be
lucha
a
por los
central
grandes valores de la
protagonist in the
humanidad,
struggle for
para ser
humanity's
un
great
actor
values, to
protagónico en
be
el
a
concierto de
leading
las
actor in the
naciones,
concert of
porque
nations.
creemos en un
Because
futuro
we
donde
believe
la
in a future
democracia
where
no
democracy
solo sobreviva, sino
does
que
not merely
florezca,
survive, but
porque creemos en un
flourishes.
futuro en
Because
el
we
que el
believe in a
desarrollo
future in which
llegue a
development
todos y no
reaches
solo a unos
everyone, not
pocos,
just a few.
porque creemos
Because
en un
we
futuro
believe in a
donde la
future where
cooperación se basa en
cooperation
valores
is based on
compartidos
shared
y no
values,
en meras
not on
conveniencias,
mere convenience.
porque creemos
Because
en
we
un
believe in a
futuro donde la
future
confianza
where
se gane
trust
con
is
resultados,
earned with
no
results,
con
not
retórica,
with rhetoric.
porque creemos
Because we believe,
efectivamente
indeed,
que la humanidad
that
no solo
humanity will not
perdurará,
merely
sino
endure,
que
but will
prevalecerá.
prevail.
Ese futuro distinto es
That different
posible.
future
Los
is
paraguayos
possible.
lo estamos
Paraguayans
construyendo
are
todos los
building it
días.
every day.
Los invito a
I invite
construirlo con
you to build
nosotros,
it with
todos
us,
juntos,
together,
para dejar un
to leave
futuro
behind a
mejor
better
a
world
nuestros
for our
hijos y
children
nietos.
and our
Un
grandchildren,
mundo con más
a world
democracia,
with more
con más
democracy,
libertad,
more
con
freedom,
más tolerancia,
more tolerance,
con más
more
justicia.
justice.
Un mundo en
A
el que la
world
esperanza
in
derrote al
which
pesimismo,
hope defeats
la luz se
pessimism,
imponga sobre
in
la
which
oscuridad
light overcomes
y el bien
darkness, and
triunfe
good
victorioso
triumphs
por siempre
forever
y
and
para siempre
always
sobre el mal.
over evil.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay. The Assembly now will hear an address by His Excellency Al-Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. United Nations is an idea of a better world. It is an idea that is not an abstract construction nor an empty declaration, but carefully crafted agreement. The grand agreement that is the basis of a current multilateral world order. An agreement designed to protect international peace and foster prosperity. An agreement to ensure a free and dignified life for everybody. An agreement that is based on the understanding that destruction and horrors of war must not be repeated. Unfortunately, the international law-based multilateral system with the UN and its charter at the core that are supposed to keep us all safe is increasingly under strain. Its fundamental principles are violated in numerous conflicts across the world. Brutality prevails. We simply cannot let this go on. We all should be asking, what kind of future do we want? Will it be a world dominated by barbaric use of force and violence, where might is always right? Or do we want a peaceful and prosperous world, where law and order, justice and universally agreed rules and principles prevail? This question is relevant for everyone in this room, despite the distance of our own homes from front lines in Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, or DRC. Multilateral world order based on international law and the principles of the UN Charter must be maintained and strengthened. What our peoples are expecting from us as world leaders today is to bring back the San Francisco spirit, to preserve peace and to reinforce the principles of the UN Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine constitutes one of the gravest breaches in international law and the UN Charter since its adoption 80 years ago. Despite repeated calls by the General Assembly to stop the aggression and set the course towards peace, Russia continues its savage assault on the Ukrainian state and nation. Russia's war and its war crimes undermining the reputation and credibility both of the Security Council and the entire United Nations. This blatant assault on the principles of Charter is undermining the multilateralism, global peace and security. Regrettably, as we speak, Russia is targeting Ukrainian kindergartens, schools, hospitals, nurseries with missiles, drones, gliding bombs, mines, shells and bullets. The same permanent member has been systematically abducting and deporting Ukrainian children, erasing their identity and forcing them into integration. A human suffering in Ukraine has reached unprecedented levels. Only the Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine has documented the death of at least 40,000 civilians, including almost 1,000 children, and for about 35,000 civilians injured, including more than 2,000 children. The death toll increases with every year, month, week, and day. In total disregard of President Zelensky agreeing to ceasefire in March and the recent peace efforts by the United States, Russia has significantly intensified its campaign of terror with a barrage of drone and missile strikes on civilian targets. It is evident that Russia has no intention of agreeing to a ceasefire, let alone a lasting peace. Russia's objectives have not changed. They remain of the subjugation of all the Ukraine and the reshaping of Europe's security order to satisfy Russia's own neo-colonial and imperial ambitions. The increasing violations of neighboring countries' airspace by Russian drones and missiles are yet another escalation and a stark reminder of Russia's aggression threatens not only Ukraine, but the security of the entire region. Hereby, I have to regrettably tell you that just weekdays ago, the Russian fighter planes violated Estonian airspace, a hostile act that is part of a pattern of similar recent incidents happening on the European Union's eastern border. Therefore, the only viable way forward towards a ceasefire and just and lasting peace is to increase collective international pressure on Russia to force them to peace in Ukraine and to act in a way that is expected from the permanent member of the Security Council. Let me assure that my own country, Estonia, will continue to do everything possible to reinforce Ukraine's ability to defend itself in full conformity with Article 51 of the United Charter. Doing so, we are defending the sovereign equality of all member states, large and small, one of the core principles of which the United Nations was founded. We are also advocating for making Russia accountable for its crimes in Ukraine, including for the crime of aggression, as we know too well that impunity only leads to new crimes, new suffering, and even greater injustice. Ladies and gentlemen, the international law-based multilateral system has also failed to protect Palestinians and Israelis. Having visited both Israel and Palestine this year, I witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of a long-lasting conflict. Hamas's brutal terrorist attacks on October 7 have been condemned by the whole world. Hamas cannot have any role in the future governance of Gaza and Palestine. It has to be guaranteed that the horrors of a terrorist would never be repeated. However, ordinary people and children in Gaza must not be the ones to pay the price. I am devastated that so many innocent lives, including children's lives, have been lost due to the military action, starvation, and the spread of disease. The promise of international humanitarian law was to ensure that people do not suffer during their armed conflicts. And yet, what has unfolded in Gaza has crossed all red lines. Estonia has supported all efforts for a ceasefire that would end the killing, destruction of lives, and bring all the hostages home. In order to alleviate the unbearable humanitarian situation, Israel must fully respect international humanitarian law and implement its commitments regarding access and delivery of humanitarian aid and security of all workers. In order to truly end the cycle of violence, we need a comprehensive political process with the end goal 2 states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security. In command of efforts of France and Saudi Arabia to step up international action to implement the 2-state solution. Dear friends, the United Nations must be capable of fulfilling its core functions. In order to face the multitude of current global challenges, all the pillars of the UN, peace and security, human rights and sustainable development have to be strengthened. Estonia, therefore, supports an ambitious system-wide reform of the United Nations. This is not only an issue of monetary efficiency and financial discipline, it's a structural problem and credibility question for the UN. For this reason, we are fully behind the Secretary General in endeavors in pushing the UN 80 reform vigorously forward. Within this transformation, the reform of a Security Council is of central importance. Estonia supports the expansion of the Security Council membership so that it would include countries that have, inter alia, demonstrated their unwavering commitment to the international law and the principle of UN Charter, and have consistently acted in accordance with these principles. Furthermore, if we want to have functional and respected Council, we also need to restrict the use, or rather abuse, of the veto, increase the transparency of the Council's work and its accountability. Last but not least, we also need to ensure transparency when it comes to the selection of the next Secretary General of the United Nations. After 80 years of men-only leadership, we are very supportive to the idea that based on a fair process seeking the most qualified candidate, it is high time for a woman to be chosen as a UN Secretary General. We need to put forward ambitious selection criteria, clear timeline, and assure greater role of a General Assembly in this process. Given the current credibility crisis of the UN, we cannot afford to fall short in the selection process. Dear ladies and gentlemen, sustainable development with clearly defined goals remains a central focus of the UN. We have to redouble our united efforts to address global challenges, like the effects of ongoing climate change, which are getting worse in all parts of the world. The upcoming COP30 in Brazil should be a turning point. Countries should submit strong climate plans. These plans should cover all parts of the economy and follow a 1.3 degree goal of the Paris Agreement. Substantial progress during this decade is crucial. We must work together to triple renewable energy production by 2030, because this is the most effective way to reduce emissions. Estonia shows that this is possible. We used to rely on oil shale, a local fossil fuel, for our energy production, but today nearly 40% of our electricity comes from renewable sources. This change happened because of political will and private investments. Let us now raise our ambition together, like we did when we agreed on a World Cleanup Day to be acted upon on 20th September at Estonia's initiative and example worldwide. Not to celebrate it, but to do it. Dear colleagues, in myriad of challenges we face, accessible education is a prerequisite of understanding the current problems, learning from the mistakes of the past, and crafting a better world. Estonian educational system ranks high in many international rankings. We see how this has had an impact to many other fields where Estonia has been doing well, including digital governance, media freedom, and innovation. Our goal is to share with our partners, including through UNICEF board, our diverse experience in innovation, in education, developing educational policies, reforming education, and improving the availability of high-quality education. Every situation, every culture, every context is unique and requires specifically developed solutions. However, allow me to draw your attention to one of specific experience of ours. In 1991, at the start of the Internet revolution, we decided to radically integrate computers and Internet into our educational system. The program Tiger Leap, which had the aim of opening a computer class in every Estonian school within a year, was a cornerstone of Estonia becoming one of the most digital societies in the world today. The world today looks different from the one 34 years ago. But new technology is there again and waiting to put it into the best use. Therefore, Estonia is making a new leap, the artificial intelligence leap. We are again providing the best technological tools available to our students and teachers so that we keep comparative edge in education for years to come. Equipping citizens with the skills to use AI wisely and responsibly is essential. AI must serve dignity, development, and human rights, not the other way around. In Estonia, we believe in innovation, and we are most ready to develop new tailor-made solutions with our good partners all around the globe. In collaboration with the International Telecommunication Union and Germany, Estonia co-founded the CovStack initiative. This innovative platform provides governments with digital public infrastructure toolbox aimed at modernizing digital services by creating modular, open source, and scalable framework for governments worldwide. Dear Member States, whichever global problem we approach, we have to build human rights and basic freedom. Yet today, human rights and fundamental freedoms are increasingly under pressure worldwide. This is a deeply worrying trend that demands our collective response. This is the idea that guides us also on the way to becoming a member of a Human Rights Council for a period of 2026-2028. And I would ask your support at the election next month. Our priorities during our membership are the promotion and protection of children's rights, safeguarding digital rights and reducing the digital divide, and advancing media reform. All three are critical for advancing democracy and protecting international law-based multilateral world order. We are capable of learning as human beings and as a mankind. We learn from mistakes. We get up and will do better. Let us do it. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Estonia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Javier Gerardo Milei, President of Argentina Republic. I request the protocol to exhort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
A las autoridades de las Naciones Unidas, a los representantes de los países miembros, a todos los ciudadanos del mundo que sigan atentamente esta
all
cumbre,
citizens
buenos días.
closely following this summit, good
El
morning
año
to
pasado me
you
paré ante
all.
ustedes
Last
en
year
esta
I
misma
stood here
asamblea
before you at
y
this very
presenté
same
una nueva
assembly
orientación en
and
política
I
exterior para la
outlined
Argentina.
a new direction that
Sostuvimos que era
Argentina's foreign
imperativo un
policy
retorno a las ideas de la libertad,
going to take.
a los principios
We
inmortales
asserted that
que
it was
sostienen la
imperative to
dignidad de la
return to
vida,
the
la
ideas of
libertad
freedom, the
y
immortal
la propiedad de
principles
todos
that
los
underpin the
individuos bajo
dignity
la
of
ley.
life, freedom and
La necesidad de
property.
que la
These are
cooperación
rights that all
internacional
individuals
tenga
should
como fin
enjoy under the
precisamente
law. We
asegurarlas.
asserted that there was a need
Sin
for
embargo,
international
advertí
cooperation
que la
to
ONU
aim
se
to
había
guarantee
alejado de
those
su norte
rights.
en las
However, I
últimas
also
décadas.
warned that the UN had
El
cast
exitoso
aside
modelo
what
de
has been its,
Naciones Unidas
had
que
been its
hablaba de la
lodestar in
necesidad de
recent
paz sin
decades.
victoria
The successful
y que se
model of the
fundaba en la
United Nations
cooperación de
spoke
los
of the need for
Estados-nación
peace without
se vio
victory.
reemplazado
It was
por un
grounded in
modelo de
cooperation
gobierno
between
supranacional de
nation
burócratas
states. It was,
internacionales
however,
que
replaced by a
buscan imponerle a los
supranational
ciudadanos del
model
mundo
of government
un modo de
comprised of
vivir
international
determinado.
bureaucrats that sought to impose on
Así es como
citizens
pasamos de
across
una
the world a
organización que
specific way of
pretendía
life.
mediar la paz entre
The
pares
United
a
Nations
una
has moved from an
organización que pretende
organization that
decidir
sought to
no
mediate peace
solo qué
between
debe hacer
peers to
cada
an organization
Estado-nación,
that claimed
sino
not
también
only
cada
to
uno de los
decide
individuos en
what
las
every
distintas
nation state
latitudes del
does, but
planeta.
also what all individuals, wherever they may
Nosotros
be in the
creemos en
world,
el
must
fin
do. We
original de este
believe in the
organismo.
original
Creemos
aim
que
and purpose of this
existen problemas
organization.
globales
We
que
believe that there
requieren del
are
diálogo y
global
la
problems
cooperación
which require
internacional
dialogue and
para ser
international
resueltos.
cooperation if they are to be resolved.
Pero para eso
However, for
debemos
that
rechazar
reason, and
estas
to achieve that goal,
extralimitaciones
we
que a
must
menudo
reject these
acompañan a las
abuses of
agendas
authority
nobles.
that often
Como
go hand in hand
sostuvimos
with
el año
noble
pasado,
agendas. As
no
we maintained
acompañaremos
last year,
nunca
we
el
will never
cercenamiento de
support the
libertades
amputation
individuales,
of
comerciales,
indigenous
ni la
or
violación de los
commercial
derechos
freedoms,
naturales
nor
de
will we
los ciudadanos de
support
los
the
Estados miembros.
violation of natural rights of
Durante el
citizens
último
of
año y
member
medio
states. In the
hemos
last year
votado
and
en
a half, we
consecuencia.
have voted in accordance with
Esto
that
lo digo a
principle.
sabiendas de que
I'm
muchos no
saying this to
comparten mis
you well
palabras,
aware of
porque
that
como
many of you
siempre
don't
dije,
share
es
my
preferible
views.
decir una verdad
But
incómoda que
as
una
I've
mentira
always said, it's
confortable.
preferable to say an uncomfortable
En
truth
esta
than to speak
línea,
a
hoy
comforting
quiero
lie. In
hablarles
that vein,
acerca
today
de
I
un
want to
problema
talk to you about a
específico que
specific
enfrentan todos
problem
los países
facing all
modernos.
modern countries.
Actualmente,
As things
en
stand,
todo el
the
mundo se está
world
planteando una contradicción
is
entre el
seeming
presente y el
to
futuro.
pit
un
the
problema
present
de
against the
índole
future and
política,
seeing it as a
económica y
contradiction. This
filosófica,
is a
en
political,
cuya
economic,
respuesta
and
se juega el destino de la humanidad
philosophical
toda.
problem. And the response to
Si
that
lo llevamos a los términos de
problem and that
comodidad, en
opposition will
comodidad que he
determine the course
planteado,
of
el
humankind.
mundo
If
entero
we
parece estar
push to the
estancado en el
end this
confort del
idea of
presente,
comfort versus
haciendo caso
discomfort,
omiso a
the
las
entire
consecuencias que
world,
esto pueda traer en
I
el
would
futuro.
say that now the entire world
La
seems
comodidad le
stagnating in
resta
the
voto
comfort
y
at the
poder a quien
present,
lo asume,
overlooking the
los
consequences
dirigentes
that will have
prefieren
for the
hacer todo
future.
lo que está a su
Given that
alcance para
doing what
mantener
is
el
uncomfortable
status quo
seems to
heredado,
strip votes and power
aunque
from
sea
those
a
that
costa
take
de
it
las
on.
consecuencias
Leaders
futuras,
prefer to do
incendian
everything in
el
their
futuro
power
para
to
mantener
protect the
caliente el
status quo that
presente.
they inherited, and
Así,
they do
los
so
estados
disregarding
contemporáneos
future
han entrado en una
consequences. They
dinámica
light
muy
a
compleja
fire
de
to
revertir,
heat
en
the
la que los
future and
incentivos tanto de la
heat the present
población
and
como de los
disregard the
políticos
future.
apuntan
Modern
a
states have
privilegiar
thus entered
el
into a very
repartir la
complex
riqueza de
dynamic
hoy
from which
por
they
sobre
cannot
generar la
return.
riqueza de mañana.
Incentives both for
En todo
the
momento,
people and
los tomadores
politicians
de
mean that we
decisiones
tend
tienen
to
frente a
talk
sí
about
la
the
decisión
distribution
de
of wealth
o bien
today,
preservar el legado
overlooking
que
the
les
need
fue
to compile
encomendado
wealth for
o
tomorrow.
bien destruirlo.
Currently,
Este
decision
legado puede
makers
ser
are facing
riqueza
the decision.
acumulada, capacidad
Either they
productiva,
preserve the
leyes
legacy that was
o
entrusted
cualquier
to them
cosa que
or they
haga al bien
destroy
común.
it. This legacy
Por
can
lo
be
general,
accumulated wealth, productive
si
capacity,
incineran su
laws, or
legado,
any other
si optan por la
thing that serves
comodidad,
the common
tendrán
good.
grandes
In
beneficios
general, they tend to
presentes, pero sufriendo costos futuros aún
if they burn
mayores.
their legacy, if they
Si
opt
yo
to continue
dispongo
with
de un
what's
ahorro
comfortable,
hoy,
they'll
lo
have
pierdo
a
para
lot
mañana.
of profit
Si
and
lo
benefit in
mantienen
the
por el
future,
otro
but
lado,
there will be great
preservan el
future
crecimiento y la
costs.
prosperidad
What you
tanto de
put
sí
aside
mismo
today, you
como de
lose
las
for
generaciones
tomorrow.
futuras.
They seem
Es
to be
decir,
preserving growth
es
and prosperity
necesario
in the
encontrar un
present and
equilibrio para
casting
que el
aside
pan
the
de hoy
well-being
no
of future
signifique hambre
generations.
para mañana,
We
y
need to
así
find a
poder
balance,
garantizar un
meaning
incremento
that
sostenido
eating
del
bread
bienestar,
today doesn't mean we'll
algo
go
que los
hungry
economistas
tomorrow, and we
llamamos
need to
crecimiento
guarantee
económico.
sustained growth and well-being.
Dicho
That's
crecimiento a
something
veces se podrá sentir
economists
lento
call
y a veces
economic
podrá verse
growth.
frenado
That growth can
momentáneamente
sometimes
porque
seem
el
slow and
progreso
sometimes
nunca es
halt
lineal.
briefly because
Pero es
progress is never
precisamente
linear,
con
but it's
su consistencia a
precisely
largo plazo
long-term
lo que ha
consistent growth
revolucionado
that has
sistemáticamente el
systematically
mundo y ha sacado a miles
revolutionized
de
the
millones
world
de la
and
pobreza.
has wrenched
La
thousands of
diferencia entre
millions of
crecer
people
0
from
y crecer
poverty. The
2%
difference
a
between
largo
zero
plazo
growth and
es
2%
la
growth
diferencia
in
entre
the
el
long term is
estancamiento
the
y la
difference
prosperidad.
between stagnation and
Los
prosperity.
argentinos
The
sabemos mucho
Argentinian
del tema,
people know a great
siendo el
deal
único
about this
país de la
issue because
región
we're
que
the
no
only
creció en
country
los
in the
últimos
region
15
that
años.
hasn't experienced
En el
growth in the
plano
last
legal,
15
la
years.
condición del
In
crecimiento es la
the
sacralidad
legal,
de la
in
propiedad y
legal
del libre
terms,
mercado,
growth, the
que no es
condition
otra
for
cosa
growth
que
is
la libre
respecting the
cooperación
sanctity
entre
of property
pares,
and the free
porque
market.
sin derecho
And
de
that
propiedad
means
no hay
nothing other
ahorro,
than
sin
ensuring free
ahorro
trade
ni
between
capacidad de
peers
intercambiarlo
and free
libremente no hay
cooperation between
inversión,
peers.
y
Without
sin
the
inversión
right
no hay
to ownership, there
crecimiento
can be no
posible.
savings, and without savings
Pero
and
no
or free
está
trade,
en el
there is
interés
no
individual
investment. If
del
there's no
político
investment, there
respetar
can be
estos
no
principios,
growth.
porque es precisamente en el agrandamiento del Estado a
It's
costa de las
not
libertades de ciudadanos
in
donde el
anyone's
político
individual
gana
political
poder.
interest, apparently, to respect these
Es
principles,
así
because
que
it
para el
is
político siempre
precisely
será redituable
when we
sacrificar el futuro en el
expand the
altar del
state that
presente,
individual
porque consumir
freedoms
el
of the
capital
citizen
acumulado
of
genera
citizens
bienestar
are
momentáneo
eroded.
y ese bienestar momentáneo genera
And
votos.
we simply seek to
Pero
protect
a cambio está
ephemeral
sacrificando un
present
futuro de
well-being
mayor
to
crecimiento,
earn votes, and
haciendo
that's
que
what
la
our
riqueza
politicians
acumulada
do.
sea cada vez menor en el
Accumulated
tiempo.
wealth
La mayor
decreases over
manifestación de
time
ello
with this way
es
of
aquellos países que
moving forward.
muestran
And so
una
what we're
orgía
seeing
de aumento
now
de gasto
is
público,
public
ya que el
countries are
Estado no crea
increasing public
riqueza,
expenditure,
sino que
but
la
that
roba,
doesn't
sino que la
ultimately create
destruye.
wealth, it rather
En
destroys
este esquema,
wealth.
el
With that
político
in
gana poder
mind,
por vía doble. Se
politics
legitima
gains
democráticamente
power
y
on two
obtiene más
fronts.
recursos
They
para
get
gastar.
democratic
Es
legitimacy
decir,
and they
el
obtain
político tiene
resources
un
that
doble
they can
incentivo
spend.
para
So
fomentar esta
politics has a
traición
double
intergeneracional.
incentive to foster that
Porque aunque en el futuro
intergenerational
todos pierden, en el
betrayal,
presente
because
él
despite
más
the
que
fact that
nadie
people
gana.
lose in the future
En
if
este
this course is
sentido, cambio,
followed,
si un hombre grande es aquel que
there's
siembra
short-term
árboles cuya
gain.
sombra sabe que nunca disfrutará,
A great man
aquel
may
que
be
tala
that
los
who
árboles
sows
que otros
trees,
sembraron
whose
para así
shade he will
construir
never
su silla de poder,
enjoy.
es un
The
hombre
great man might be
miserable,
the one
en definitiva,
who
es un
cuts
hombre
down the trees that
despreciable.
others sowed.
Este es el gran mal y la
But
gran
this
trampa a la que
cannot
casi todas las
continue.
naciones están de a
This is the
poco
major
sucumbiendo.
trap that all nations
Cuando
are
este proceso
succumbing
se
to.
lleva
When this
adelante,
process
el crecimiento se estanca. Cuando
continued,
el
growth
crecimiento se
stagnates.
estanca, la
When
demanda
growth
de
stagnates, the
redistribución se
demand for
recrudece.
redistribution of wealth
Entonces el
grows
político
ever
populista
louder.
grita con
So
más fuerza,
populist
apelando a la
policies become,
envidia y el
and the calls for
resentimiento.
them, become
El final
stronger
de
and
este proceso es
stronger.
ver
These
jóvenes
policies appeal to
desamparados,
envy and
sofocados por el
resentment,
desprecio de
and
un
the
Estado que
ultimate
saben que
end
solo está
conclusion of
allí
this
para
process is
explotarlos.
vulnerable young people suffocated under the
Lamentablemente,
weight of a
las
state
medidas
that
de
they know is
expansión
only there to
fiscal, la
exploit
expansión
them.
monetaria y la expansión del poder
fiscal
estatal por
expansion,
sobre el de
monetary
los
expansion,
individuos
and the expansion of
conforman un patrón que se está
state power
repitiendo en
is
todos los
suffocating
países,
individuals,
sobre todo
and
en
that's all
aquellos
part
que
of a
componen
pattern
el
which we're
mundo
seeing
libre.
across all countries, particularly those who claim to make
problema
up
no
the
es
free
solo de
world. But the
política
problem is
económica.
not only one of
Lo
economic
vemos
policies,
también
we
cuando se
also
viola la
see it when
igualdad ante la
there are
ley o
violations
se
of
abren las
equality before
puertas
the
de
law,
forma
or
indiscriminada a la
when we
inmigración
indiscriminately
por
open the
razones
doors to
políticas.
immigration for political
Contrariamente a
reasons.
lo que es la inmigración, en este caso se trataría de
On the
invasión.
contrary to what we
Y los
don't see there is
organismos de
immigration, we
cooperación
see
internacional,
invasion.
de los cuales
International
esta organización
cooperation
forma parte,
bodies
tampoco son
has this
ajenos a
one
este
among
problema.
its number, and such
Con el correr de
international
los años,
organizations are
esta
not alien to
organización
this
ha ido
problem.
adquiriendo
With,
funciones
as the years
ajenas
have
a
passed,
su
this
espíritu
organization
fundacional.
has acquired responsibilities
Ha
that
ido
run
creando
counter to its
capa sobre
founding
capa de
spirit. It has
organismos,
created layer
agencias y
upon layer of
programas hasta
organizations,
alcanzar una
agencies, and programs
hipertrofia de
until it
administraciones que
achieved this
son poco
hypertrophy of
efectivas a la hora de
administrations that
resolver los
are barely
problemas para
effective
los
when it
cuales
comes to
fueron
resolving the
creados.
problems for which they were
Así
created.
se engrosan las responsabilidades de la ONU,
Responsibilities
se
that the UN has
engrosan
taken
los
on have
aportes
swelled and
recibidos
swelled,
por
and
parte
in
de las
step
naciones
with that, the
miembros y
contributions
se
made by member
redujeron los
states have
resultados
swelled, and
palpables
in
que esta
turn,
organización
the
tenía para
palpable
ofrecerle
results
al
that this
mundo.
organization has achieved have,
A este cóctel de incentivos
greatly
cruzados
reduced.
se
They
le
can't
suma que a
offer the world
diferencia
what they could.
de
There's
los
this
primeros
cocktail
mandatarios
of
nacionales, las
incentives,
organizaciones
and in addition,
internacionales nadie rinde
you
verdaderamente
have
cuentas
in this
por fallar
organization,
en la
unlike how it
resolución de un
was,
problema.
international
Esta
organizations now see
contradicción
a
entre grandes
situation whereby no
objetivos y
one's really
resultados
held
magros
accountable for
ha
their
generado
failures
una
to resolve
erosión del
problems.
prestigio de esta
This
casa y
contradiction
de
between
otras.
lofty goals and scant
Sin ir más
results has
lejos,
created
los
the
malos
erosion
resultados
of
de
the
la Agenda
prestige of this House.
2030
Without going
dan
further,
testimonio de
the
esto
poor
que
results of Agenda
describo.
2030
Lo
bear
que
witness
persiste en
to
la
what I've
práctica es
outlined
un
above.
ciclo de
What
estructuras que
continues
se
to be seen in
reciclan,
practice is a
recursos que se
cycle
multiplican
of
y metas que se
whereby we
reprograman.
recycle
Por esta
structures.
razón,
There is
Argentina
more and more
decidió en
being
su
spent
momento
and more
apartarse de
targets
este
being
proceso,
set for this region.
porque veíamos en
Argentina
esta
decided
agenda
to
un
step aside
malgasto de
from this
recursos
process because
escasos,
we saw in
con
Agenda
fines que no
2030 the
compartíamos
improper
y
expenditure
con
of
el
scant
efecto de distraer
resources
la
for
atención de las
purposes that we don't
dificultades
share
reales
in
del
order to
mundo
distract
encaminado
attention
al
from the
estancamiento.
real global difficulties.
Es
The
mi
world
deber
is on course
advertir
for
contra este
stagnation,
mal
and that's
porque
why
en
we stood
Argentina lo
apart.
vivimos
I need
hasta
to
su
raise the alarm
consecuencia
here because
natural.
in Argentina
Llegamos al
we've
fin
seen the
del
natural
cómodo camino al que
consequences of
conduce
proceeding in this way.
desentenderse del futuro.
You
O
keep
sea que
doing what's
venimos de un
comfortable,
futuro
but
que
then you
para
end up out of
ustedes
step
aún no ha terminado
with
de
the
llegar.
future. In other terms,
Y
what
quiero
I'm saying
decirles
to
que
you is
están a
that
tiempo
we're
de
speaking to you
evitarlo,
from a future that
porque
hasn't
ninguna
arrived to
sociedad
you
puede
yet,
sobrevivir
and you've
si
still
incendia
got
el
time to
futuro para
avoid
calentar
this
el
problem
presente.
because no society
En mi país
will survive
hemos
if
aprendido
it
por
sets
las
fire
malas
to the future
una
to simply
lección muy
heat the
valiosa.
present. In my
Durante décadas se
country, we've
hipotecaron
learned the
flujos
hard way a
futuros
very
en función de
valuable lesson.
repartir
For
stock en el
decades, we
presente.
jeopardized a
En
future
2023
in
llegamos
order to
finalmente
distribute
al
the
largo
dividends
plazo de
of the
100 años
present. In
consecutivos de hacer las cosas mal,
2020, we
de
finally
pasar la cuenta de mano en
got to
mano
a point
hasta
where
que no
we'd had
quedó quien la
100 years
pague.
of doing things
Y todo eso,
improperly.
sumado a
We'd
lo
been
que les
kicking the
conté
can down the road, but there
previamente,
was no one
terminó
left to
quebrando
kick
a
the
nuestro
can
Estado.
to. And then
Producto
what
de esa
happened was what I
implosión,
outlined
durante el
previously.
último
Our
año y
state
medio
crumbled as a
tuvimos la
result of this
gigante tarea
implosion.
de administrar
For the
la
last year
escasez
and a
extrema.
half, we've
Y hoy
taken on the
estamos por
Herculean
primera vez
task
en
of
décadas
administering
haciendo lo que hay
and
que hacer
managing
para que el
extreme
futuro sea
scarcity. And for the
mejor.
first time in
Para-
decades, we're doing what we have
Para
to
lo cual,
do
la
to put
única
a better
fórmula
future.
es
So
hacer
the
lo
only way
contrario
to
a lo que
usher
se
in
hizo
that
en el
better future
pasado.
is to do exactly the
A
opposite of
esto
what
se
we
le contrapone
previously
el
did.
resto de la política,
What we're
que
doing
nos
stands in
demanda hacer lo
opposition
mismo
to
que
the
hacían
rest of
ellos y
politics.
que también nos
That
arrastró
politics
hacia
asked
la
us to do what
decadencia,
everyone was
hipotecar
doing
el futuro para
for years, and
satisfacer
what has
demandas
pulled us into
presentes.
decline. They're asking us to
Ellos
jeopardize
quieren
our
que
future to
apliquemos lo
meet
que
present
hicieron 1000
demands.
veces y
They
nos
want
trajo
us to
hasta
apply
aquí.
the same remedy
Pero
that we
quiero
did
dejarles
1,000
en claro que
times, and that's
Argentina
exactly
hoy
what
tiene un
brought us here.
gobierno que
But I'd like to
decidió
say
emprender
clearly
el
that
camino
Argentina has a
correcto,
government
aunque
that
sea el más
decided
difícil, porque la prosperidad y el progreso de nuestro pueblo no puede postergarse más. No somos, sin embargo, los únicos que estamos tomando las decisiones difíciles que este momento histórico demanda. El presidente Trump en Estados Unidos también entiende que es el momento de revertir una dinámica que estaba llevando a Estados Unidos a una catástrofe. Y sabemos que una catástrofe en Estados Unidos es una catástrofe global. Su férrea y exitosa política en términos de ponerle un freno a la inmigración ilegal lo deja más que claro. Entiende que debe hacer lo necesario, aunque a muchos no les guste, antes de que sea demasiado tarde. En otros países, por ejemplo, ya es demasiado tarde para esta decisión. No solo eso, sino que también está llevando adelante una reestructuración sin precedentes de los términos del comercio internacional, una tarea de magnitudes titánicas que hacen al corazón del sistema económico global, porque este sistema estaba depredando el corazón industrial de su país y sumiéndolo en una crisis de deuda sin parangón. Más aún, está llevando adelante una limpieza de la captura institucional del Estado americano, porque en el mismo se habían infiltrado facciones de izquierda que atentaban contra cualquier programa de reforma por más necesario que fuera. Este tipo de desafíos que tanto el presidente Trump como yo estamos abordando tienen un denominador común que todos los
and Donald Trump know what we're doing in the face of these challenges. All of these challenges have a common denominator that all countries, including supranational organizations, must address. They must find a way of creating dividends for the future and not succumb to the temptation of dealing with the present. This is something that major nations, Western nations, have been aware of and putting into practice for decades. We need to get back to that. We need to go back to our roots. We need to tackle priorities first, and that needs to go hand in hand with the idea that you need to do what's difficult but right and prioritize that over and above what's easy and comfortable. As I previously said, this also stands for international organizations that have gradually been integrating such actions into their ecosystem. I think I speak on behalf of all of you when I say that the UN must lead the charge when it comes to this paradigm shift. They must return to the roots that made it the great organization that it once was in the past. I wish to humbly lay before you as an assembly four principles that we think might serve as we seek to achieve the aforementioned goal. One, the principle of a core mandate. The central mission of the United Nations is to preserve international peace and security. Everything else must be viewed as complementary to or in service of that goal. The strategic management of resources of this institution consequently requires that we stick to our priorities and not take on others.
Principio de subsidiariedad internacional. La ONU debería intervenir sobre un tema únicamente cuando sea evidente que el problema excede de manera demostrable las capacidades de acción nacional. En todos los demás casos corresponde devolver la iniciativa a los Estados, que son quienes poseen legitimidad democrática y responden ante sus pueblos. 3. Principio de eficiencia institucional. Así como la Argentina ha iniciado un proceso de optimización del Estado, eliminando estructuras redundantes y devolviendo recursos a los contribuyentes, entendemos que la ONU necesita un camino similar. Eso implica la realización de auditorías confiables, el cierre de programas ineficaces, la consolidación de agencias únicas y un financiamiento condicionado a resultados verificables. 4. Principio de simplificación y racionalización normativa. La paz no es solo ausencia de conflicto, requiere sociedades prósperas. La cooperación internacional no debe transformarse en un obstáculo para el crecimiento económico y la generación de oportunidades. Por eso, solo debemos apoyar iniciativas que no restrinjan la capacidad de los Estados de liberar sus fuerzas productivas, atraer inversión y fomentar el comercio, que son el camino más exitoso para reducir la pobreza. Creemos que estos 4 principios serían grandes valores para reencauzar esta organización, para que así pueda perdurar y traer resultados palpables en el tiempo. Para finalizar, quiero recordar 4 cuestiones sensibles y de vital importancia para la República Argentina. En primer lugar, quiero reiterar nuestro reclamo legítimo e irrenunciable sobre la soberanía de las Islas Malvinas, Georgias del Sur, Sandwich del Sur y los espacios marítimos circundantes que permanecen ocupados ilegalmente. A pesar de los 80 años que pasaron desde la creación de esta organización, situaciones coloniales como esta siguen sin ser resueltas. Por lo que invitamos al Reino Unido a reanudar las negociaciones bilaterales de conformidad con la resolución 2065 de esta misma Asamblea General, junto con todas las resoluciones posteriores que la acompañan. En segundo lugar, quiero manifestar nuevamente mi repudio a las expresiones de violencia fundamentalista que aún existen y se propagan por el mundo. En Argentina ya sufrimos este horror con los ataques de la Embajada de Israel y la AMIA en los años 1992 y 1994 respectivamente. Por eso instamos a la comunidad internacional a fortalecer la cooperación jurídica para garantizar que las circulares rojas de Interpol sean respetadas y que los responsables de dichas atrocidades puedan comparecer ante la justicia, ayudándonos a terminar de cicatrizar esta dolorosa herida en la historia de nuestro país. Tercero, estamos asistiendo a una escalada inadmisible en la violencia política por parte de la izquierda a nivel global, violencia que en Argentina conocemos muy bien. Es inadmisible recurrir a la fuerza allí donde las razones fallan. Por eso repudiamos enfáticamente estos procedimientos que atentan contra las normas básicas de convivencia democrática. Cuarto, comparto. La situación del ciudadano argentino Nahuel Gallo, secuestrado y detenido de manera arbitraria en Venezuela sin imputación, sin asistencia legal ni consular. En palabras simples, una desaparición forzosa. Exigimos al gobierno de Venezuela su inmediata liberación y hacemos un llamado a la comunidad internacional para que acompañe este reclamo legítimo en defensa de los principios más básicos del derecho internacional y de la dignidad humana. Finalmente, reiteramos nuestra exigencia de liberación inmediata de los rehenes que aún permanecen cautivos en Gaza. Finalmente, que Dios bendiga al mundo libre, que las fuerzas del cielo nos acompañen. Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much on behalf of the Assembly, His Excellency, the President of Argentina Republic. The Assembly will now hear the address by His Excellency Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to address this 80th anniversary session of the General Assembly of the United Nations on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, a founding member of the United Nations and a freedom and peace-loving country proud of its history. This year, we mark 8 decades of the existence of the World Organization, and during that period, the UN has provided a framework for dialogue, cooperation, and solidarity among the nations, short of which it would not be possible to respond to the challenges of our day. Only by joint efforts we can create a future featured by security and dignity. This brings me, ladies and gentlemen, to the 5 essential principles that guide Serbia in its foreign policy vision and constitute pillars in its international actions. Number 1, the United Nations is not a relic of the past. It is a compass for the future. 80 years on, this is a moment for reflection, but also for candor. The UN should not be a stage where giants wrestle while smaller countries hold their breath. It should be a round table where every seat counts. Countries like ours, countries that belong to Global South, are too often treated as chess pieces. It's time to show that we can be conveners, innovators, and guarantors of cooperation. We may not have the loudest voice, but we often have the clearest vision, because we see both East and West at once. Our engagement with all partners does not mean blind agreement. It means respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and a belief that dialogue is stronger than division. Serbia is a reliable, predictable partner, but reciprocity matters. We will defend our autonomy as firmly as we defend cooperation. The United Nations Charter was not written to serve one moment in history. It was written to withstand the test of time. In a world facing deep geopolitical fractures, the United Nations Charter remains the only framework capable of holding us together. Serbia is not a buffer zone, it is a bridge, and bridges connect, they do not divide. Therefore, as the President of Serbia, for the first time I would like to offer Belgrade, the capital of Serbia, as a place of dialogue for all the conflicts around the world. I believe that we will offer the best possible hospitality and absolute security for the participants. The world is facing its deadly surge in violence since World War II. In 2024, 61 armed conflicts erupted across 36 countries, the highest number in more than 7 decades. The proliferation of misinformation, particularly via digital platforms, has fueled distrust between countries, targeting elections, trade negotiations, and public sentiment. Serbia believes in pragmatic cooperation, finding common ground even where disagreements persist. People around the world are frustrated with governments and businesses, and they want a better future for themselves and their families. The best way to deliver that is through collaboration across nations. We live in times of the most difficult conflicts and the most difficult divisions within countries, continents and regions since the foundation of the UN. A particularly worrying thing is a fact that, provoked by different factors, we have the deepest and the most difficult divisions within each society, with, most often, extremely violent consequences of actions of mutual non-understanding, non-communicating and distancing from what used to be accepted as elementary decency and behavior in both country-to-country and people-to-people relations. The world is divided, believe it or not, less by ideological, but much more by emotional, hate-driven differences caused by undermining of countries, societies, elementary moral values as well. In each village and hamlet worldwide, and particularly with the members of the citizens' alleged elite, at least it used to be the case, no matter who dies of natural causes, and especially if someone dies in an accident or gets killed, the biggest part of the society felt the need to pay their respect to the deceased, even those who didn't think highly of the respective person during his or her lifetime. Today, we are witnessing the unprecedented wonder, a sick expression of joy for the crime committed against an innocent person. The example of Charlie Kirk is the best confirmation of that. He was savagely assassinated just because his killer didn't like his ideas. He was shot, even after death, by the same ones who had prepared political and media grounds for his assassination. And please do not be surprised because I'm speaking about this more than about big world conflicts. It is precisely that such a development devastates in a deepest and the clearest way the world political community much more than conflicts with clear and visible actors. In the era of social networks, in the era of freedom, we have reached the point of the biggest unfreedoms and unambiguous limiting of freedoms of the others. How can it be possible that, let's say, ABC television hosts get bigger media attention in the US than the attempted assassination against, let's say, President Trump? Who are these shadow rulers who impact the key political movements and who want to run the world and each country individually, and almost as a rule without the people's will and legitimacy? They run all the processes and all of us because they're chosen by God, as they like to put it. The elite and other people who are, I suppose, incapable of choosing their own path. Those are extremely dangerous things, which will lead to further dissolving of our societies and our countries, but also the overall world politics. It was mostly spoken here about Palestine and Israel. Both are our friends, and I cannot easily, because of more likes on social networks, nor I want to take sides and speak about good and bad people just because it brings us another point in daily politics. But speaking of which, let me bring you back to the beginning of this part of my speech. Big pro-Palestinian demonstrations were held in Italy during the past weekend. People were shouting Gaza, Gaza, but at least in Milan, some of them did not even think of Gaza. The only thing that was on their mind was demolishing and burning down of what the Italian people had created for centuries, just because it is popular to be against the government and take part in some kind of violence. And when otherwise very composed Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni calls such hooligans, rightly so, thugs, we all ask ourselves what the next stage would be like and what awaits us in the future. During the past month, Serbia was facing unrest and attacks against the constitutional order. In spite of the violence exerted by the protesters, we tried to find a significant share of blame in myself, ourselves, and in us running the country. I wanted to listen, and I understood the message of the people in the streets. That is why, just like here at the United Nations, I believe that the dialogue between the nations and countries has no alternative. I offer dialogue and unconditioned discussion on all the topics of significance for our society to people who think differently, and I'm absolutely certain that in the upcoming period we will overcome all the difficulties from the past months. Progress on global challenges is uneven. Financing is dwindling, the UN budget is constrained, and smaller nations often lack access to the tools and support that richer countries enjoyed, particularly in the energy transition. Climate change is not just a statistic for Serbia and the Balkans, it is a lived reality marked by droughts, floods, and energy insecurity. Sustainable economic growth is essential, not optional, for climate resilience and well-being. For us, partnerships are defined by commitment, not hierarchy. We are a place where East and West collaborate on concrete projects from clean energy to infrastructure and digital transformation, when we will continue to build on this foundation. At a time when the UN seeks to inspire trust globally, these practical, results-driven partnerships strengthen confidence at home and abroad. Distinguished colleagues, alongside many other member states, especially those who do not belong among great powers, Serbia is adamant in pointing to the importance of and respect for the fundamental principles and rules of the Charter of the United Nations. Perhaps it is only too proper to repeat today what we committed to 8 decades ago. The principles and rules of the Charter are valid equally for all states, large or small, for all political powers or levels of development. With a feeling of deep pride, my country continues to commit to a consistent implementation of international norms, notwithstanding the fact that it too is facing a lack of fairness and double standards. In words and deeds, and on a number of occasions, Serbia has recommitted to respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all UN member states, the fundamental principles of the Charter. In doing so, my country expects all the states to respect its sovereignty, which I have the pleasure to note most of them do, and to which I owe my profound gratitude. After all, as I said on many previous occasions, the respect of the Charter of the UN is not a matter of choice. Rather than that, it is a universal and binding obligation of us all. Number two, territorial integrity is not a principle measured by power. It is the measure that restrains power. If the principle of territorial integrity is applied selectively, it ceases to apply at all. Its violation in one place becomes justification for conflict everywhere. Undermining it does not create exceptions. Rather, like in the case of Serbia, it creates precedents, dangerous ones. Serbia is well aware of the price paid in this regard of international law and multilateralism. 26 years ago, my country fell prey to a brutal aggression by NATO. It opened a Pandora box of sorts, whereby the very postulates of international law were unscrupulously undermined and the principle of territorial integrity brought into question. The consequences of such actions of those who consider themselves untouchable at the time are felt today as well. Even though small in respect of global powers, Serbia is not deterred from commitment to the principles of international law. We firmly believe that they should be respected in every situation, without exception and selectivity. As a persistent drop can shape stones over time, so does our perseverance in defending universal norms help assert their durability. Serbia will continue advocating those principles, as the observance of the respective is the only reliable way to peace and stability. This rostrum and this occasion are the best opportunity to reiterate that my country will never forget its history, its people, its sanctities. Kosovo and Metohija is an inseparable part of Serbia, the main pillar of its identity, culture, and spiritual heritage. For us Serbs, it is not only a piece of land, it is the cradle of our spirituality and our existence on that land over centuries. Our concern is not only moral and historical, it is humane too. It is with a heavy heart that I advise of the dramatic circumstances in which the Serbs of Kosovo live today. Day in, day out, they are denied basic human rights, the right to life, freedom of movement, the right to education and health protection, access to workplace and property. They live in isolation, basic foods and medicines are in short supply, while children grow up in a fear and uncertainty. Their situation is not only local by nature, it touches upon the conscience of the entire international community and is a test of its readiness to fend for the innocent and helpless. We witness ethnic violence suffered by the Serbs almost every day. It is frightening in size and scope. The Serbs are physically attacked, intimidated, arrested unlawfully, their property is confiscated, and their rights to language, education, and cultural expression limited. The Serbs are often discriminated against, too. The practice sets the stage to make life in Serbian communities more difficult, as they are denied basic services, taxed exorbitantly, and erected hurdles and obstacles to. This is aimed at creating fear and pressure, and by extension change the demographic picture and force the Serbs to flee Kosovo and Metohija. Serbia, therefore, calls on the international community to take concrete and resolute measures to stop the violence in order to ensure security and rights of all peoples in Kosovo and Metohija. Compassion is not good enough. We need deeds and protection mechanisms. Notwithstanding the continuous, open and obvious violations of UN Security Council Resolution 1244, Serbia continues to believe in dialogue under the European Union auspices. It has no alternative, and if true and committed, it is the only way to a just and sustainable solution in line with international law and with full respect for mutual obligations. Just as in the past, my country will continue to fight for peace, patiently, emphatically, and in good faith. Number 3, the Balkans must not be a stage for the ambitions of others, but a space for shared responsibility. 30 years after the conflict, stability has become our highest value. The nations of the Balkans deserve the right to shape their future free from external patronage through cooperation, mutual respect, and regional ownership. Distinguished colleagues, cooperation, dialogue, and mutual confidence are perceived as main levers of international relations also on the regional level. We consider that our region should look to the future while we continue to work to the benefit of all citizens and economic interlinkage. To paraphrase Indira Gandhi, who once said that one cannot shake hands with a clenched fist, let me say that Serbia will keep its hand extended, the hand reaching over divisions and borders, devoted to stability and prosperity for all those who strive for a positive agenda and a vision of common European future. The stability of our region is of paramount importance for us. As a guarantor of the Dayton Peace Agreement that we signed 30 years ago, we shall always work toward its full implementation and respect for the rights of all 3 constituent peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbs, Bosniaks, and Croats. Unilateral acts and the abuse of authority contrary to the letter of the agreement are not conducive to peace and bring about new tensions. Only by the agreement of Bosnia and Herzegovina's people and entities can the stability and functioning of that country be guaranteed. Absence of dialogue and unilateral initiatives without agreement by all interested sides, in particular the initiatives that take advantage of international organizations, are but a step back to a painful past and create new divisions. Serbia will use all diplomatic means to prevent these activities from taking place, as they undermine regional dialogue, the process of reconciliation and understanding. We shall not hesitate in our resolve to promote regional stability in an effort to contribute to global security. For exactly 30 years now, and in this distinguished institution and everywhere else, a false campaign has been ongoing against both the Republic of Serbia and Republika Srpska, the entity within Bosnia and Herzegovina. All over the world, everywhere, countless times, you could hear how, as they used to say, from well-informed sources, they heard that it was only a matter of days before Serbia would attack someone in the region, and that Republika Srpska and its leadership would violate the territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And all this time, it has been a lie, a real smokescreen intended to enable international representatives who are not elected by the people to deal with legitimate representatives of the Serbian people, one of the 3 constituent peoples in Bosnia, imposing sanctions against them, believe it or not, replacing them from the positions the people elected them to, and conducting criminal proceedings and issuing convictions for words spoken for verbal offenses. Thus, all of you are witnesses to a fact that for 3.5 years since the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine, we have been hearing stories that we, as an alleged Russian puppet, will attack someone in the region, which of course did not happen and will not happen. The only thing we have never heard is an apology from those who spread such falsehoods, and it is quite certain that we will never hear one. Let me reiterate, Serbia is a free, independent, and sovereign country that makes its own decisions independently. We are committed to our European path. We do not plan to attack anyone, but equally, we will not allow anyone else to threaten our freedom and our country. Number 4, the world is changing and the United Nations must evolve to remain a pillar of global stability. Reforming the United Nations is not simply an institutional task. It is a moral duty to safeguard the future of global peace and justice. We are well aware of the need to reform the UN and revitalize its system in order to increase its credibility and shore up multilateralism so as to make our organization more effective, just and close to the needs of its member states. Also, the ESC should become more effective in and better adapted to the pursuit of its primary goal of safeguarding international peace in order to reflect more accurately the reality of the present-day world. Africa in particular, the youngest continent which comprises 54 states, must be better represented. Many countries rely on the UN for technical expertise, development funding, and guidance to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Cuts to funding or reduced access to UN programs risk widening the gap between wealthy and developing nations. As the UN looks for ways to reduce costs, we are happy to offer to host any of UN bodies, institutions, agencies in Serbia with the best possibility to continue being a bridge between developed and developing regions. Serbia is situated at the crossroads of Europe, easily accessible to both East and West. And speaking about cost effectiveness, we are able to offer lower operational costs compared to Geneva, New York, or other big hubs. Belgrade offers modern facilities, reliable connectivity, and proven capacity to host large international events, for example, Expo 2027. Hosting an agency in Belgrade strengthens the UN's presence in Southeastern Europe, a region with transitional and developmental experience relevant to global priorities. This would expand the UN's geographic footprint, ensuring agencies are more representative and globally distributed. And number 5, Serbia will remain independent and will overcome internal challenges through the strength of its statehood tradition, focusing steadfastly on building a prosperous future. True sovereignty today is not insulation. It is the dignity to choose, to say yes on our own terms, and to use that choice for cooperation. Serbia's independence is not a privilege granted. It is a sovereign right exercised, and its sovereignty is not situational, it is foundational. Notwithstanding numerous global challenges, Serbia has remained on a steady course. Its macroeconomic situation is stable and its economy continues to grow, which only shows how commitment to reforms and responsible economic policies lead to great results. Investments in infrastructure, energy transition, and digitalization bear out my country's commitment to sustainable development and the 2030 Agenda goals. Let me take a moment, ladies and gentlemen, to inform you that in 2027, Serbia will host the specialized exhibition Expo 2027 with a motto, Play for Humanity, Sport and Music for All. This event will provide an opportunity for my country to show to the world the strength of our culture, sport and creativity as a universal language that transcends differences. This will be a moment in which, along with its partners, Serbia will build bridges of friendship and togetherness, promote understanding, and open new horizons of cooperation. Serbia's way is the way of development, progress, and prosperity, and it is fully committed to becoming a full-fledged member of the European Union. This commitment, though, makes us no less devoted to promoting and deepening cooperation with countries from other parts of the world, maintaining and cherishing all along our traditional friendships and relations of trust in the East. Strengthening overall bilateral relations with key actors of the international community and with our European partners tops our agenda. Also, Serbia has raised in the past several years the level of cooperation with numerous countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and played in that way a respectable role on the global stage. I trust and believe that we can count on mutual respect and the traditional bonds of friendship with these countries in our future relations. Ladies and gentlemen, closing it and looking to the future and committed to dialogue and understanding, we in Serbia believe that peace is the highest value and the most solid foundation of development. We shall continue to invest our energies, knowledge, and will in building a world more just, secure, and worthy of the coming generations. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Hamad al-Shara, President of the Syrian Arab Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In
the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful. The Syrian story is filled with emotions, and it mixes pain with hope. The Syrian story is a story of struggle between good and evil, and between the weak, right cause that has no supporter except God. Our story is one of the lessons of history, and it is an embodiment of noble human meanings and values in this eternal struggle between good and evil. We find the Syrian story that tells a new chapter of the struggle, one filled with creativity and determination and patience and torture and pain and sacrifice and clinging on to noble customs and values and hard work and relying on God. All these are tools for truth against injustice and falsehood. Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, may the peace of God be upon you. I come to you from Damascus, the capital of history and the cradle of civilizations, a beautiful country that has taught the world the meaning of civilization and the value of human beings and coexistence, to be a beacon for the world. Syria, however, for 60 years fell under repressive rule that disregarded the value of the territory it ruled over. For long years, we've suffered injustice and deprivation and oppression. Then we rose in claiming our dignity. The previous regime has used the worst kind of torture against our people, chemical weapons and bombardment and torture in prison and displacement and sectarian strife, and used drugs against our people and the world. It has torn our country apart and brought forth fighters from around the world. The former regime killed around 1 million innocent people and displaced thousands and millions and demolished 2 million homes. Ladies and gentlemen, the unarmed people were attacked using chemical weapons. Our women and children have inhaled toxic gases, all this to silence truth. And with all this criminality, there was no language for solution. Despite the office, this people had no means and choice but to organize itself and to organize militarily to oust a criminal regime. It was a military operation that was filled with mercy and good and that prioritized tolerance and that did not target civilians. It targeted justice without vengeance. We restored our right and we became victorious for sake of our grievances. We were victorious for the mothers of martyrs and for all of you, people of the world, for the future of our children and yours. And we paved the way for the return of refugees, and we destroyed the trafficking of drugs. Accordingly, Syria has transformed from an exporter of crisis to an opportunity for peace for Syria and the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this unique Syrian achievement and the solidarity between our peoples led us to try to uproot sectarianism and to fight against attempts to divide our country once again. But the Syrian people are aware enough to understand and to resist, we formed commissions for fact-finding and granted access to UN fact-finding missions. I guarantee to bring to justice everyone accountable and responsible for bloodshed. And in this context, Israeli strikes and attacks against my country continue, and Israeli policies contradict the international supporting position for Syria, which threatens new crises and struggles in our region. For this purpose, and in face of this aggression, Syria is committed to dialogue, and we are committed to the disengagement of forces agreement of 1974. And we call on the international community to stand beside us in the face of these attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, from the very moment the former regime fell, we set out a clear strategic policy built upon three pillars: balanced diplomacy, security, stability, and economic development. We filled the power vacuum, called for an inclusive national dialogue, and announced a government of competence. We strengthened the principle of participation and established a National Commission for Transitional Justice and another for the missing, ensuring justice and fairness. We are now proceeding toward electing representatives of the people in the Legislative Council. We restructured civil and military institutions, dissolving all previous formations. Through intensive diplomatic activity, Syria restored its international relations and forged regional and global partnerships, and achieved the gradual lifting of most sanctions. And we call now for the complete lifting of sanctions, so that they no longer shackle the Syrian people. Investment laws have been amended, and major regional and international companies have already begun entering the Syrian market, contributing through investment and reconstruction. Syria today is rebuilding itself through establishing a new state, building institutions and laws that guarantee the rights of all without exception. A land of ancient civilization and culture deserves to be a state of law, protecting everyone, safeguarding rights, guaranteeing freedoms, and fostering life to flourish while turning the page of a wretched past. We are determined to restore Syria's glory, dignity, and honor. And in continuation of the Syrian story, I declare before you today the triumph of truth over falsehood. Truth has come and falsehood has perished. Syria is reclaiming its rightful place among the nations of the world. This announcement is the echo of a great people's will, a people who forged glory throughout the ages, who rose again from beneath the rubble to restore their rights and freedom and dignity. On behalf of the Syrian people, I extend gratitude to everyone who stood by the Syrian cause, who aided Syrians in their tragedy, and who welcomed them in their countries, and to all nations and peoples who rejoiced in the victory of the Syrian people's will. And I particularly thank Turkey, Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and all Arab and Islamic states, the United States of America, and the European Union. And before I conclude, let me affirm the suffering Syria endured, we wish upon no one. We are among the peoples most deeply aware of the horrors of war and destruction. For this reason, we stand firmly with the people of Gaza. For this reason, we stand firmly with the people of Gaza, its children and women, and all peoples facing violations and aggression. We call for an immediate end to the war. In conclusion, the Syrian story has not come to an end. It continues to write a new chapter entitled Peace, Prosperity, and Development, and may the peace of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Syrian Arab Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for Croatia, the United Nations has always been a core, essential global institution. During our own struggle for independence, sovereignty, recognition, and territorial integrity, the UN played a decisive role. Our path to admission and early years of membership were about braving the stormy seas rather than smooth sailing. And it was this organization and what it represents, the principles of the Charter of the UN, that served as our safe harbor. I believe this experience proved productive for both Croatia and the UN and has provided many lessons for the future, including on how to successfully end a complex war and conduct peaceful territorial integration and reintegration. Today, the international community faces daunting challenges. Armed conflicts are more numerous than at any time since the Second World War. They are multiplying and intensifying, overwhelming humanitarian systems and eroding trust in our capacity to prevent or resolve crises. In Ukraine, we hope the senseless loss of human lives will end as soon as possible. We welcome recent diplomatic efforts and encourage inclusive dialogue that can restore peace. Beyond Europe, other regions faced devastating crises. In Gaza, tens of thousands of women and children, human beings after all, or before all, have been killed and are being killed. Millions live without safety, food, medicine, and basic human dignity. This is worse than a mere war. It's a carnage, and we urgently call for it to end, for safe delivery of aid, especially to children, and for the release of all hostages. Lasting peace can only come through the universal recognition of the legitimate political aspirations of the Palestinian people, long denied. Time to close that chapter. The suffering is in less visible crisis is no less real. In Sudan, one of the gravest humanitarian catastrophes of the 21st century is unfolding before our eyes. UN peacekeeping must adapt to today's conflicts. Missions must be flexible, realistic, and sequenced towards achievable goals, reasonable goals. This requires the Security Council to focus on political solutions and remain committed to sustaining peace long after missions withdraw. Peace is more than silencing the guns. It requires preventing new wars and breaking the cycles of violence from the past. Lasting peace rests on democracy, legitimate governance, and full respect for the right of each people to freely choose their leaders and representatives. Excellencies, in our region of Southeast Europe, Croatia continues to champion and promote legitimate political processes as the foundation of progress. The EU membership is not a cure-all, but it remains a strong driver of prosperity, as can be witnessed in my country, Croatia. We promote good neighborly relations and urge all countries to refrain from actions that undermine stability in the region. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we call for full respect of the constitutional order, sovereignty and equality of three constituent peoples. All parties and the international community must uphold the Dayton-Paris Peace Accord. Respecting the right of constituent peoples to choose their legitimate political representatives at all levels of government is fundamental prerequisite of lasting stability and progress in European Bosnia and Herzegovina. Lasting peace cannot be imposed. It must be built. And if it's to be sustainable, it must include respect for human rights and development that is inclusive and fair, basic building blocks of any just and prosperous society. The humanitarian system must be reformed to respond with speed, innovation, and stronger partnerships with local actors. Croatia supports the UN's humanitarian reset in order to make responses more agile, effective, and grounded in resilience. Above all, strict respect for international humanitarian law must remain the moral core of multilateralism. In Croatia, decades after the homeland war, 3 decades, 3.5 decades, families still search for 1,744 missing loved ones. Not bodies, not just numbers, but human souls, fathers, sons, grandchildren still missing, unaccounted for. As co-chair of the Global Alliance for the Missing, Croatia draws on its painful experience to raise global visibility of this issue, share good practices, and strengthen cooperation, survivor-centered justice enshrined in our laws in Croatia, and we encourage the others to follow this path. We also share the Croatian model for searching for the missing. It rests on an effective interdepartmental cooperation and a comprehensive, transparent approach without discrimination, consistent with the highest international standards, of whom some are set by us. With this in mind, Croatia is proud to host later today a high-level side event on missing persons in armed conflict, dedicated to advancing the search for answers. Another legacy of the homeland war is the issue of landmines. Croatia has been active in promoting the Human Rights Council's first resolution on landmines, adopted by consensus on April 4th, International Mine Action Day. The resolution reaffirms the treaty banning anti-personnel mines and sends a clear message. The needless cruelty of these weapons violates basic human rights, violates the sense of humanity, the notion of humanity. The togetherness which is promoted throughout this debate especially means inclusion of the most vulnerable. Therefore, Croatia is proud to have led the initiative resulting in consensus adoption of an impressive 99 member states co-sponsoring the General Assembly resolution declaring the June 27th as the International Day of Deaf Blindness. Peace and security are inseparable from development and human rights. The founders of the United Nations acknowledged this when they placed these 3 pillars at the heart of the organization. As we marked the 10th anniversary of the General Assembly's resolution on the 2030 agenda, Croatia reaffirms its commitment to the SDGs and to ensuring that no one is left behind. We are grateful to member states for their support in electing Croatia to the UN Economic and Social Council for the 2026-2028 term. Our priorities will include accelerating the 2030 agenda, preparing momentum for the 2027 SDG Summit and the agenda beyond 2030, and strengthening links between humanitarian, development, and peace efforts. At home, in Croatia, sustainable development is fully embedded in our national planning. Croatia's National Development Strategy 2030 is closely aligned with the SDGs, placing us among leading global performers. We reaffirm our commitment to progress made at SOP meetings, including the landmark SOP 28 agreement to begin phasing out fossil fuels. COP 29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, must deliver a new quantified climate finance goal, and COP 30 in Belém must raise ambition, advance fossil fuel transition, and scale up climate finance. Croatia supports a credible climate finance roadmap. The triple planetary crisis also threatens global public health. Croatia endorses the One Health approach, recognizing the interdependence of human, animal, and the environmental health. We welcome adoption of the pandemic agreement at the 78th World Health Assembly earlier this year. As a Mediterranean nation, Croatia knows that healthy seas are both a national imperative and a global responsibility. We remain committed to multilateral ocean protection under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. We welcome the outcome of the third UN Ocean Conference in Nice, France, have ratified the BBNG agreement, and urge others to do so without unnecessary delay. Croatia's contribution to development cooperation and humanitarian aid continue to grow. Since 2011, we have steadily increased our support, reaching record levels in 2023. We share lessons from our own recovery, from democratic transition to mine action and veteran reintegration. In Ukraine, our expertise in humanitarian demining is particularly valued, making us one of the leading contributors relative to GDP. Our support extends far beyond our neighborhood, reaching whole Southeast Europe, the eastern and southern neighborhoods, and Africa. Excellencies, fundamental changes we are witnessing in our world are not mere historical echo, but an all-encompassing global transformation. We are at the defining moment of an era to come. Emerging technologies are reshaping every aspect of society: how we live, how we trade, and how we defend ourselves. Drones are a clear example. They did not only increase the lethality of war, they changed its economics. They showed us that assumptions we held only a decade ago about defense and deterrence are already outdated, total bygones. This disruption brings danger, but also opportunity. New tools can be misused by hostile actors, spreading instability and lowering the threshold for conflict. But the same tools, used responsibly, can strengthen our defenses, improve disaster response, and drive economic growth. Artificial intelligence, cyber capabilities, space technologies, robotics, each can be a threat or a solution. The choice is ours. We need to rethink security, not only nationally but globally. Rules, safeguards, and cooperation must keep pace with innovation. If they do not, we risk instability and peril. But if they do, these technologies can become engines of resilience and stability. The task is urgent. The world must act with clarity, not hesitation. Emerging technologies are not tomorrow's challenge. They are today's reality. And how we choose to guide them will define not just the future of defense, but the future of peace. Reforming the United Nations is an existential necessity. At 80, the UN must adapt to stay relevant and effective. We welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative as an opportunity not only to celebrate achievements, but also to reform and revitalize the organization. Security Council remains essential. Its reform is at the fundamental. The Council must become more inclusive, effective, transparent, and accountable. Croatia supports comprehensive reform, including enlargement in both categories of membership and stronger representation of unrepresented regions, in particular Africa. The financial stability of the UN is also vital. All member states must pay their due, their contributions, in full, on time, and without conditions. Without predictable financing, mandates fail and trust weakens. The upcoming peace-building architecture review offers another chance to turn commitments into action. Croatia will contribute actively, emphasizing prevention, coherence, and strong links between peace, development, and human rights. We welcome the decision to provide assessed contributions for the Peace Building Fund from 2025, but needs still outpace resources. Mr. Vice President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, The UN does not exist for itself, but to serve humanity, to save and improve lives, protect dignity and freedoms, and advance peace, security, and sustainable development. On its 80th anniversary, we have a duty to leave to future generations a UN system that is stronger, not weaker. Croatia will continue to defend the principles of the Charter and international law, not rules-based order, to support multilateral solutions, and to build partnerships rooted in respect and responsibility. The world is not short of strategies and grand ideas, reports, or debates. What it lacks is political courage and determination. Let us find that courage together and prove that multilateralism can meet this moment and rise to the challenges of our times. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Croatia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikos Christodoulidis, President of the Republic of Cyprus. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we stand at the brink of a precipice. International order, as we noted, is challenged in an unprecedented manner 80 years since the United Nations emerged out of World War II. Today, we stand before drastic, unpredictable geopolitical shifts, instability that appears to spiral, and an uncharted landscape that seems resistant to the international order and norms as we know them. We are witnessing devastating wars, an unimaginable humanitarian catastrophe, and human suffering. Blatant violations of international law and international humanitarian law that bring our system to its knees. We stand before the rise of use of force against sovereign states that constantly escalate and expand, threatening regional security and stability. States are sponsoring Malayan actors to destabilize, disrupting critical maritime routes. The use of new means of warfare is rising without even the most basic safeguards in place. Global security is constantly undermined. At the same time, we are faced with the challenge of the uncontrolled expansion of technology and AI, threatening our security and the well-being of our children. And climate change is looming, threatening livelihoods, economies, creating new migration routes, and inequalities are becoming embedded. Our world is changing rapidly. And while there can be no doubt that the United Nations has served a noble cause and that together we have achieved tremendous progress, at this critical moment of inflection, we have a responsibility to recognize the shortcomings, to admit that we have lagged behind, that we have failed along the way. And these admissions need to steer us into action. We must urgently evolve to be fit to effectively address the immense, complex challenges we are faced with. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our moment of responsibility, collective responsibility and individual state responsibility, inextricably linked and mutually reinforcing. The scale and nature of the challenges we face require both. Better together is the theme of this year's assembly, but beyond better, we are also stronger together, more resilient together. This is the moment to renew our collective commitment and stand firmly and boldly in support of multilateralism and international law. Dialogue and diplomacy are the sole path to lasting stability and security. Dialogue and diplomacy over violence, each and every time. And most importantly, this is the moment to transform pledges into bold action, into change. Ladies and gentlemen, history will look back to this moment in time, and it will be unforgiving. It will judge us all, not by the declaratory statements we pronounce, but by the change we enable. We will be judged by the change we become as states, as governments, as leaders that have been elected by our citizens to deliver. Your Excellencies, my country, Cyprus, walks this path of responsibility, and it stands ready to step up further, to assume even more its role as an enabler of security and stability in the Eastern Mediterranean and the greater Middle East, as a driver of cooperation underpinned by a vision of strength through partnership with like-minded countries and a safe harbor in turbulent waters, determined to transform our geography in a complex region into a blessing by building on our long-standing historical ties with our neighbors that are anchored on trust, mutual respect, and cooperation, always part of the solution to the region's challenges as a credible, reliable, responsible partner. We have proven this time and time again. Cyprus will always be a stable, trustworthy, safe harbor. And let me be clear, this is not theoretical. It takes shape and form through concrete initiatives that build on Cyprus' role as a hub of stability and cooperation in a challenging part of the world. Cyprus has consistently provided the necessary infrastructure and support for the evacuation of foreign nationals from areas of danger or conflict, from Sudan, from Lebanon, from Israel, from Iran. Following the barbaric Hamas terrorist attack of October 7 and the subsequent war that has led to a humanitarian tragedy in Gaza, Cyprus assumed yet again its moral responsibility to its region. We did so through the development of the Amalthea Maritime Corridor for the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the civilian population in Gaza. The route was reactivated as recently as this past week. We worked with like-minded partners, the United Arab Emirates, the United States, the European Union, the UK, and others, and yes, we deliver. Furthermore, in the face of persecutions in the region towards religious and other minorities, Cyprus couldn't remain idle, proving our long-standing commitment to upholding fundamental rights and freedoms, demonstrating once again responsibility. We appointed a special envoy on the protection of religious freedom and the protection of minorities in the Middle East. At the same time, my country has responded to the calls of our neighbors for assistance in the face of fires, sending our brave firefighters as reinforcement, and our neighbors have reciprocated. Also, as a part of our regional responsibility in addressing climate change, Cyprus and Jordan's proposed initiative for a European firefighting hub in Cyprus, covering our region, is now in the path of implementation by the European Union. and the aforementioned example, dear friends, are only a snapshot of Cyprus's active, tangible responsibility. And I'm very proud that my country walks this path of responsibility, and we are determined to expand it, always part of the solution and never part of the problem. Your Excellencies, Cyprus stands ready to assume its regional responsibility also in the context of bringing an end to the war in Gaza, and given our proximity, to play a role in its reconstruction. Let me be clear, there are no substitutes for peace. This war must end. A first necessary step is the immediate ceasefire in Gaza, and I really hope that President Trump's initiative has a positive outcome. At the same time, the humanitarian catastrophe must be alleviated. This means unhindered flow of aid in Gaza. The displacement must also end. International humanitarian law must be respected. We also call with the same fervor for the immediate release of all hostages. And, dear friends, as unreachable as it may seem at this moment, we must not lose sight of the path for peace, for a two-state solution in line with the United Nations Security Council resolutions. We have a responsibility to continue our work for a future in which Israel and Palestine live side by side in conditions of lasting security and peace. And we must be clear and unequivocal that Hamas, a terrorist organization, has no place in such a future. Your Excellencies, as part of our responsibility, my country will assume the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union in January of 2026. The European Union that has evolved into an unprecedented political union embodying the essence of multilateralism anchored on respect for the UN Charter. It is a project of collective responsibility that delivers a unifying force of stability, security, and prosperity. And the European Union presidency is yet another moment of responsibility for Cyprus. Europe's heart will beat for 6 months from the Union's last divided member state under occupation since the 1974 Turkish invasion. We will exercise our responsibility fully aware of what is at stake. An imperative need to deliver stronger multilateralism, more integration, and more cooperation between Europe and the world. To deliver a stronger, more secure, more autonomous European Union, committed to supporting partners focusing also on the Eastern Mediterranean and the greater Middle East, supporting and investing in strategic partners that are pillars of stability in the region, such as Egypt and Jordan, working together with our Lebanese partners to ensure long-lasting stability in the country, working to ensure stability in Syria, inclusivity, respect to religious freedoms, and of course protection of minorities, assuming more responsibility as a union for our security, but also for our neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, Cyprus will assume another role of responsibility for the first time in its history as a member of the Human Rights Council for the period 2025-27. It is in the same spirit that we also proudly presented our candidature for the presidency of the 81st session of the UN General Assembly. As a member state that embodies and embraces the principles of multilateralism, inclusivity, bridge building, and of course responsibility. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the Russian aggression against Ukraine in violation of the UN Charter must serve as a wake-up call. As we condemn the use of force against a sovereign nation, the killing of civilians, the forced disappearance of children, the destruction and displacement, we have an obligation to remember. We must collectively act against aggressor, no matter who they are. Appeasing the aggressor never yields results, and history demonstrates this very clearly. Each time we turn a blind eye to violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty of states anywhere in the world, we create space and opportunity for the next aggressor. And this time, it can be bordering your country. In 2022, Russia invaded a sovereign nation, Ukraine, violating the UN Charter. In 1974, Turkey invaded a sovereign nation, Cyprus, violating the UN Charter. The violation is equal: the suffering, the invasion, and the occupation. My country, Cyprus, is under Turkish occupation for 51 years. Tens of thousands displaced, women raped, destruction of cultural and religious heritage, the fenced town of Varosha held hostage by Turkey, awaiting for its lawful inhabitants to return as the relevant UN Security Council resolutions have prescribed for Turkey to allow. A policy of illegal settlements to change the demographic character of the country. Families, 51 years later, waiting for the fate of their loved ones. As a young boy in those early years after the invasion, the images of mothers and children weeping for their loved ones have been engraved in my memory. Dear friends, the playbook of occupiers is always the same. Your Excellencies, from this very podium yesterday, Mr. Erdogan preached the word on peace and accountability. He pointed the finger to others for crimes Turkey itself commits every single day. That is selective sensitivity and hypocrisy of the highest form. Illegality cannot yield legality. Illegality stemming from use of force cannot be recognized, no matter who is the perpetrator is, no matter who the victim is. Ladies and gentlemen, politicians are judged not by their words, but by their actions. It is what distinguishes politicians from leaders. Cyprus has proven time and again that it is a reliable, responsible actor. A country that not only talks the talk, walks the walk of responsibility. And my call to Mr. Erdogan is to join that path of responsibility, to end the occupation through negotiations for a comprehensive settlement that will reunify Cyprus in a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality, always in line with UN Security Council resolutions, European Union law, values, and principles. This is the only way. Therefore, let me repeat, the call for responsibility is the loudest for my own country. I'm ready for this moment of responsibility, ready to deliver on the call of history to reunify Cyprus, to reunify my people, Greek Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots, Maronites, Armenians, and Latins. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we stand at the brink of a precipice. And while the impulse may be to shrink away from the immense responsibility we inherited from the visionaries who stood here 80 years ago. Now is the moment for us to assume our responsibility collectively and individually as states. Rest assured that my country, Cyprus, will continue to do its part by being responsible, by being advocates for responsibility, for the good of humanity, for our peoples. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in its simplest form, foreign policy is really about three things: about values, interests, and power. I come from a relatively small country, Finland, and our toolkit is mainly about two of those three things. It's about values and interests. Power, hard or soft, is usually the luxury of bigger players. The power of smaller country arises from its capacity to cooperate with others. Smart diplomacy gives smaller player at least relative influence. The UN is, of course, case in point. Big players have power through their permanent membership in the UN Security Council. But we, the smaller players, can influence the ebb and flow of international relations by being active in the here today. I've highlighted the fact that the world order, balance, and dynamics are changing, much like they did after World War II when the UN was founded. I actually think that the post-Cold War order is over, but we don't know what the new order is going to look like. It will take at least 5 to 10 years for things to settle. And my message to this Assembly today is that regardless of the size, each and every member state of the United Nations has agency, a say in how the new world order will look like. It is important that we all use this power wisely and responsibly. Now, I fully appreciate that our interests differ, depending on our geographical location, history, state of development, or culture. But fundamental values are something we should all share. We have commonly defined some of the most essential of them in the UN Charter. Today, I want to do two things. First, analyze where we are, and second, give my proposals on what we might want to do together. To understand what's currently happening in the world, I'd like to raise three different but yet related developments. First, it seems to me that there's a growing tension between multilateralism, in other words, an order based on the rule of law, and those that speak the language of multipolarity or transactionalism. So difference between multilateralism and multipolarity. Now, I can understand the temptation and the rationale of the proponents of multipolarity and transactionalism. But can they solve the world's biggest challenges, such as climate change or sustainable development? Today, I see many states, both big and small, pursuing transactional or multivectoral foreign policies. In essence, their aim is to diversify their relations with multiple actors rather than aligning with any one particular bloc. Now, this can be opportunistic, but it may also be justified and reasonable. This depends on political choices. A transactional or multivectoral foreign policy is dominated by interests. Interests drive practical choices of states, and this is entirely legitimate. This kind of foreign policy is based on a realistic understanding of power. Power defines the limits of what is possible for each state. However, values should actually underpin everything we do. Even transactional or multivectoral foreign policy should rest on a score of fundamental values. Without them, foreign policy will ultimately run into a wall. If you set aside values for unhindered pursuit of power and interests, you will eventually find before you the very same problems you wanted to overlook. Second, the balance of power in the New World Order is shifting towards the South and the East. Many countries, especially in Africa, Asia, Latin America, are becoming or have become key players in determining the direction of the New World Order. To put it simply, they have both agency and power. They are not only an expanding economic force, but their demographic growth is inexorable. This will also turn them into a political and cultural force. It will yield them both hard power and soft power, and they will use it to promote their interests as they should. The 193 members of the United Nations do not have to agree on every minute detail of values, but we have to have a common understanding of fundamentals. They include the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. They include the prohibition of the use of force and the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. These values are the building blocks of who we are and what we stand for as the United Nations. The broad international community has overwhelmingly an interest to uphold them. Let me be clear. Russia has no right to continue its aggression on Ukraine. Israel has no right to violate international law in Palestine. States have no right to use Sudanese or Congolese territories to fight proxy wars for their economic or strategic self-interests. I urge us all to heed this message of the international community and act accordingly. War is always a failure of humanity. It is a collective failure of our fundamental values. It is a failure of us as human beings. Thirdly, I would like to say a few words about the state of the United Nations, the institution where we are. The UN was created to maintain and promote peace, stability, development, and friendly relations among nations. In order to achieve this, the balance between the three elements was required. The power at the highest level was represented by the UN Security Council. The interests of the wider membership were reconciled here in the General Assembly, and the values were enshrined in the Charter and consolidated as rules of international law. Now, unfortunately today, the UN is struggling to fulfill its central promise of delivering peace and stability. We can always blame each other, but at the end of the day, it's a collective decision. Countries have increasingly taken the liberty to break the rules of international law and to use force against other people's territories and suppress other nations. The United Nations of today does not sufficiently reflect the realities of the balance of power. All too often, it fails to serve as a forum for the coordination of interests, and the values at its core are too often not respected in good faith. We all want to have the freedom to make choices and a possibility to influence the world around us. Today, many countries are seeking answers in multipolarity or transactionalism. If the UN fails to deliver, this trend will accelerate. So, let me sum up in the terms of the three pillars: values, interests, and power. Our values can divide us. Fundamentally, however, they should unite us around the basic principles of humanity, the rule of law, and the prohibition of aggression. Our interests differ, and it's only right that we promote them. However, our choices have consequences. Opportunism will eventually be forced to confront the problems it tried to ignore. Power will constantly seek a new balance. We must adapt to change. Nevertheless, we should not allow the rise of hard power to blind us. The power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong. So let me get to my second part, from the situation to possible solutions or things that we could do together. Never before in history has humankind had such means of innovations at its disposal to solve the world's most pressing problems. However, the current direction is wrong in so many ways. There are more wars than at any time since World War II. The world is becoming increasingly divided. And so are our societies, and the measures to deal with climate change and sustainable development are lagging behind. In different parts of the world, we're witnessing immense civilian suffering and blatant disrespect for humanitarian principles. For me as a Finn, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine not only reminds me of our past, but is directly linked to the security of the part of the world where I live. On the other hand, there is aggression and total disregard for civilian life, and an attempt to undermine the fundamental principles on which the international order is based. On the other hand, there's a bastion of freedom that is defending its right to exist and to make its own choices. The battle for what consequences we will draw from this aggression is not yet over. Recently, there's been serious attempts at diplomatic solutions of the war on the initiative of the United States. There are no perfect solutions to wars. At the same time, we know that any decision made in these matters will have far-reaching consequences in Ukraine and beyond. There can hardly be a stronger unifying interest among the UN's broad membership than our opposition to the wars of conquest. Aggression must not be rewarded. Accountability for the most serious international crimes must be pursued. In the Middle East, civilians in Gaza are experiencing immense suffering. The deepening humanitarian crisis has reached unbearable levels and represents a failure of the international system. At the same time, Hamas continues to hold the hostages it has taken, and many have already lost their lives. An immediate ceasefire is needed in Gaza. That has been reiterated from this podium many times today and yesterday. Humanitarian aid must be granted safe and unhindered access. The hostages must be released. I commend the efforts led by France and Saudi Arabia to advance the two-state solution. The negotiations must meet the Israeli and Palestinian security needs and Palestinian right to self-determination, its legitimate aspiration for statehood and sovereignty. The occupation that began in 1967 must end, and all permanent status issues must be resolved. Correspondingly, the countries that have not recognized Israel must do so. At the same time, the international community must support and strengthen the Palestinian Authority for it to govern the entire Palestinian territory effectively. This is the only viable option for achieving a two-state solution. A stable Palestine will also significantly benefit the security of Israel. In many parts of the world, conflicts are raging, causing immense suffering locally, instability regionally, and reverberations globally. We've witnessed particularly brutal violence in Sudan, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Haiti, Myanmar, and Mali, among others. Civilian populations continue to face famine and displacement at a large scale. And sometimes I feel that we end up looking at conflicts only that are near to us. But I think the job of the UN is to look at all of them with equal determination. I praise all those who, in good faith, continue to work for peace despite the daunting task. In June, a peace agreement was reached for the conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The true test, like with all peace agreements, lies in its implementation. Does it stick? There's a humanitarian crisis of alarming proportions that compels us, all of us, to respond. Peace processes should not be transactional. They must be guided by international law. All countries and stakeholders in the region must be engaged and committed to achieve sustainable peace. The presence and involvement of the UN is essential. I would also like to stress the crucial work carried out by journalists amid conflicts and in other difficult circumstances. Attacks on members of the media are unacceptable. Media freedom is the basis for democracy. It is a prerequisite for an open society. The ability of the press to carry out its work is important for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the composition of the UN still largely reflects the world of 1945. As the world has changed drastically, so should the decision-making at the UN. Last year, in this very hall, I argued for a reformed Security Council, a council where currently underrepresented regions would have a stronger voice through permanent seats at the table. The number of permanent members should be increased in the UN Security Council. At least there should be 2 new seats for Asia, 2 for Africa, and 1 for Latin America. I think I'm going to say this every year because it's the only place where I get applause. No single state should have a veto power. And if a member of the Security Council violates the UN Charter, its voting rights should be suspended. I believe that these changes at the top of the UN are necessary in order to maintain the UN's central role in international relations. At the same time, a more comprehensive reform of the UN is needed. I commend the Secretary General for his UN 80 initiative, and I encourage him to take bold and ambitious action. So Finland strongly supports the UN and wants it to succeed. Therefore, we stress the need for true reform to enhance the organization's credibility, relevance, and efficiency. This will ensure that the UN can act. The UN needs to focus its efforts on its most important goals: ending and preventing wars, protecting human rights, and acting as a catalyst for sustainable development. And also, we need to get the UN back into peace mediation. I would argue that one of the reasons that we have so many wars right now is that the UN is absent from peace mediation. No other organization can offer the legitimacy comparable to that of the UN. If the UN is absent, conflicts are not resolved without it, which is not in our common interests. The UN is needed as a mediator, and the member states should support it at this endeavor. Finally, Finland is strongly engaged in the work of the UN and will remain so. Therefore, we're also standing for election to the Security Council for the term of 2029 to 2030. Should we be elected, Finland pledges to be a principled and pragmatic partner for peace. We are principled in our commitment to international law with the Charter at its core. We are pragmatic in seeking solutions that truly advance international peace and security, recognizing that progress is often incremental. At the outset of my speech, I said that each and every one of us has agency, a say how the new world order will look like. We want to be able to make our own choices and have an impact on the world around us. Nelson Mandela saw truth and reconciliation as the only hope for nations that are bitterly divided. The same applies to relations between states. We should learn from history, but always look to the future, bearing in mind that our decisions will shape it. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Finland. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the General Assembly to lead this historic 80th session of the General Assembly. I thank her predecessor, His Excellency Philemon Yang, for his distinguished leadership during the 79th session. I commend the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his steadfast commitment to the ideas of the United Nations during these increasingly turbulent times. Madam President, it's both an honor and a solemn responsibility to address this Assembly on the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. This Assembly is not just ceremonial. It is a call for the world's conscience to act with unity, determination, and vision. Our theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights, both celebrates and summons. It reminds us that cooperation delivers progress. It also demands that we reimagine multilateralism so that peace, dignity, and equality are not promises on paper, but realities in the lives of people. This anniversary is not a time for complacency, but for courageous renewal. Today, we face deepening inequalities, climate crises, geopolitical fragmentation, technological disruptions, and entrenched conflict. No nation can meet these challenges alone. We need bold multilateralism and a united nations that is not only reformed, but reinvigorated. The UN must be more than a meeting place. It must be a working place for people, for peace, and for our planet. Madam President, Sierra Leone is a small state that has relied heavily on the United Nations Charter and now helps to uphold it. We speak with independence and conviction because we have lived the cost of its absence. I also serve as chair of ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government and coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 Heads of State and Government on Security Council Reform, C10. For both myself and the people of Sierra Leone, these roles are not just titles, they are responsibilities. They reflect Sierra Leone's conviction that principled multilateralism is the surest defense of law, equity, and peace. Since 1945, the Charter's promise of sovereign equality, non-aggression, and human dignity have been the bedrock of small states like ours. In 1961, when Sierra Leone first addressed this assembly, our founding Prime Minister, Sir Milton Magai, pledged that our voice would be independent and principled, guided not by bitterness, but by conviction. That pledge remains our compass. We stand for justice and equality. We uphold the rights of all people to self-determination. We speak truth. We speak truth to power and act in defense of humanity and the rule of law. Small states are not inherently small. Our sovereignty is equal and our responsibilities are the same. Leadership is not the loudest voice in the room. It is the clearest voice for justice. Madam President, our current term on the UN Security Council has deepened these convictions. Guided by the Charter, we have championed peace through dialogue, upheld international law, and promoted prevention as the first duty of collective security. We have supported efforts to stabilize Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, de-escalated tensions in the Middle East, and supported political transition in Lebanon and Syria for peace and stability. We have also seen the Security Council's limits, its paralysis in the face of grave human suffering. Nowhere has this failure been heart-wrenching than in Gaza. A preventable genocide was not prevented. Mass starvation that could have been avoided was not avoided. A broadly supported two-state solution has been obstructed by division and inaction. We therefore welcome all member states that have recently announced their long overdue recognition of the State of Palestine. Yet, much more remains to be done. We must bring an end to the war and ensure the release of all hostages and prisoners. Sierra Leone has not wavered. We have spoken with independence, voted with principle, and pressed for urgent action to end atrocities and revive hope. We say again, cease fire now in Gaza. Cease fire now in Sudan. cease fire now in Ukraine. These are not just slogans. They are calls to conscience, calls to action. In fact, they are echoes of the UN's founding pledge to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. A veto should never be a verdict against humanity. Madam President, across the world, the UN's authority and legitimacy are being tested. Selective adherence to international law, disregard for Security Council and General Assembly resolutions, deprivation of funding, attacks on peacekeepers and humanitarian workers, disinformation that corrodes trust, and over-reliance on unilateral action. For countries like Sierra Leone, this is not an abstract debate. We know what a working United Nations means. At our darkest hour, during one of the most brutal civil wars in modern history, the UN stood by our side. The United Nations missions in Sierra Leone, UNAMSI, one of the largest peacekeeping operations of its time, helped disarm over 75,000 combatants, restore civilian governance, support democratic elections. The Special Court for Sierra Leone and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, both backed by the United Nations, ensured justice and reconciliation. When the United Nations Integrated Peacebuilding Office in Sierra Leone closed in 2014, it signaled something rare in our world: a successful transition from war to peace. We saw blue helmets on our streets. We saw ballot papers returned to citizens' hands. We saw our nation breathe again. When the UN works, lives are saved. When it fails, lives are lost. We must ensure the UN delivers for all. And to do so, we must respect and implement UN decisions, protect those who serve under the United Nations flag, invest in prevention and peace building, and reform the Security Council so its authority and legitimacy match today's world. The United Nations cannot protect vulnerable people if it cannot protect its own authority. As a nation, Sierra Leone does its part and contributes troops to peacekeeping missions. We serve as elected Security Council member and offer our experience in peace building to the world. Sierra Leone's story is proof that multilateral solidarity works when it is grounded in trust, mutual respect, and genuine investment in national ownership. Madam President, peace is inseparable from development. In Sierra Leone, our medium-term national development aligned with the SDGs and the African Union's Agenda 2063 prioritizes people-centered growth. We are transforming our agricultural sector to ensure food security. We are investing in a digital economy that fosters inclusion and innovation. We are deepening investment in human capital development through free quality education, and in healthcare, particularly maternal and child health. We are expanding renewable energy to support industrialization and climate resilience. Climate change is an existential threat to Sierra Leone. Our greenhouse gas emissions are negligible, yet our people and our wide coast bears the cost through erosion, flooding, and pressure on food systems and fisheries. We have mainstreamed climate adaptation and strengthened disaster preparedness. In fulfillment of the commitment made at the Third United Nations Oceans Conference, Sierra Leone has ratified the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty, BBNG. As the 60th state to deposit its instrument of ratification, Sierra Leone is proud of the collective endeavor to trigger the entry into force of the BBNG Treaty, a historic milestone for multilateralism and the collective stewardship of our ocean commons. We urge all countries to do the same, so the high seas and areas are governed by common good. Climate justice is not charity. It is a legal and moral responsibility. If the poorest are left to pay the highest climate price, there is no justice. Developed nations must honor their commitments, $100 billion per year in climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. We welcome the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on climate change, affirming states' obligation to prevent environmental harm and to protect future generations. In that spirit, Sierra Leone is proud to present the candidature of Professor Dr. Charles Cherno Jallo to the International Court of Justice, a distinguished jurist and tireless advocate for the rule of law. We respectfully solicit the support of all member states in the November 12 elections this year. Madam President, as chair of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, I proudly note our community's 50th anniversary. For 5 decades, ECOWAS has embodied regional integration and collective security, often acting decisively when others hesitated. ECOWAS moved early in Sierra Leone's peace process before and alongside the UN to end our civil war. It has done so in Liberia, the Gambia, and elsewhere to defend democracy and stabilize the region. These are African solutions to African challenges, open to global partnerships anchored in regional legitimacy and trust. Partnership with Africa must move from promise to practice. As chair of the ECOWAS Authority, I recently embarked on a regional tour, including a second visit to Burkina Faso in 2 years. This was to demonstrate solidarity and build trust between ECOWAS member states and the Alliance of Sahelian States. I commend the leadership of Burkina Faso for its willingness to engage and I look forward to continued dialogue with the leadership of both Mali and Niger. In my role as chair of the ECOWAS Authority, I have placed emphasis on advancing and safeguarding democratic governance with a strong commitment to upholding constitutional order and reflecting the people's will. Countering terrorism and strengthening our regional security architecture, including operationalizing the ECOWAS standby force and implementing counterterrorism strategies. Enhancing economic integration by promoting trade, liberalization, developing cross-border infrastructure, and advancing towards a common ECOWAS currency. Strengthening the credibility of institutions through reforms that promote transparency, efficiency, and service focused on citizens. We urge the United Nations to deepen its partnership with ECOWAS and other African regional mechanisms in the spirit of Chapter 8 of the United Nations Charter. Africa is not a problem to be solved. Africa is a partner to be empowered. Madam President, during Sierra Leone's tenure as elected member of the Security Council 2024-2025, we have highlighted the urgent security challenges in West Africa and the Sahel, where terrorism and violent extremism transcends borders and destabilize the entire region. However, Africa's lack of permanent representation continues to hinder the Council's ability to act decisively and contextually. We have advocated for a comprehensive approach to counterterrorism in the Sahel, linking security with development, governance reforms, and regional cooperation, and strengthening the UN-AU-ECOWAS partnership. Too often, however, the Council's response has been hindered by narrow geopolitical interests, delaying action that could have saved lives. Our experience confirms a clear truth. Lasting peace requires inclusivity, ownership, and legitimacy. The Council's structural imbalance undermines its credibility and must be addressed to ensure the safeguarding of collective security. Madam President, in my capacity as coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 on Security Council reforms, I speak on behalf of a continent still excluded from the permanent representation on the Council. Africa, home to 1.4 billion people and the largest regional bloc in the United Nations, still has no permanent seat. This is unjust and untenable. It undermines the credibility of the Council and the legitimacy of its decisions. The common African position expressed in the Ezoini Consensus and SAT Declaration calls for at least 2 permanent seats for Africa with full rights and prerogatives, including the veto, if retained, and 2 additional non-permanent seats. This is not a request. It is a demand for equity. It is a test of UN's commitment to fairness and its own charter. During our Security Council presidency in August last year, we gave this issue unprecedented prominence. As we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations and the 20th anniversary of the Ezoini Consensus and SAT Declaration, let this be the moment that the international community answers Africa's call. Let us not pass on to the next generation a Security Council reform that fails to reflect the world as it is today. Madam President, the United Nations at 80 must look forward. Sierra Leone stands ready, committed to principled multilateralism, to speaking with independence and conviction, and to working for justice, solidarity, and the dignity of all peoples. Let this anniversary be a turning point, measured not in the many speeches we make here, but service, not in declarations, but in delivery. Let us build a United Nations more representative, more responsive, and more resilient. The world does not need a louder United Nations. It requires a braver United Nations. Now is the time to make the United Nations work for all. Together, let us forge a future of peace, shared prosperity, and human dignity. For in unity, we are not only better, we are stronger. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The next plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will begin at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned. The 7th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luis Rodolfo Abinader Corona, President of the Dominican Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excelentísima señora Annalena Baerbock, Presidenta de la Asamblea General. Excelentísimo señor Antonio Guterres, Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas. Excelencias, distinguidos jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, honorables jefes de delegación, señoras y señores. Hace 80 años, de las cenizas de la guerra, nació esta organización, con el firme compromiso de evitar que la humanidad volviera a naufragar en el odio y la barbarie, y la convicción de que la cooperación y el diálogo debían regir nuestra convivencia. En República Dominicana tenemos plena conciencia de nuestra responsabilidad como nación, miembro de la comunidad internacional y del impacto que las decisiones globales tienen sobre nuestra sociedad. Por eso, exigimos con convicción un orden internacional más justo y donde el desarrollo de uno no signifique el sacrificio de otro. Vivimos un momento de alta complejidad internacional, donde se combinan 5 fuerzas que agitan profundamente el destino de nuestro pueblo: la polarización política, el resurgimiento del proteccionismo comercial, la revolución tecnológica, el cambio climático y la competencia geopolítica. Estos desafíos globales tienen consecuencias muy concretas para países como el nuestro. Las recientes y persistentes guerras han generado disrupciones en los mercados, creando volatilidad e incertidumbre en los precios de las commodities. Los recientes aranceles introducen un nuevo factor de imprevisibilidad para el comercio internacional. Los huracanes y el afloramiento descontrolado del sargazo nos recuerdan nuestra vulnerabilidad climática. Y la desinformación amplificada en entornos digitales erosiona la confianza ciudadana. Son desafíos que convergen y ponen a prueba los principios de la Carta de San Francisco. La clave para asumirlos fue enunciada por Franklin Delano Roosevelt. La verdadera salvaguardia de la paz solo puede encontrarse en la cooperación basada en la justicia económica y social. Ante este panorama, República Dominicana reafirma su fe en el mandato fundacional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas, en sus principios y valores, no como opciones secundarias, sino como las únicas vías para preservar la paz y la dignidad humana. Celebramos el lema que hoy nos convoca: mejor juntos, 80 años y más por la paz, el desarrollo y los derechos humanos. Lo asumimos como mandato histórico y como clamor legítimo de nuestro pueblo. Señora Presidenta,
Madam President,
el multilateralismo atraviesa desafíos profundos, agravados por la crisis financiera que afecta a esta organización y por la creciente dificultad para alcanzar consensos que detengan los conflictos. En este contexto, necesitamos con urgencia espacios de diálogo más francos, más eficaces y orientados a resultados en todos los niveles. Debemos escucharnos con mayor apertura y disposición genuina openness and a genuine willingness to achieve mutual understanding. If we fail to transform the United Nations, we risk it falling into irrelevance, and this would be a disaster that we must not allow. The UN 80 initiative provides an historic opportunity to revitalize mandates, renew structures, and to restore effectiveness and credibility to this common house of nations. The Dominican Republic firmly supports this process. In the coming months, a new Secretary General must be chosen. It now falls to Latin America and the Caribbean to offer renewed leadership with the vision, independence, and commitment demanded by our times. Our region possesses the diversity, capacity, and experience to be able to raise a strong voice for peace, climate justice, human rights, and sustainable development. I am fully convinced that the time has come for a woman to take up the post of Secretary General. Colleagues, we stand barely 5 years from 2030, and yet the Sustainable Development Goals remain behind schedule. The principal obstacle is an international financial architecture that does not reflect the realities of developing countries. The commitments undertaken at the recent Conference on Financing for Development in Seville are a positive step, but insufficient. We need to see genuine transformation, a new international financial compact with access to concessional finance, debt relief, innovative mechanisms, and enhanced technical cooperation. The Dominican Republic's commitment is strong. Despite the challenges, we have achieved tangible progress in implementing the 2030 Agenda. In particular, we stress the sustained advances in the first two SDGs, poverty reduction and zero hunger. As a result of our social protection policies, boosting our agricultural production and increasing the minimum wage, we managed to reduce moderate levels of poverty from 25.8% in 2019 to 18.05% in the first quarter of 2025. At the same time, undernourishment fell from 8.6% in 2018 to 3.6% in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I have responsibly and consistently stated before this Assembly and in every relevant international forum that the multidimensional crisis in Haiti represents a serious threat to peace and security for the Dominican Republic and the region. Since 2021, we have clearly stated that the only solution for Haiti is consistent and sustained international action, ensuring minimum conditions of security and opening the way to the broadest democratic and sovereign agreement among Haitians themselves. This neighboring country is experiencing an unprecedented human tragedy, extreme violence, institutional collapse, and territorial control by numerous criminal gangs terrorizing its population. These are groups that the Dominican and United States governments have designated as terrorist organizations and with which no negotiation is possible. In light of this reality, the Dominican Republic has mounted a sustained diplomatic offensive to achieve an effective international response. In this vein, the Security Council approved a multinational security support mission, the MSS, together with an arms embargo and a sanctions regime for those individuals and institutions supporting such criminal organizations. We're grateful for the leadership of Kenya, Jamaica, Belize, the Bahamas, Guatemala, and El Salvador, and for the financial support provided by the United States, Canada, and other countries, which enabled the initial deployment. Yet the mission has still not attained the necessary scale, personnel strength, and adequate financing, and has therefore not yet met its goals. For this reason, we strongly support the draft resolution tabled by Panama and the United States to the Security Council based on the proposal of Secretary General Guterres to transform the MSS into a force capable of imposing order and restoring peace with a reinforced command structure, clear and measurable goals, and the logistical and operational backing of an office under UN command. This proposal would establish a more robust presence with greater coordination, oversight, and accountability standards in both human rights and operational performance. We issue an urgent appeal to the members of the Security Council, especially the 5 permanent members, to adopt this resolution without delay. We must bear in mind that the MSS's mandate expires on the 2nd of October. We are at a delicate transitional stage that calls for legitimacy for the mission's entire current contingent. The Dominican Republic calls for support for this request. We do so as we stand on the very brink of Haiti's collapse. We also appeal for political, financial, and operational backing from Latin America and the Caribbean for the mission in Haiti. This is a country in our region, one that demands shared responsibility as neighbors. It's important to make clear that the Dominican Republic will continue to protect its territorial integrity and to enforce its national migration regime. No state can be blamed for defending its borders nor for guaranteeing the security of its citizens. We cannot, nor we must not bear alone the burden of a crisis that exceeds any national capacity. It is neither sustainable nor safe for anyone. Every day of inaction pushes the solution to the crisis further away. We must act now. Friends, for small island developing states, the triple planetary crisis, that is climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental pollution, is an existential threat. In the Caribbean, this crisis can be specifically seen through the presence of sargassum, a devastating phenomenon affecting our coasts, our public health and livelihoods. We demand solidarity and climate justice, translating into accessible finance, technology transfer, and urgent action to protect our oceans. The Dominican Republic is moving towards the ratification of the BBNJ Treaty, convinced that the protection of marine biodiversity is a shared duty. The seas are a source of life. Caring for them means caring for our future. Distinguished delegates, this 80th anniversary should not stand as a ritual of nostalgia, rather a resounding call to renew humanity's covenant with itself. Although we're not facing a world war, the world is hurting on multiple fronts and uncertainty is spreading like a shadow. This is neither the future our predecessors envisioned nor the present that our peoples deserve. The UN cannot limit itself to merely recording crises. It must be a compass in the storm and a beacon in the night. We must ensure that faith in dialogue and consensus, in the power of multilateralism and human dignity, and in progress that excludes no one, not fade. Power without justice and progress without equity are nothing more than mirages. The world cannot remain a plan drawn by a handful of architects and inhabited by millions of tenants. A world designed for a few would be a punishment. One designed by and for all would represent a horizon of shared prosperity. The Dominican Republic raises its voice to ensure hope and to summon action. Let peace not be a mere aspiration, but rather a collective decision. That is our cry, that is our dream, that must be our common pact. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Dominican Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Anura Kumara Desanayake, Head of State and President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
सभापतिमेनी गौरवनीय आराधितेनी संभावनीय नियोजितेनी
Mr. General Secretary,
Honored invitees and distinguished delegates, allow me, Madam Annalena Baerbock, representing the beautiful country of Germany, to begin my speech by offering my warmest congratulations to you on being elected the President of the 80th session of this organization, formed with the noble aim of bringing about a just and lasting peace among the nations of the world. I would also like to use this opportunity to express my country's appreciation to His Excellency Philemon Young for the exceptional leadership he provided during the 79th session. We are gathered here today to plan the future path of this organization, which has worked tirelessly for 8 decades to bring about a world of peace. It is my honor to address this august assembly for the first time as the President of Sri Lanka. As representatives of nations, we all bear the responsibility to work towards fulfilling the aspirations of our people. The decisions we make now will impact people across the world and play a decisive role in the future of this planet, our common home. Distinguished delegates, our decisions will have a very important impact on our future. Poverty, a tragedy as old as human civilization, has accompanied humankind on its journey through time. For centuries, countries across the world have faced this painful and relentless struggle. Poverty and problems stemming from it are also casting an oppressive shadow on our future. This assembly must pay special attention to eradicate extreme poverty. I believe our conscience dictates us to do so. Distinguished delegates, for centuries, many countries in the world are struggling against poverty. Poverty is a terrible enemy with many faces. Even as we gather here in the countries we represent, including in my own, children are suffering from hunger. A child's right to education is an internationally accepted fundamental right. This right is enshrined in the constitutions of most of our nations. Yet, across the world, poverty has denied this right to hundreds of thousands of children. In a world which boasts of its technological advances, how can there be children without access to education? Education is the foundation of every great nation. It is the most vital factor deciding one's future. We firmly believe that investment in education is an investment in global progress. Many developing countries are constrained in their struggle against poverty by indebtedness. Low-income countries allocate twice as much on debt servicing than on education or health care. Our people and our countries are caught in debt traps. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development pledges to leave no one behind and to reach the last first. The agenda acknowledges the most critical challenge before the world is the challenge to end poverty. I would also like to recall the decisions taken at the Global Summit for Social Development in Copenhagen in 1995. However, wars and political upheavals and the COVID pandemic have obstructed the fulfillment of these hopeful agendas. I propose to you that the time has come for us to accept inequality and poverty are a global catastrophe. and we should act accordingly. Madam President, esteemed guests, drugs and organized crimes linked to drugs have become a serious concern to this world. This has been acknowledged in the World Drug Report 2025 published by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. The drug problem is a complex issue affecting millions of people globally. The market for drugs and the related criminal organizations are creating issues globally. Drug cartels are turning entire states into their hunting grounds. They pose a major threat to global health and global politics, and eventually global well-being as well. While Sri Lanka is taking effective steps to address this challenge, I respectfully request all of you to join in the effort to implement the global agenda on drugs and crime. I bring to your notice the need to implement the law strictly against these drug traffickers and prevent drug traffickers from taking refuge in our countries, and also to set up rehabilitation centers for rehabilitation purposes. Madam President, honored guests, we regard corruption as an epidemic causing widespread harm to broad swathes of society. We believe corruption to be an obstruction for development, a decisive threat to democracy and global well-being, and also a cause for poverty. Let me remind you that fighting corruption is dangerous, but not fighting corruption is even more dangerous. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948 was a remarkable victory for the people of the world. Civilizational achievements were never accomplished overnight. They were all results of unwavering efforts and sacrifices. And the struggle against corruption is also a difficult one. We must take the necessary steps here. The first step may be difficult, but if the courageous first step we take is correct, 1,000 steps will follow. That is what I believe. Madam President, delegates, be brave, all the rest will follow. Sri Jawaharlal Nehru has once stated so. I represent a small island of nearly 22 million people. Sri Lanka's population is about 0.30 of the global population. It is true that we are small in size and in numbers. Yet, we have begun the struggle against corruption for the future generations of our country and the world. I propose that corruption should become an integral part of the culture of all UN member countries, the struggle against corruption. Madam President, I feel confident that all of you will join me in condemning war. There is no nation in the world that desires a war. The result of a war is a tragedy wherever it happens. We all know that. Even now, many countries of the world are experiencing the pain of that tragedy. As a country that lived through a 3-decade war, we know well the futility of war. No one who sees the pain and the suffering of parents, spouses, and children of the victims of war would never dream of another war. We have witnessed these painful sights with our own eyes. Even as suffering caused by conflict has reached unprecedented levels, the international community has become reduced to bystanders. Opportunistic power politics has turned the lives of children and innocent civilians into a game. No one has the right to inflict pain and suffering on another to enhance one's own power. The duty of a ruler is not to destroy lives, but to protect them. We are deeply distressed by the ongoing catastrophe in the Gaza Strip. Gaza has been turned into an open prison full of pain and suffering, echoing with the cries of children and the innocent civilians. The United Nations Organization and all related parties must work towards an immediate ceasefire, enable adequate humanitarian aid to these areas, and to ensure the release of hostages of all parties. We recognize the Palestinian people's inalienable right to their own state. We also believe that legal, security and humanitarian concerns of Israel and Palestinian people need to be acknowledged. Sri Lanka reiterates the importance of early implementation of the UN General Assembly resolutions regarding a two-state solution on the basis of the 1967 borders. The time has come for the international community to stop being a mere spectator and to move decisively to end the suffering of millions. Religious extremism and racism have been major causes of wars and conflicts, bringing suffering to millions of people. Although a century has passed since the abolition of slavery, the poison of racism still lingers in many places. Extremist and racist ideas are as deadly as epidemics. We must ask ourselves how these extremist and racist ideas survive like sparks under the ashes in a world that has witnessed so many advances on so many fronts. I believe that we must awaken our conscience to oppose racism and religious extremism in protection of human rights and freedoms. We must be brave enough to speak up for peace. We must not be afraid to speak up for war. We must be afraid to speak up for war. In a world where millions of children die of hunger, we spend millions on weapons. When tens of millions die of inadequate health facilities, hundreds of millions are spent on futile wars. When hundreds of thousands of children are denied the right to an education, millions are spent on invading another's land. In every inch of this world, if every inch of this world can be turned into peaceful communities, what a wonderful world would it be? As a country that suffered the horrors of war for decades, where loved ones still weep in remembrance of their loved, we have a duty to make that heartfelt proposal. I would like to remind you that at the last election, people of Sri Lanka decided in favor of the centuries-old dream. A legislature has been established according to that decision, reflecting the ethnic and religious diversity of the country. Parliament has been established with women and other marginalized communities in representation. We believe that the duty of legislators is to develop the country and the people, not to develop themselves. And we have established that idea. Madam President, distinguished guests, our people have chosen light over darkness. They have given their approval to realize the vision of a thriving nation, a beautiful life. To fulfill this historic mandate, we have focused on establishing non-corrupt administration, poverty eradication and digitalization, and we have also placed great emphasis on education, health as well. We are moving towards these goals step by step. Digital democracy is one of our aims, ensuring that every person and every country can enjoy the opportunities of the digital age is a global challenge. If we succeed in our task, we will be able to open doors to technology, accelerate development, and to strengthen governance. If we fail, technology will turn into one more force, worsening inequality, insecurity, and injustice. The digital gap between states that can and cannot establish access to digital tools is clear. An even greater gap is being created in relation to artificial intelligence. Sri Lanka and many other developing nations in Asia and also many other nations are facing challenges in using AI as a development tool due to the inadequate infrastructure facilities. Madam President, distinguished delegates, I ask the international community to work together, and we have to develop a dignified society, a dignified world. I present this August Assembly a proposal to set up a neutral sovereign artificial intelligence zone. We must build a new and better world, a world which represents the dignity of humankind. You as members of this assembly must be the architects of that better world. As President Harry Truman stated on the occasion of founding the United Nations, in your hands rests our future. We must not act in fear or under compulsion, but with hope for a better and more secure world. Today we must commit ourselves not to lead the world to another disaster, but to make it a better place for the next generation. I have dreams and expectations for my country. Similarly, you have dreams and expectations for your countries. My dream is to ensure that my people are rich and they have happiness. I believe that you too have such dreams. We must try to achieve these dreams not in competition with each other, but by walking arm in arm. Peace, dignity, and equality on a healthy planet. That is the motto of the United Nations Organization. Therefore, let us become the true healers of the world. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Head of State and President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Cesar Bernardo Arevalo de Leone, President of the Republic of Guatemala. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta,
Madam President of the General Assembly,
Annalena Baerbock, Señor Secretario General,
Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres,
jefes de Estado, distinguidos delegados,
Heads of State, distinguished delegates,
delegadas, damas y caballeros,
ladies and gentlemen,
muy buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon to you.
Ninkam Chakhun Resilal, Tuktuk Ilal, Ut Sail Cholejil, Chok Reheb Litenamit, Sarau Chichoch, Sa Ishkabaeb, Likaib Chi Tenamit Re Guatemala. Traigo un mensaje de paz y armonía a los pueblos del mundo en nombre de los cuatro pueblos de Guatemala. Estas palabras vienen desde el centro de América, desde los territorios que durante siglos ha habitado el pueblo quechí en el norte de Guatemala. Les saludo con el idioma que se habla en la región de la vera paz, de la paz verdadera. Esa región que solo pudo ser incorporada al gobierno colonial español por medios pacíficos
into the Spanish colonial administration through peaceful means after 20 years of dignified resistance.
Traigo conmigo esas palabras
And I present these words to call for the true peace which today seems so distant. In the ancestral calendar of the Mayan peoples, periods of 20 years are called catunes. So in 2025, we can say that 4 catunes will have passed since the United Nations was founded. This means that we are closing one cycle and opening another. Before us, we have an opportunity to seek well-being, to reflect and repair, to achieve justice, and to begin anew. 80 years ago, the peoples and governments of the world decided to establish a new way of relating to one another. Out of the ruins of a war that shook humanity's deepest convictions in every corner of the planet, emerged the certainty that dialogue and cooperation would be central tools in building a new world, in transforming fear, dismay, and shame into hope, responsibility, and into a steadfast commitment to peace. Today, the shadows of war are once again visible on the horizon, and military abuses committed against vulnerable communities affront humanity as a whole. The current crisis is a harsh reminder that we have not done enough to achieve the ideal of a world in which the life and dignity of all persons are respected without question. We must recall the transformative momentum that we saw in 1945 and the courage of those leaders who dared to believe that a world of peace, justice, solidarity, and harmony was possible, and who began to work to build that. Our predecessors imagined, constructed, and bequeathed to us a permanent forum for dialogue and mutual understanding, grounded in the belief that the destiny of each nation is also the destiny of humanity, a forum where the voices of all countries would be heard, regardless of the size of their territory, economy, or army. A multilateral forum guided by the principle of sovereign equality in the pursuit of peace and committed to preventing the repetition of past suffering and ensuring the full enjoyment of human rights. This organization was built upon the principle that no single nation can guarantee world security alone. We should by now have learned that unchecked power can tear irreparable holes in the fabric of humanity. We should have learned by now that advances in science and technology can produce unimaginable catastrophes if left in the hands of unchecked power. We should have learned by now that any international mechanism must include strong, binding, and enforceable agreements in order to be effective. Ladies and gentlemen, just how much has the world changed since 1945? This organization has contributed significantly to decolonization processes and to the ending and stabilization of armed conflicts across the globe, including in my country, Guatemala. The various UN bodies have actively sought well-being in all corners of the earth, achieving major advances through cooperation and mutual support in areas such as public health, environmental protection, the fight against poverty, and the promotion of gender equality. Guatemala saw firsthand the watershed represented by the founding of the UN in terms of how it established universal multilateral diplomacy as a way of addressing conflict.
Our country attended the San Francisco conference with the drive and transformative enthusiasm of the democratic revolution of the 20th of October 1944. This was a revolution that today remains a fundamental touchstone for continental aspirations of sovereignty, dignity, and genuine independence. However, from 1960 onwards, Guatemalans endured one of the longest and bloodiest internal wars in our continent. This war claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, entailed countless human rights violations, and opened a deep wound in the collective soul of Guatemalan society. That long chapter of intolerance and political violence came to an end in 1996. Since then, our governments have adopted the peace accords to ensure the full effect of human rights and the non-recurrence of the horrors that we've left behind. The support of the United Nations verification mission in Guatemala was decisive in giving the country's diverse sectors the certainty that peace was possible. But this is a struggle that never lets up and that continues to pose important challenges for our society. Guatemala's democracy was supported by the United Nations and other multilateral bodies such as the Organization of American States. In recent decades, we have received support to strengthen our judicial institutions and to combat corruption and impunity. This has helped the people of Guatemala to strengthen their struggle to secure effective government, an independent justice system, clean and transparent elections, and a future of progress and well-being. After a long period of institutional dismantling during which corruption was simply how the system conventionally worked, Guatemala is now returning to the path of democratic recovery. We're convinced that cleaning up our institutions is essential to consolidating democracy. This despite the difficulties posed by the constant harassment that we suffer from anti-democratic actors entrenched within our justice system. In a hostile context, we have acted to combat corruption and impunity and to promote transparency and accountability. My administration defends, promotes, and protects human rights and does so firmly. We remain committed to safeguarding the freedoms enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. After more than 7 years, we have reopened our doors to the monitoring mechanisms of the United Nations Human Rights Protection System. We have received 7 official visits, including that of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the visit of the Special Rapporteur on the independence of judges and lawyers, and of the Special Rapporteur on adequate housing. However, the results that we've achieved so far are not enough. The process of change that we're undergoing requires improving how we take collective decisions. In a country where exclusion and discrimination were everyday features of our public administration, my government is breaking down historical barriers and is working hand in hand with the ancestral authorities of indigenous peoples, with civil society, and with various business sectors, so that together we can foster development throughout the country. We know that there can be no democracy without social justice, nor social justice without democracy. We are engaged in a decisive struggle against corrupt and authoritarian forces who seek at all costs to keep institutions in their control and to perpetuate impunity. In their determination to pervert justice, they criminalize and persecute indigenous leaders who defended democracy, such as Luis Pacheco, journalists who denounce corruption, such as José Rubén Zamora, judges, such as Virginia La Parra, and anyone else who opposes their designs of corruption and impunity, driving them into exile or imprisoning them arbitrarily.
El año 2026
será
crucial
will
para
be a crucial
Guatemala,
year for Guatemala.
pues corresponde elegir nuevas
It
autoridades en
will
órganos
bring
clave de
elections
control
for
y
new
justicia.
authorities in key oversight and justice
Es
bodies.
indispensable que estos procesos de elección
It's essential
se
that these
desarrollen
selection processes
con
be
transparencia,
conducted transparently,
imparcialidad
impartially,
y apego a la ley,
and in accordance with the
por
law.
lo que hemos solicitado
We have
formalmente
therefore formally
el
requested
acompañamiento
the
técnico y
technical and
político de
political
nuestros
support
socios
of our
estratégicos
strategic
para
partners
asegurar
to
que se
ensure
cumplan
that
con los
these
más altos
processes
estándares
meet the
de
highest
legitimidad.
standards of legitimacy.
Preservar nuestra democracia y
Preserving
la
our
posibilidad
democracy and the
de
possibility
construir un
of
verdadero
building
Estado de
a
Derecho en
genuine rule
Guatemala
of law in Guatemala
dependen de
depend
ello.
on this.
Invito a la
I
comunidad
invite the international
internacional
community to
a seguir respaldando
continue
estos esfuerzos
supporting these
mediante el
efforts
seguimiento
through
técnico,
technical
el apoyo
oversight,
institucional
institutional
y la vigilancia
assistance, and further cooperation.
Señora Presidenta,
Madam President,
señoras y señores delegados,
distinguished delegates,
además de nuestros esfuerzos domésticos,
beyond our
Guatemala
domestic
ha asumido
efforts,
sus compromisos
Guatemala
con sus
strives to
vecinos y
meet
con el mundo.
its commitments to its neighbors and
Estamos
to the world.
fortaleciendo
We are
nuestra
strengthening
capacidad para
our
atender a los
capacity
miles
to
de
be able to
migrantes
address the
que
needs of the
transitan por
thousands
nuestro
of migrants who
territorio,
transit our
asegurando para
territory,
ellos el trato digno que
ensuring
exigimos
that they
para las y
receive
los
dignified
guatemaltecos que se
treatment, the
encuentran
same dignified
fuera de
treatment
nuestro
that we demand for Guatemalans
En
abroad.
paralelo,
At the same
estamos
time,
abordando
we are
decididamente las
tackling
causas
the
estructurales de la pobreza
root causes of
que obliga a
poverty that
tantos
have forced so many
guatemaltecos a migrar.
Guatemalans to
Y
migrate.
estamos reforzando
And we
la
are
atención que brindamos a
stepping
nuestros
up the
ciudadanos
assistance that we
en
provide
Estados
to our
Unidos y
citizens
México.
in the United States and in Mexico.
Junto a nuestros vecinos estamos impulsando
Together with our
iniciativas
neighbors, we are promoting
importantes
major
para
initiatives
combatir
to
el
combat
crimen organizado
transnational
transnacional
organized
y el
crime
narcotráfico.
and drug trafficking.
Participamos activamente
We
en
participate
7 misiones de
actively in 7
mantenimiento de la paz
peacekeeping
y
missions
contribuimos
and
también con
contribute
150 efectivos
150
a la
personnel
misión
to the
multinacional de apoyo
multinational
a la
security
seguridad
support mission
en Haití.
in Haiti.
Apoyamos la propuesta
We
del secretario
support the
general
Secretary General's
para que dicha misión
proposal
se
to
transforme en una misión
transform that
híbrida,
mission into a
respaldada por la
hybrid
organización
mission backed by
y
the
financiada
organization
con
and
fondos de las contribuciones
financed from the
permanentes para el
assessed
mantenimiento de la
peacekeeping
paz.
contributions.
Reafirmamos nuestro apoyo a
We
Haití
reaffirm our
y sus
support for
esfuerzos
Haiti
por alcanzar
and its
la
efforts to achieve
estabilidad
stability
con el respaldo
with the backing
de la
of the
comunidad
international community.
internacional. Señoras y señores delegados,
Distinguished delegates,
el cambio climático
climate
es la
change
mayor
is the greatest
amenaza existencial
existential
que
threat
enfrenta la humanidad.
facing humanity.
Y solamente podremos abordarla a través de la
It can
acción
only be
conjunta de los
addressed
pueblos
through
y de
joint
los
action
gobiernos del
by the
mundo.
peoples and governments of the
Una
world.
muestra de ello es la colaboración que hemos
One example
establecido
of this is
con
the
nuestros vecinos de
collaboration that
México y
we've
Belice
established with our neighbors
para
in
asegurar
Mexico
la
and
protección del
Belize
corredor
to protect the
biocultural de la Gran
biocultural
Selva Maya,
corridor of the
que es
Great
uno de los
Maya
principales
Forest, which
pulmones
is one
del
of the
continente.
continent's main lungs.
Pese a que Guatemala es un
Although
responsable,
Guatemala is
es responsable
responsible
de una mínima
for
fracción de las
only a
emisiones
tiny
globales,
fraction of global
somos uno de
emissions,
los países
we are one of the
más
countries that is
vulnerables
most
a sus
vulnerable
efectos.
to their effects.
Por eso hemos reactivado
That's
y
why we have
fortalecido el Consejo
reactivated
Nacional
and
de Cambio
strengthened our
Climático,
National Climate
encargado de
Change
revisar
Council.
planes,
This is
estrategias
tasked
y
with
metas
reviewing
nacionales
national
que
plans,
aportan
strategies and
a la
targets
búsqueda de
that
soluciones
contribute
comunes.
to the quest for common solutions.
Guatemala reconoce
Guatemala
que muchos países
recognizes that many
necesitamos
countries
acceso
need
efectivo
effective
a
access to
financiamiento
climate
climático,
finance,
transferencia de
to technology
tecnología
transfer
y
and capacity
fortalecimiento de
building.
capacidades, por lo que instamos
We
a todos
therefore
los
urge all
países
states
a cumplir sus
to
compromisos
honor their
de
climate
financiación
finance
climática
pledges
y acelerar
and
la
to accelerate the
del
implementation
Acuerdo
of
de París,
the Paris
cooperando
Agreement.
con nuestros
By
vecinos
cooperating with our
para
neighbors
proteger a
to
las personas que
protect
migran,
migrants,
tomando las medidas
by
necesarias
taking
para
the
recuperar nuestro medio
measures
ambiente,
necessary to restore our
participando
environment,
activamente
by
en las
participating
operaciones de
actively in
mantenimiento de
peacekeeping
la paz,
operations,
ofreciendo
by
nuestra
offering
experiencia
our
y nuestro
experience and
conocimiento
our
en donde se
knowledge where they're
necesite.
needed.
Así es
This
como Guatemala
is how
hace su
Guatemala
parte en este gran
participates in
mosaico
this
de las
great
Naciones Unidas.
mosaic of the United Nations.
Señora Presidenta, La futura resolución de la Corte Internacional de Justicia pondrá fin al diferendo territorial, insular y marítimo concluida ya la fase escrita y a la espera de las audiencias orales para el próximo año y una eventual sentencia, estamos ante una oportunidad histórica para abrir una nueva etapa en la relación entre ambos países. Resolver esta controversia por la vía pacífica es un ejemplo de cómo incluso los diferendos más complejos pueden conducir a la paz y la cooperación. Guatemala reitera su compromiso con fortalecer nuestras relaciones bilaterales con Belice sobre la base del respeto mutuo, la cooperación pacífica y la observancia del derecho internacional. Distinguidos delegados y delegadas, nos encontramos ante una encrucijada. En tiempos donde el diálogo y la búsqueda de consenso son vistos como signos de debilidad, en tiempos donde la sombra del autoritarismo crece en muchos lugares del planeta, en tiempos donde la desinformación lleva a muchas personas a desear soluciones rápidas, aunque eso signifique sacrificar las libertades, tenemos la obligación de reafirmar los valores y principios solidarios que durante 80 años han guiado el espíritu de esta organización. Mi país hace un llamado urgente a recordar que el multilateralismo es un asunto de humanidad entendida como el conjunto de seres humanos que habitamos este planeta y que aspiramos a la igualdad, la felicidad y el bienestar, pero también de humanidad entendida como la cualidad que tenemos los seres humanos de sentir empatía, de sentir compasión, de sentirnos profundamente ofendidos por cualquier tipo de injusticia cometido contra uno de nuestros semejantes. Para Guatemala, es muy claro que la injusticia en cualquier parte del mundo es inaceptable. Nuestra principal tarea como Naciones Unidas es recuperar una certeza que podemos y debemos convivir en paz. La aspiración universal de un mundo sin guerra y el anhelo de una paz sostenible pasa necesariamente por asegurar procesos legítimos, abiertos y plurales para que la toma de decisiones sea más eficaz. Esta búsqueda de legitimidad no debe ser un freno ni una excusa para retrasar las acciones necesarias. Las Naciones Unidas no hemos cumplido con nuestro mandato de actuar cuando un aparato militar arrasa con individuos, familias, comunidades y poblaciones en nombre de la seguridad y la soberanía, como sucede ahorita mismo en Ucrania, en Sudán y en Gaza. Debemos detener inmediatamente los ataques y garantizar el ingreso de ayuda humanitaria a todos los territorios en guerra. Debemos poner un alto a la invasión de Ucrania, un alto a la guerra en Sudán, un alto total al sufrimiento y a la muerte de población civil en Gaza. Y llamamos también a la liberación inmediata y sin condiciones de los rehenes. Guatemala, de manera consistente con la posición que mantiene desde 1947, hace un llamado a retomar la búsqueda de una solución pacífica al conflicto entre Israel y Palestina que garantice la existencia de un Estado para el pueblo palestino y que le permita coexistir pacíficamente con el Estado de Israel. Nunca debimos haber llegado a este punto. Nos corresponde aprender de este doloroso momento y actuar en consecuencia, como lo hicieron otros durante los últimos 80 años en este mismo lugar. Por ello, es necesario discutir e impulsar reformas al sistema de Naciones Unidas que hagan de nuestro trabajo algo más eficiente y cercano a los pueblos del mundo. Debemos fortalecer el impacto de las Naciones Unidas en sus tres pilares fundamentales: la paz y seguridad internacionales, el desarrollo sostenible y los derechos humanos. Reiteramos la necesidad urgente de reformar el Consejo de Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas. Este órgano, llamado a velar por la paz y la seguridad internacionales, debe reflejar las realidades del siglo XXI y no las estructuras geopolíticas del pasado. Por eso, respaldamos una estructura más representativa y democrática que elimine las complicaciones que implica el poder de veto y refleje la realidad geopolítica actual. En este sentido,
In this regard,
quiero hacer propia la frase de un anterior
I wish to make
secretario
my
general
own the words
de
of
las
a former
Naciones
UN
Unidas,
Secretary General,
Dag
Hammarskjöld,
que dijo,
when he said,
esta
this
organización no fue
organization was
creada
not
para llevar
created to
a la
take
humanidad al
humanity to
cielo,
heaven,
sino para
but
salvar
to save
a la humanidad del
humanity
infierno.
from hell.
Pueblos del mundo, hoy
Peoples of the
el
world,
multilateralismo está en crisis.
today multilateralism is
Su
in crisis.
supervivencia
Its
como acción
survival
conjunta de naciones libres
as
que
joint
da
action
sentido,
by free
orientación y
nations
vida a
giving
esta
meaning,
organización
orientation and life to this
depende de que
organization
tengamos la
depends on our
capacidad de
ability to
reformarlo
reform it
profundamente.
and at the
No
root.
podemos perder más tiempo.
We cannot afford to
Debemos
waste any more
luchar
time.
porque las Naciones
We
Unidas sean
must
una
strive to
comunidad de
ensure
seres
that
humanos
the United
unidos
Nations becomes
que
a
cuidan la
community
vida
of united
en
human
todas sus
beings
formas
caring for
y en
life
todo
in
lugar.
all of its forms
Solo esto
and everywhere.
nos
Only this will
garantizará
guarantee
la paz
true
verdadera,
peace,
la
vera
vera
paz.
paz. Bantiosh, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je remercie
On behalf of the
le
General Assembly,
président du
I
Guatemala.
wish to thank President of Guatemala.
L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre l'allocution de son Excellence
The
M.
Assembly will now
Azali
hear a address
Assoumani,
from His Excellency
président de l'Union des
Azali
Comores.
Assoumani,
J'ai pris le
President of the Union
protocole
of
de bien
Comoros,
vouloir
signed
accompagner
by
son Excellence.
protocol to
j'invite à prendre
escort
la
His
parole devant
Excellency and invite him
l'Assemblée.
to address the Assembly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellence, Madame la Présidente de
President of the
l'Assemblée
General
Générale.
Assembly,
Excellences,
Excellencies,
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général
Secretary
de
General
l'Organisation
of
des
the
Nations
United
Unies,
Nations,
Majesté, Altesse,
Your Majesties, Royal
Excellences, Monsieur le
Highnesses,
Chef d'État et de gouvernement,
Heads of State and Government,
Chefs de délégation,
Heads of Delegation,
honorable assistance, Assalamu
distinguished
alaikum
guests,
wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Permettez-moi tout d'abord
allow me first of
d'adresser
all,
aux autorités américaines, au nom de la
on
délégation
behalf of the
comorienne,
Comorian delegation,
nos sincères
to
remerciements
address
pour
our
l'accueil
warmest
chaleureux,
thanks to the American authorities
les excellentes dispositions prises
for the hearty welcome and the
à
excellent
l'occasion de
organisation
cette 80e
of
session de
the
notre Assemblée.
80th session of our
Et je voudrais
Assembly.
ensuite
I would also
féliciter Son
wish to
Excellence,
congratulate
Madame Alena Berko,
Her Excellency
pour
Madame
son
Annalena
élection à la
Baerbock
présidence de cette
on her
Assemblée
election to preside over
et lui
this session of our
souhaiter bonne
Assembly,
réussite
and
dans sa noble
wish
mission.
her
Et
every
par la même
success
occasion,
in this noble mission,
rendre
and also at the
un
same
hommage
time
à Son Excellence
pay
M.
tribute to
Philemon
His
Yang
Excellency Mr.
pour la
Philemon Yang,
sagesse et la rigueur avec lesquelles
and note the
il a
wisdom and
conduit
rigor with
les
which
travaux
he led
précédents.
the work of the previous
Je
session
salue
of the
enfin
General Assembly. Finally,
le leadership
I wish to
éclairé
commend the
de Son
enlightened
Excellence
leadership
M.
of His
Antonio
Excellency
Guterres,
Mr. Antonio
Secrétaire
Guterres,
général des
United
Nations
Nations
Unies,
Secretary General,
dont l'engagement sans faille
whose
en
tireless
faveur de la
commitment
paix
to
et du
peace
développement
and development
incarne fidèlement les
accurately
idéaux de notre
embodies the
charte,
ideologies
alors que
enshrined in our
l'ordre
charter
international
at a time when the
traverse
international order
malheureusement
is
de profondes
unfortunately
turbulences.
facing severe
Madame la
turbulence.
Le thème de cette 80e session,
The theme of this
Mieux
80th
ensemble,
session, Better
plus de
Together,
80 ans au service de la
80
paix,
years and more for
du
peace,
développement
development
et des
and
droits
human
humains,
rights,
prend toute sa
is
pertinence
as urgent
et
and
son
relevant
urgence
as
dans le
ever
contexte
in the
mondial
current
actuel.
global context.
Il y a 10 ans, ici
10
même,
years ago, in this very
nous avons
room,
fixé l'ambition
we
d'un
set
monde
the
meilleur
ambition
à
to
l'horizon
build a better
2030.
world by
Les
2030.
objectifs de
The
développement
Sustainable
durable
Development Goals
devaient
were
éradiquer
supposed
la
to
pauvreté,
eradicate poverty,
protéger la
protect the
planète
planet,
et offrir
and
à
provide
tous
everyone
la prospérité et
with
la
peace
paix.
and
Or,
prosperity.
à 5
However,
ans de cette
with
échéance,
5 years to go
force
before the
est de
deadline,
constater que le monde
it is
n'est
notable
ni
that the
plus
world
juste,
is not
ni
more
plus apaisé,
just, more
ni plus
peaceful,
équitable.
or more equitable.
Au contraire,
On the contrary,
les inégalités s'accentuent,
inequalities
les
have
conflits se
increased,
multiplient,
conflicts
et l'humanité
multiply,
s'éloigne
and humanity is
de la vision
moving further
qui
and
nous anime.
further away from the vision
C'est le
that
cas en
once
Europe
drove us.
avec le conflit
This is the
ukrainien,
case in Europe with the
en
conflict in
Afrique avec
Ukraine,
la
in
situation au
Africa,
Sahel
the situation in the
et la
Sahel,
crise des Grands Lacs.
and the crisis in the Great
La
Lakes
tragédie
region.
palestinienne
The
en
Palestinian
est le
tragedy
témoignage
is
le
perhaps the most
plus accablant.
shocking demonstration of this.
Depuis plus de 70 ans,
For more than 70 years
et aujourd'hui
now,
encore
and
plus
today
qu'hier,
even more so
le
than
peuple
before, the
palestinien
Palestinian
endure
people have
la
been
spoliation
suffering
de sa
the
terre,
pillaging of their
l'exil,
ancestral lands,
la
suffering
torture
exile,
et
torture
l'humiliation.
and humiliation.
Son histoire récente n'est qu'une
Their
succession de
recent
pages
history is
écrites dans le
simply a
sang,
succession of pages
l'indifférence
written in
et le
blood,
mépris.
indifference and scorn.
Face à ce drame,
When faced with this tragedy,
qualifié à juste titre de
rightly
d'autres génocides
qualified as a
par
genocide
nombre
by many
d'experts,
experts,
la
the
communauté
international
internationale
community
se limite
is
trop
all
souvent
far too
à des
often
condamnations verbales
simply verbally
sans action
condemning
concrète.
this
Nous avons
without
condamné
any
à juste
concrete
titre
action.
des actes
We
barbares
rightly
commis le 7
condemned the
octobre
barbaric
2023 en
acts
Israël.
committed on the 7th of October
Mais
in
la
Israel,
riposte
but the
disproportionnée
disproportionate
qui se déroule à
response
Gaza
that has been
depuis
unleashed in Gaza
relève
since then
bien les génocides
is indeed
dont
a
les
genocide.
sont à
80% of the
80%
victims
des enfants,
are
des
children,
personnes âgées,
older persons,
des malades,
or the ill.
tués par des
They have been
bombardements
killed by
qui
shelling,
n'épargnent ni
which
les
does not
hôpitaux,
spare
ni les
hospitals,
écoles,
aid
ni les
distribution
centres de
centres,
distribution d'aide,
schools,
ni les personnes de l'ONU,
UN staff,
ni les
or
journalistes.
journalists.
Les crimes perpétrés
The
contre
crimes
la Palestine
perpetrated against
révèlent
Palestine
une contradiction insoutenable.
stem from
En
an
effet,
untenable
comment
contradiction.
un gouvernement
Indeed, how
issu d'un
can a
peuple
government
qui a
elected
été
by a
victime de
people who were
l'Holocauste
victim of the
peut-il commettre
Holocaust,
un génocide
how can they
aux yeux
commit a
aussi du monde
genocide
entier
before the very eyes of the
imposer
entire
aujourd'hui
world
à d'autres
and
des
inflict
traumatismes
similar
semblables
trauma on
de la
others
guerre,
today,
de l'exil
war,
et de
exile,
l'oppression?
and oppression?
Comment Israël
How can Israel,
peut-il de surcroît
in
s'en
addition,
prendre à
take it out
tous
on
et être en
everyone
conflit meurtrier
else,
avec tous ses voisins?
entering into deadly
Comme le
conflict with
rappelle
all of
le
its
adage,
neighbors?
on
As
ne
the old
choisit
adage
pas son
goes, we
voisin,
don't choose our
mais on
neighbors,
doit vivre
but we
en
have
paix,
to
en
live
sécurité
in peace and
avec eux.
security with them.
Ainsi,
Thus,
nous ne pouvons que saluer
we
le
must
courage
welcome
et l'humanisme
and the courage and the
des frères
humanity
israéliens,
of
des
the
amis israéliens,
Israelis,
élèvent leur
friends
voix
from Israel
contre
who are
cette
raising their
barbarie.
voices against this
Bravo
barbarity.
et merci
Bravo
à vous, chers
and
amis.
thank you to you, dear
Et
friends.
comme l'histoire nous
And
rappelle,
as history reminds us,
devant la tragédie de
when we look
l'Holocauste,
at the tragedy of the
les
Holocaust,
pays arabes,
Arab,
africains et
African
musulmans
and Muslim
n'ont
countries
jamais été
have
du
never
côté
been on the
des
side
génocidaires.
of
Au
the
contraire,
perpetrators of
nos
genocide. On
aïeux
the
et nos
contrary, our
ancêtres
forefathers and our
ont,
ancestors
au
were
péril de leur vie,
risking their
combattu aux
lives,
côtés
they
des alliés
fought
pour
alongside
défendre
the Allies
le
to
peuple
defend
juif
the Jewish people
et les accueillir
and host
et les
them,
rescaper dans leur pays.
welcome the survivors
Madame
of
la
their
Présidente,
countries.
l'Union des Comores,
Present, the
fidèle
Union
à
of
ses
the
principes,
Comoros,
en
loyal as it is
respect
to
du
its
droit
principles,
international, réaffirme son
respecting
soutien
international law,
indéfectible
reaffirms
à la
its tireless
solution à deux
support
États
to the two-state
vivant
solution,
côte à côte
living side by
avec
side,
Jérusalem-Est
with East
comme
Jerusalem
capitale
as
de
the
l'État de
capital of the
Palestine,
state of Palestine,
seule solution pour
which
la
is the
paix et la
only
sécurité
solution for
pour
peace and
Israël
security
et
for
pour toute
Israel
la
and for the
région du
entire
Proche et du
Near
Moyen-Orient.
and Middle East region.
Contrairement à l'argumentaire
Unlike the
selon
argument put
lequel
forward,
reconnaître l'État de
whereby
Palestine,
recognizing the state of
c'est faire un
Palestine
cadeau à Hamas,
is a gift to
avoir un État
Hamas,
palestinien
having a
reconnu
Palestine state that is
permettra
recognized
aux
will allow
Palestiniens de se
Palestinian
conformer,
people
d'accomplir
to
leurs devoirs
accomplish
aux
their
obligations et aux
duties
droits
and
internationaux.
obligations under
Cela
international
constitue
law. This
un meilleur gage de
is the
paix
best gauge
plutôt
of
que
establishing
d'avoir
peace,
des
rather
groupes
than
comme
having
interlocuteurs.
groups as
Nous saluons
interlocutors and
ainsi
negotiators.
la
Thus,
décision
we
historique de
welcome
la
the historic
France.
decision taken by
Et nous
France.
rendons
We
hommage
pay
au
tribute
président
here to
Macron,
President Macron
aux dirigeants
and
de
also to
nombreux
the leaders
pays
of many
qui ont
other
reconnu
countries
lundi 23
who,
septembre
on Monday
dernier,
the
l'État de
23rd of
Palestine
September, recognized the
depuis
state of
cette tribune de
Palestine
l'ONU.
at this UN
Nous nous
rostrum.
réjouissons de cette heureuse initiative
We welcome this
qui
positive
intervient à la
initiative,
suite
which
which comes following the New York Declaration, which was adopted also in September by the General Assembly. In a continuation of this international conference organized in August by France and Saudi Arabia under the aegis of the United Nations. We called on this assembly to put the future of the Palestinian state once and for all on our common agenda. It is our moral responsibility to act, because with every day that goes by without action being taken, thousands of innocent people, women and children, die. No one will be able to say anymore, I didn't know. History will be our judge. It will not forgive silence nor inaction. Let us think of the future generations, so that tomorrow they could be proud of what we did. President, peace and development cannot be built without justice and inclusion. That is why, 65 years after a wave of independence, Africa is a continent of more than 2 billion people. Now Africa must finally obtain its legitimate rightful place within the Security Council of the United Nations. The vision of the African Union, a united, prosperous, peaceful Africa that is master of its own fate, fully echoes the spirit of this session. During my presidency of the African Union, I prioritized conflict resolution and mediation to, once and for all, silence the guns. This is a flagship initiative of the African Union as part of the 2063 agenda, the Africa we want, and it is in line with the norms and principles and protocols of the African Union regarding the African Peace and Security Council. This commitment is the key for the effective implementation of the African Free Trade Area, which itself is a pillar for a strong Africa within the concert of nations. President, distinguished guests, in the same vein, I wish to recall that the declaration adopted by the General Assembly at its 26th session declared the Indian Ocean a zone of peace, free from nuclear weapons and military bases. However, still today, competing ambitions are threatening this stability. Thus, I strongly condemn and denounce any project to install a military base in Mayotte, a Comorian island which, unfortunately, is still under French administration. The Union of the Comoros, who just celebrated 50 years of independence and accession to the United Nations, we remain committed to the full entirety of our national territory, Anjouan, Grand Comore, Mohéli and Mayotte, all of it. I wish to reiterate the gratitude of the people and the government of the Comoros to all of those who, as we mark this half-century anniversary, have congratulated us and sent their best wishes. In this context, from this rostrum, I cannot also ignore the question of Mayotte, a Comorian island which is still under French occupation, despite clear and repeated resolutions of the UN, of the African Union, and from other bodies too. The dialogue that has begun with France, what the late President Mitterrand called an unfortunate dispute, must reach a successful conclusion, because this dispute has gone on far too long, and every year it costs the lives of thousands of our compatriots in the stretch of sea that separates Mayotte and its sister islands. This week, very serious facts were unveiled by an investigation from the French newspaper Le Monde, which reported on deliberate manoeuvres on the part of the police operating in Mayotte, carrying out regularly sinking boats which cost the lives of several Comorian citizens. Thus, the Union of the Comoros calls on the French state, the occupying power, to stop these operations, to launch the appropriate investigations and to punish the perpetrators of this barbarity, so that justice be served and so that the dignity of human lives be respected. On our side, the Union of the Comoros will tirelessly continue its diplomatic and legal action, so that justice can be served and so that a just solution can be found to the question of the Comorian island of Mayotte, which is one of the last open wounds of decolonization in Africa. We thus regret that some brotherly countries in Africa who've always defended international law and the Comorian cause are today prevaricating and undertaking and portionate initiatives with France to establish relations with Mayotte, in spite of international law and our national sovereignty. We call on the African Union to act, to recall the duty and necessity for the respect of international law and the respect for unity of our archipelago. President, distinguished guests, much like many small island developing states, Comoros are on the front line of climate change, and we remain a vulnerable but determined country. Rising seas, coastal erosion, and the increased frequency of cyclones are posing a threat to our villages, our ecosystems, and our lives. We call for equitable and simplified access to climate financing. We call for increased solidarity, too, so that our people can not only survive, but prosper. In recent years, the Union of the Comoros has launched an emerging Comoros plan, which seeks to transform our economy, strengthen our infrastructure, modernise our education system, and improve our people's health. Our country has vast potential in terms of renewable energy, including geothermal energy. We invite our bilateral and multilateral partners and the private sector to join this promising development project. It is based on 3 pillars: inclusive growth, the energy and digital transition, the blue economy, one of the great riches which is the Indian Ocean. The security across our region depends on the stability of each and every one of its states, and thus we condemn strongly all forms of terrorism and transnational crime. We advocate for strong and just multilateralism and solidarity based on the UN Charter and the respect for the sovereign equality of states. We must reaffirm also our commitment to a fairer world order, where small states have a voice and can fully participate in global governance, and to turn back the tide of protectionism and stop people looking inward. We advocate for reform of the international financial architecture. Following the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate crisis and the increasing debt of developing countries, it is crucial to adapt the global financial system to the economic, geopolitical and social realities. 50 years after its independence, the Comorian nation is still a young one, but it is buoyed by its experience and by its dreams. The Comorian people are proud of its history and confident in its future, and they remain committed to this assembly, which embodies our common aspirations for peace, justice and development, which must be consistently consolidated. I therefore solemnly appeal to the international community and our development partners to support our efforts so that we can have a world that really is for peace, development and human rights. Thank you for your kind attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée, je remercie le président de l'Union des Comores. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre l'allocution de son Excellence Madame Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, présidente de la République de Namibie. J'ai pris le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence. Je l'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée.
Thank you, Madam President. When the founders of the UN convened 8 years ago, they did so to establish an organization, among others, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, dignity of human person, and equal rights of men and women, and of nations, large and small, and to lay the groundwork for a durable system that promotes justice and respect for the obligations arising from treaties and international laws. While over the following decades, we have become closer to the brink of war, the United Nations has stood the test of time, from decolonization to promoting the right to self-determination, from conflict prevention and securing peace to the provision of humanitarian assistance. The UN has continued to fulfill its founding mandate under very difficult circumstances. Therefore, the international community must honor the brave men and women who, under the blue flag, have been at the forefront in the securing of world peace. Namibia's journey to independence is one of the UN's most successful stories. It was through this very organization that our forebears tirelessly petitioned for the end of apartheid, colonial rule in Namibia, for freedom and independence of our country. At this point, I want to thank the UN family for having held a special session in remembrance of our founding president, Comrade Sam Safishuna Nujoma, when he passed on. Madam President, my personal journey with the United Nations begins in 1974, where I have had the privilege to serve my country and Africa in various capacities within the halls of this distinguished global organ. Today, I am deeply honored and humbled to stand before you as the 5th President of the Republic of Namibia with a mandate to deliver services and to ensure justice of all inhabitants of our country. As a woman, I encourage every girl and woman by affirming that your voice matters, your vision is needed, as it will pave you a way to the helm of whatever institution you are serving. Madam President, Namibia's 8th administration is built on the strong foundation and legacy of our predecessors. Under the theme, Unity in Diversity, Natural Resources Beneficiation, and Youth Empowerment for Sustainable Development. That theme aims to shape and transform the Namibian economy through value addition and other economic activities. Hence, we have identified agriculture, sports, youth empowerment, education and training, creative industry, health services, land and housing as critical sectors supported by mining, energy, water, tourism, infrastructure development, transport, logistics, to sustain our economic development through our long-term development blueprint, Vision 2030. This vision is being implemented through a series of national development plans, NDPs. Recently, we launched the 6th NDP with its fundamental pillars clearly aligned to the global agenda, such as the SADC Regional Inductive Strategic Development Plan, the African Union Agenda 2063, and the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. Some of our achievements include the launch and the operationalization of the National Youth Fund, which is to assist young entrepreneurs in their economic activities. In the area of education, we will abolish registration and tuition fees in all public institutions of higher learning and vocational training centers to ensure skill development. On energy, Namibia is diversifying her energy mix using all our natural resources. In addition, Namibia presented her energy compact at the African Energy Forum, thus enabling us to access concessional funding for national energy initiatives. Madam President, climate change is scorching our lands and drying up our rivers. Global instability is impacting our economies, our markets, and jeopardizing our livelihood. These are interconnected symptoms of deeper fragility in our shared system. They require our collective action rooted in apathy and shared responsibility. In this regard, I am glad to announce Namibia's bid to host the Africa Regional Hub of the Green Climate Fund. Furthermore, severe droughts, floods, and other climatics brought about by climate change cannot be overemphasized. Namibia calls for the implementation of the provision of the Namib Declaration on a strong United Nations Convention to combat desertification for a land degradation and neutral world. Namibia acknowledges the technological advance in all fields, but ethical boundaries must be respected. However, artificial intelligence must not be a substitute for human judgment or responsibility. We therefore call for a global standard that ensures that the usage of artificial intelligence remains transparent, fair for humanity. Youth unemployment, increased economic inequality, lack of adequate housing, quality education and health care, water, energy, and debt distress are among the common challenges that no one country can address alone. Through multilateral cooperation, our collective action must ensure that we all forge ahead to make the world a better place and to work together on those challenges in line with our theme, Better Together. Madam President, 30 years since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, we have made much to celebrate and to ponder on. Namibia continues to make progress in the area of women participation in politics and decision-making. Currently, Namibia's cabinet has 57% of women. As we gear up to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, adopted during Namibia's presidency of the UN Security Council, Namibia will host 2 high-level events in Windhoek and New York. I look forward to the participation of all member states in those events to collectively reaffirm commitment to women, peace, and security agenda. And through the Namibia International Women Peace Center, we will continue to advocate for the universal implementation of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. Madam President, we note to the ongoing efforts of the UN to ensure that we remain fit for purpose, including the UN 8 initiative. We need an agile United Nations that is inclusive, respect of the UN Charter, and its purpose and principles must be our guiding star for our future endeavors. Madam President, we are meeting against a backdrop of profound global tension. The world is fractured by conflict, displacement, and economic instability, instabilities, straining multilateral cooperation, and a serious issue for us to reach consensus. A global liquidity crisis threatened to plunge millions of people into poverty and insecurity. For Namibia, those crises are real. They impact our communities, test the resilience of our ecosystem, thus need urgent attention. In this context, the Southern Africa Development Community is committed to promoting peace, security, and stability in the Eastern DRC. Namibia welcomes the ongoing efforts by the AU, SADC, and AC to align the Rwanda and Nairobi peace process and encourage the continued strengthening of political and security aspects of the challenges faced in our region. We further call upon UN Security Council and good office of the UN Secretary General to strengthen negotiation and peacekeeping initiatives towards resolutions of all conflict, including those in different parts of Africa. The impasse in the UN security over the question of Western Sahara is an injustice. More than 34 years after the adoption of the Resolution 690 of 1991, the time for the holding of the UN referendum on the right to self-determination for the people of Western Sahara is now. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Ezuwine Consensus and the Third Declaration, which jointly constitute the common African position on the reform of the UN Security Council. We acknowledge the support from all interested groups for the common African position, which culminated in the recognition of Africa as a priority and a special case in the reform process, as reflected in the outcome documents of relevant United Nations process, including the Pact for the Future. We can no longer delay the urgent call to redress the historical injustice to Africa and address our call for equitable and balanced representation on the Security Council. Madam President, the Charter of the United Nations has laid the foundation for conditions necessary for peaceful coexistence and harmony among nations. Therefore, unilateral cohesive measures should not be used as a tool to undermine sovereign state, for this violates the Charter and the principle of the United Nations. In this regard, we call for an end to the continued illegal economic, financial, and commercial embargo imposed on the friendly people of Cuba and removing her from the list of states sponsoring terrorism. We call for an end to the illegal sanction on Zimbabwe. We are also gravely concerned about the emerging threats against Venezuela and call for the removal of sanctions and the threats against that country. Madam President, the UN Commission of Inquiry on the occupied Palestine territory, including Israel, Eastern Jerusalem, has just released its findings that indeed a genocide is being committed against the Palestinian people. Despite the clear provision of the Security Council and General Assembly resolutions and advisory opinion rendered by the international community of justice, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is worsening, and access to humanitarian aid is severely limited. A failure to address the crisis in Gaza could become the moral failure that defined this era. We call on the UN Security Council to find consensus and help put an end to the lasting conflict between Israel and Palestine. Madam President, I call for a meaningful reform of the United Nations. Has a call for the meaningful reform of the United Nations has never been more urgent. This reform necessitated democratizing global governance, amplifying marginalized voices, and ensuring international law is not a tool for convenience, but a shield for most vulnerable. As I conclude, I wish to reaffirm Namibia's commitment to the international obligation and the multilateral order. Respect for international law is not just a legal duty, it's a moral imperative. We must reaffirm our commitment to the principle that unite us, mutual respect, and peaceful resolution of dispute, and solidarity in the face of common challenge. Let us remember that even the smallest nation have a voice. When those voices are heard and heeded, durable peace and justice will prevail. We have an obligation to make this our moment, not to disappear, but renewal. We have the opportunity to restore hope, to build a future defined not only by division, but by unity and preservation of human dignity. I thank you for your kind attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier la présidente de la République de Namibie. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre l'allocution de son Excellence M. Mohamed Irfan Ali, président de la République coopérative du Guyana.
Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Madam President on her election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I also record my profound appreciation for His Excellency Philemon Yang of Cameroon, whose distinguished stewardship and steady hand guided the 79th session. Today, as we mark the 80th anniversary of the entry into force of the United Nations Charter, we find ourselves at a crossroads. This organization, our organization, has delivered. From creating international law, promoting development and human rights, to resolving disputes, providing humanitarian aid, and advancing self-determination and independence. The fact remains, over these 8 decades, we have worked together for the greater good. From 51 member states in 1945 to 193 today, the UN has established itself as the premier organization for multilateralism. In fact, it is difficult to imagine our world without the United Nations. However, as it is with anniversaries, we must reflect honestly and candidly, where are we at 80? Conflicts are raging as geopolitical tensions intensify. Food insecurity is worsening. Displacement is growing. Human rights are being ignored, and climate change is threatening lives and livelihoods. Our sustainable development goals are imperiled by shrinking development and budget support. Spending on peacekeeping budgets is diminishing, and humanitarian costs are soaring. Meanwhile, global military spending in 2024 saw its steepest annual increase since the Cold War. President, the United Nations Noble Mission to maintain international peace and security will ring hollow if it allows power to triumph over principle and might to override right. In remaining faithful to its charter, the United Nations must ensure that the survival and progress of humanity are not mortgaged to the ambitions of the powerful. The collective will of our membership must be reflected in the institutions and governance structure of the United Nations, including the Security Council. On this note, as we prepare to leave the Security Council at the end of this year, I want to thank our permanent representative and a team from Guyana for their exceptional work at the Security Council and their leadership. It is precisely when the ideals of the United Nations are tested by horrific realities that the collective must act in defense of the UN Charter and international law. At present, a dark shadow looms over the 80th session of the General Assembly. Genocide in Palestine, annexation of Ukrainian territory, persecution of women in Afghanistan, humanitarian catastrophe in Sudan, brutal gang violence in Haiti, increased transnational organized crime, trafficking, and illegal immigration. All this as new challenges are emerging: cybercrime, cyberterrorism, and the pandemic of misinformation and disinformation, alongside the abuse of social media. President, whilst we reiterate our condemnation of the attacks by Hamas on Israel on October 7, 2023, and again call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages, Israel's actions have long shattered any pretense of legitimate self-defense. What we are witnessing is not warfare, but mass extermination, a systematic slaughter and displacement of Palestinian men, women, and children. Those who escape the bombs and bullets are condemned to die slowly, starve of food, water, and hope. This is a war crime. The international community must not remain paralyzed while an entire people is annihilated. Impunity must never triumph over justice. We must take urgent action to halt the genocide, return the hostages, and accelerate our efforts towards a two-state solution. We urge Qatar, Egypt, and the United States to continue their efforts in this regard. Further, the situation in Ukraine remains of utmost concern. Guyana reiterates its call for an urgent end to the Russia-Ukraine war and reaffirms its support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Equally, the international community must act decisively in Haiti, where gang violence, displacement, and shortages of food and medicine have pushed the nation into deepening despair. Restoring security is the foremost priority, requiring strict enforcement of the arms embargo and robust support for a UN-authorized mission. I emphasize that without urgent humanitarian funding and a Haitian-led and owned political process, stability will remain elusive. We must address the root causes of Haiti's continuing troubles, including its historical debt burdens, which stymies its development, prospects, and upliftment of its people. As President Macron acknowledged, making Haiti pay for its independence was unjust. This is a welcome step. President, turning to my own country, Guyana, a small and peaceful state, we have endured repeated threats and aggression from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. The territorial controversy between our states is now before the International Court of Justice, which has twice reaffirmed its jurisdiction and which in 2023 issued provisional measures ordering Venezuela to refrain from altering the status quo. Yet, Venezuela persists with unilateral laws and threats of annexation, flagrantly violating international law, the UN Charter, and the very principles that sustain global order. If the rights of a small state can be trampled upon and legally binding orders ignored, what protection remains for any nation under international law? Yet, Guyana continues to repose confidence in international law. For us, the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference are non-negotiable. We will not cower to coercion, intimidation, or unilateral action. We thank our international partners and allies for their solidarity. President, at 80, the time has come for a frank conversation on Cuba, one that would lead to the prosperity of its people, optimizing the full potential Cuba offers to its people and the rest of the world. Central to this dialogue is the lifting of the embargo on Cuba and its removal from the list as a state sponsor of terrorism. Also important to our region is our collective effort against drug trafficking, human trafficking, and illegal migration. We support efforts by the international community to addressing these crimes that are destroying the lives of our people, especially young people. The region must continue to champion efforts to enhance democracy, promote good governance, and respect the will of the people in determining governments of their choice through free and fair elections. President, this year marks the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. The Declaration remains a blueprint for achieving gender equality, which, despite transformative strides, remains significantly unrealized in most parts of the world. In Guyana, the dividends of strategic investments in leadership and capacity building for women and girls are evident. More women have assumed leadership roles in government, in parliament, and in public and private sectors. We have achieved gender parity in education at all levels and advanced the socio-economic empowerment of women through land and home ownership and diverse job opportunities in traditional and emerging sectors. To enable women to participate equally and competitively in the workforce, government is offering child care support, which will include day and night care centers for children. President, Survival of our people, our economies, and our planet depends on accelerating action on the Sustainable Development Goals. It requires a people-centered approach that prioritizes ending poverty and hunger, ensuring protection of children, support for persons with disabilities, and empowerment of young people. Peace, stability, and sustainable development cannot exist in isolation from the urgent need to address climate change, which poses an existential threat to the most vulnerable and to our shared future. Guyana repeats the call for accelerated, unified global action to limit global warming. We continue to match our words with actions, protecting our forests, investing in sea and river defenses, improving drainage and irrigation, and restoring mangrove ecosystems to protect our people, our land, our livelihoods, and our planet. Our Low-Carbon Development Strategy 2030 demonstrates that economic growth and environmental stewardship can advance hand in hand. As the first country certified under the REDD+ Environmental Excellence Standard and a successful seller of carbon credits, we are demonstrating that nature has tangible value and that innovation and responsibility can and must be rewarded. We call on the international community to deliver predictable, accessible climate finance, to support adaptation and resilience, and to embrace nature-based solutions. We once again commend Prime Minister Motley and the Bridgetown Initiative as the path towards sustainable financing for climate action. President, this year marks the 10th anniversary of the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet, the slow pace of implementation and regression in many areas sound a stark warning that the promise of 2030 is at risk. Guyana calls for renewed global commitment to financing for development, including fulfilling official development assistance pledges, mobilizing domestic resources, and addressing the crippling debt burdens that hinder progress in many developing nations. Addressing these development challenges requires recognizing that the health of our ecosystems is inseparable from achieving the SDGs. Guyana proudly convened the inaugural Global Biodiversity Alliance Summit in Georgetown in July 2025, uniting over 140 countries, organizations, community groups, indigenous leaders, scientists, and financial institutions. The Georgetown Declaration, endorsed by this broad coalition of stakeholders, sends a clear and urgent message that biodiversity is a global public good and its protection must be woven into national development plans, climate strategies, and financial frameworks. Building on the global pledge to double protected areas by 2025 and achieve the 30 by 30 goal by 2030, the summit underscored the urgent need for innovative financing mechanisms, including biodiversity credit, green bonds, debt for nature swaps to fund nature's protection. Guyana is actively exploring biodiversity credits to create sustainable income streams for forest communities, building on our carbon credit success. We have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Yale Center for Biodiversity and Global Change to co-develop a national biodiversity information system, a digital backbone for data-driven conversation. Guyana is demonstrating that economic development and environmental stewardship can advance together by using natural gas as a bridge away from heavy fuel oil and investing in hydropower, solar, wind, and other renewables. We aim to lower electricity costs for our citizens and businesses while ensuring universal access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. Guyana is pursuing an ambitious energy infrastructure and investment plan. While climate change is an existential threat, the reality is that the world still requires energy, an energy source from petroleum, to power growth and development for which there is growing demand. This is essential for the survival of our economies. AI and digitization are accelerating this demand at an extraordinary pace. As you're aware, Guyana is quickly becoming one of the world's largest energy producers per capita, carefully balancing its green footprint with energy production. We'll use our vast gas reserves through a transformational gas-to-energy project. We'll use this resource, taking advantage of our strategic geographic location, to establish an AI hyperscale data center. Large AI data centers are rarely found in similar-sized territories. As such, implementing a project of this scale is of immense pride for Guyana. This investment will improve the competitiveness of our region, accelerate digitization, build out a fintech ecosystem, modernize the service delivery platform of government, and accelerate private investment, bringing new job opportunities. We recognize the indispensable nature of AI in our collective future. However, while there are immense benefits, there is no clarity on equity, access, and applicability. Regulations, ethical standards, and governance mechanisms are urgently needed. In this regard, we welcome the recent UN General Assembly decision to establish 2 global AI governance mechanisms. President, I now turn to food security. Guyana is actively leading efforts to advance the CARICOM Agri-Food Systems Agenda through Vision 2030, aiming to boost food production, end hunger, and ensure food security across the Caribbean region. Our experience demonstrates that strategic investment and political will can transform national and regional food systems. Guyana calls for the transformation of global food systems to be more resilient, sustainable, and equitable by strengthening local production and reducing dependence on volatile markets. Guyana stands ready to share its experience and partner with others to ensure nutritious food for all. As the United Nations commemorates its 80th anniversary, let us recall that this organization was conceived not in comfort, but in crisis, forged from the ashes of war to serve as the conscience and compass of humanity. 8 decades later, that duty has not dimmed, it has only grown more urgent. If the UN is to remain humanity's best hope, it must stand firm against aggression and remain fully engaged with the great question of our time. We must be bold in recognizing the necessity for institutional adjustments that will advance the organization's success. Our generation will be judged not by the eloquence of our declaration, but by the substance of our deeds. From the ruins of Gaza to the streets of Haiti, from Kiev to the drowning coasts of small island states, the peoples of the world cry out for more than words. To honor 80 years of promise is to act with courage, to match principle with action, and to bind ourselves once more to the dream of a world united, not by fear or force, but by the shared destiny and enduring hope. I thank you, and may God bless all of our nations and all of our people. Thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
je tiens à remercier le président de la République coopérative du Guyana.
L'Assemblée va maintenant
The Assembly
entendre
will hear an address
une allocution de Son
by
Excellence
His Excellency Mr. Taneti Mamao,
Président
President and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Head of States and Governments, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In His holy name and on behalf of the government and the people of Kiribati, I extend our warm greetings to you all. I am honored to warmly congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to preside over this historic 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and I wish you every success as you guide these important deliberations. Madam President, we commend your theme, Better Together, 80 years and more for peace and development and human rights, reminding us of the enduring importance of multilateral cooperation in addressing global challenges. For Kiribati, it underscores the value of working collectively to advance peace, safeguard human rights, and promote sustainable development. Your Excellencies, Kiribati welcomes the initiative of the Secretary General to reform the United Nations for the challenges and realities of the 21st century in order for it to respond more effectively to member needs, especially small island developing states or SIDS, and the least developed countries, LDS. These countries are faced with unique and special circumstances that require targeted assistance and support from the UN. The Secretary General's UN 80 initiative is a crucial step toward a more effective UN. In this context, we encourage reforms that remove duplication, improve efficiency, and ensure that mandates most vital to vulnerable nations, such as climate action, sustainable development, and resilience, are protected and enhanced. Kiribati is proud. Since joining the UN, we have been contributing in our way to its mandates and its initiatives. On the international level, especially peace and security, Kiribati has actively supported the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, particularly in the implementation of Article 6 and 7, efforts which we jointly coordinate with Kazakhstan. We fully support the United Nations push for a world free of nuclear weapons and are committed to addressing man-made disasters like dumping of nuclear waste, radioactivity wastewater discharges,
and traversing of nuclear-powered submarines, and testing that pose grave risk to our ocean's fragile health. Advocating for a nuclear-free ocean and a world should be backed by our commitment to peace and security. Kiribati has strengthened governance in the capital and is now working with the outer highlands to improve accountability, develop relevant initiatives, manage assets, and enhance customer service. These efforts are very essential for peace and security. Aligned with our KV20 roadmap to transform Kiribati into a healthy, wealthy, and peaceful nation, we sent our police officers to support the UN peacekeeping missions. Kiribati also actively engages in social and cultural initiatives for peaceful living. Gospel Day, now celebrated across Kiribati, unites all faith-based organizations to worship together, fostering respect, unity, and peace. We hope this approach promotes religious tolerance worldwide, making it a better place to live. Peace, security, and respect for the UN Charter are essential for sustainable development. Kiribati is committed to SDGs, emphasizing SIDS, or Small Island Developing States, unique circumstances. Along with the other SIDS in the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, ABES, we aim for resilient prosperity through technological and digital solutions. These innovations are vital to overcoming challenges from geographical isolation and limited economies of scale. While Kiribati has technological constraints, we see digital solutions as key to enhancing public services, education, commerce, and climate resilience. Kiribati faces climate challenges, but it remains resilient. While some narratives claim our islands are sinking, we have traditional and modern strategies to adapt and thrive. Our efforts, aligned with international climate goals, focus on building resilience, protecting livelihoods, and preserving our culture. We urge global action to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius and support frontline states through the Loss and Damage Fund. We welcome and commend the International Court of Justice in its landmark decision, giving its firm hope and assurance that Kiribati and other vulnerable countries will continue to exist in light of climate change impacts. This milestone demonstrates what the Blue Pacific can successfully achieve collectively, and that is to secure the full legal certainty and permanence of our maritime zones, irrespective of the impacts of climate change. The Multi-Dimensional Vulnerability Index, the MVI, is particularly important for Kiribati as it captures the combined effects of economic, social, and environmental vulnerabilities that are not fully reflected in the income-based measures alone. By incorporating the MVI into development planning and international supports, countries like Kiribati can better access resources, build resilience, and implement effective strategies to achieve sustainable development despite our structural limitations. Kiribati's ocean is vital for its identity, economy, and food security, protecting marine life, fighting illegal fishing, and supporting the BBNJ agreements are key to sustaining livelihoods and ecosystems. IUU fishing causes over US $600 million annual loss, a moral and economic injustice that could fund universal child care. Guided by the 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific and recent UN Ocean Conference outcomes, Kiribati believes these issues can be addressed through strong multilateral ocean governance based on the UN principles. Your Excellencies, as part of Kiribati's efforts to support the global ocean commitments to protect and sustainably manage the marine resources, we have committed to increase the value of our tuna and maximize economic returns, and at the same time ensure that this resource is protected for our future generations to the parties of the Nauru Agreement or the PNA. Access to sustainable and renewable energy is fundamental to advancing development and resilience in Kiribati. Small island states and Pacific Islands Forum family at large access to sustainable development and renewable energy is fundamental to advancing development and resilience in Kiribati, as well as small island states and Pacific Islands Forum family at large. Kiribati is investing in clean energy technologies, such as solar lights at household levels, to reduce our dependence on imported fossil fuels. We call for the enhanced international cooperation and financing to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy systems that are accessible, affordable, and climate resilient. Your Excellencies, the role of education, youth, and women in building resilient communities is vital. Investing in quality education, promoting gender equality, and empowering young people are key to sustainable development, innovation, and social cohesion. We support initiatives that foster youth leadership and women's full participation in the economic, political, and social spheres. Sports, culture, and traditional knowledge further boost community resilience, health, and belonging, supporting peaceful and sustainable societies. Healthcare in Kiribati faces challenges from the dispersed nature of the islands. To improve, the government will introduce sea ambulances and advance medical services to enhance capacity and reduce the need for overseas referrals. Your Excellencies, equitable and predictable development financing is vital for Kiribati's future. Reforming the international financial system, improving access to concessional finance, data, sustainability, and bridging the digital divide are key to enabling states to meet their development goals. The Blue Pacific recognizes the challenge of accessing climate financing and supports the establishment of the Pacific Resilience Facility, led and known by members, with $162 million pledged to fund it. Kiribati highlights the importance of the Doha Program of Action for Least Developed Countries, which mobilizes international support for the most vulnerable. We await the UN financing for development conference, hoping it would provide concrete solutions to improve access to finance for those in need. These efforts are crucial for less developing countries like Kiribati to build resilience and promote sustainable development. Kiribati reaffirms its belief in the fundamental principle of multilateralism as the cornerstone for addressing global challenges collectively. By embracing cooperation, solidarity, and multilateral engagement, we can shape a future in which all nations, particularly the vulnerable, can thrive and prosper. In this endeavor, we draw inspirations from the wisdom of our forefathers, who taught us that by working hard in resilience and peace, we can secure enough to prosper. This enduring principle guides Kiribati's approach to sustainable development, resilience, and multilateral engagement, reminding us that collective efforts and peaceful collaborations are the foundation of lasting progress. Allow me to close by bestowing upon the United Nations and all its members and all its staff our traditional blessings of the Maori, the Roi, the Tabamoa, meaning abundant health, peace, and prosperity. I thank you, Ambassador.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati.
L'Assemblée va
The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Mr. Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, colleagues, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. President, on behalf of Senegal, wish to thank your predecessor and also extend to you our warmest wishes for success in your presidency of this, the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I would like to reiterate to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, our constant support in the exercise of his noble mission to benefit member states. We are meeting today in this symbolic place of universal dialogue, aware that we carry the burden of history and the urgent nature of the tasks before us today. The theme of this session, Better Together, 80 years and more, for peace, development and human rights, reminds us, indeed, of the founding pact of the United Nations. It is a pact of peaceful coexistence, collective security, and an international order based on the law. On this foundation, the United Nations has made undeniable progress in cooperation and solidarity to prevent conflict, promote international peace and security, and to settle disputes. Equally, significant progress has also been made in the codification of universal norms for the protection of human rights and to create a safer and more peaceful international order. But 80 years after following the creation of the United Nations, the world is teetering again, as if we had been caught in the same currents that dragged humanity into two major disasters in the space of one generation. We are living in turbulent times. There are new challenges and multiple uncertainties. the spread of terrorism, old and new conflicts, climate change, far-reaching economic crises, falling international solidarity, and a higher risk of the collapse of multilateralism. Not forgetting either the resumption of the arms race, including in cyberspace. The most concerning, of course, is the appalling dehumanization, a world that feels selectively according to geopolitical interests and states. There can be no justice based on law when what is taken to be the international order is governed by double standards, by the right of the mighty and a spirit of us versus them. In this worrying context, Africa remains confronted with armed conflicts, terrorism, particularly in the Sahel, and cross-border crime and political instability. When faced with so many challenges, our approach should be an integrated one that combines prevention with resilience and a targeted response. Peace and security have a price. Let's give ourselves the resources to afford them with predictable and sustainable funding of African peace support operations, with suitable equipment and robust mandates and rules of engagement. That's the only way of tackling the scourge of terrorism and rebuilding a minimum level of security and stability in the areas affected. Here I wish to reiterate Senegal's solidarity towards our brotherly countries who are working day in, day out to fight terrorism. In the Middle East, the Palestinian people continue to live through the worst of tragedies, now indescribable. Under the daily shower of bombs, all lines have now been crossed. We cannot stay silent nor look away, because Gaza is no longer alive. Gaza, the land of blood, sweat and tears, has become hell for thousands of souls of all ages trapped in an open-air prison. Men, women and children are in agony every day, deprived of food, water and health care. Senegal reiterates its strong condemnation of this tragedy that nothing can justify. In its capacity as chair of the Committee for the Inalienable Rights of the Palestinian people, Senegal believes that only the creation of an independent and viable Palestinian state will bring lasting peace for all parties, each of them within safe and internationally recognized borders. Ladies and gentlemen, 80 years ago, the founding fathers of the UN committed, when they created the UN, to spare succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice, in a quarter of a century, had caused millions of deaths and inevitable suffering. On behalf of Senegal, I wish to pay tribute to those pioneers and all of those who have embodied the universal values of our organization, often at the cost of their own lives. In this world in crisis, our principles and our actions must remain the same. Peace over conflict, justice over indifference, and partnership over struggles for power. But this is only possible if we have a strong and revitalized multilateralism to make a single framework for action in favor of peace, stability, dialogue, cooperation, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. For multilateralism to survive, it needs to rediscover its very foundations, shared responsibility and proactive solidarity, the respect for international law and universal justice, in line with the statutes of the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. In addition,
Nous ne pouvons occulter l'impératif de réforme de la gouvernance politique, économique et financière mondiale. L'ONU, par sa vocation universelle, doit agir en pionnière.
Must take
Des
the lead on
délibérations
it,
et des
on the
décisions plus
deliberation,
démocratiques,
make
plus légitimes
deliberations and
et plus
decisions more
représentatives de ses
democratic,
États membres,
legitimate, and better
qui sont
representative
passés
of
de
its member states.
51 à
In
1945
1945, there
à
were 51 of them,
193 aujourd'hui.
and today there are 193.
Je renouvelle le
Here,
soutien du
I
Sénégal
wish to
au
reiterate the support of
consensus des Unis
Senegal for the
pour
Eslouini
une
consensus,
représentation plus juste et
for
plus équitable de
fairer
l'Afrique
and more equitable
au Conseil
representation
de
of
sécurité.
African countries at the Security
Il est temps
Council.
d'instaurer une gouvernance économique
It is high time
et financière
that
mondiale plus
the
juste et plus
global
inclusive
economic and
pour
financial
répondre aux
governance is
besoins
more
de
just and
financement
more
du développement
inclusive,
durable.
for it to meet the
Nous
real
savons
needs of
tous
funding sustainable
que l'aide
development.
publique
We know full
n'est
well
pas la
that
solution.
public aid is not the solution.
D'autres leviers existent,
Other tools exist,
notamment un
for
cadre
example,
fiscal mondial équitable,
an equitable
afin que l'impôt
global
soit payé
fiscal
là
framework
où la
so
richesse
that
est produite.
taxes are paid there where
L'accès
wealth
au
in the
crédit
place
dans
where
des
wealth is
conditions
produced.
soutenables, afin
Access
que
to
la
credit
gestion du fardeau
on
de la
sustainable
dette
terms so
n'entrave
that
pas les
debt
efforts
burdens
de
don't
développement de nos
hinder
pays.
development efforts
Enfin,
in our countries.
la mise en
Finally,
œuvre effective de l'engagement de Séville,
effective implementation
du
of the civil
pacte pour
commitment, the
l'avenir
pact for
et
the
des
future,
objectifs
and
de
the sustainable
développement
development
durable,
goals.
pour un
To
accès
ensure
élargi à la
better
santé,
access
à
to
l'eau, à la
healthcare,
nourriture, à
water,
l'éducation,
food,
à l'énergie
education,
et au
energy,
numérique.
and the digital technologies.
Le réchauffement climatique mérite
Global
aussi
heating
notre
also
attention.
deserves our attention.
Il n'est pas seulement une menace,
It's not simply a
mais une
threat,
question
it is
existentielle.
an existential
Une réalité qui frappe
question.
plus durement ceux qui y contribuent le
Reality
moins,
that hits
comme l'Afrique,
those
avec
who
moins de 4%
contributed
des
to
émissions
it
mondiales.
least the hardest.
Et pourtant,
Africa only contributes
sécheresse,
4% of global
inondations,
emissions.
érosion côtière
And
et
however,
insécurité
drought,
alimentaire
flooding, coastal
rythment
erosion, food
désormais la
insecurity
vie de nos
are
populations.
part and parcel now of the lives of our
C'est une double
peoples.
peine devenue
This is a double
insoutenable.
burden that has become
Le Sénégal
untenable.
renouvelle son
Senegal
engagement
would
à l'accord de
reiterate
Paris sur le
its
climat
commitment to the Paris
et
Climate
appelle à une
Agreement and
transition
calls
climatique juste
for a
et
just and
équitable
fair climate
par
transition
l'exploitation de nos ressources
through the
disponibles
use
pour
of
l'accès
available
universel à
resources to
l'électricité
ensure
et
universal
l'amorce
access to
d'une
electricity
industrialisation
and
compétitive.
launch competitive industrial
La lutte
development.
contre le réchauffement
The
climatique
fight against climate
se
change
fera
will,
indubitablement avec des
of course,
financements
be done,
conséquents
need
pour l'adaptation, la
significant funding
simplification et
for
l'accès aux
adaptation,
fonds climatiques ainsi que la
improved access
garantie
to
de
climate
transfert
funds
de
and also
technologie.
guarantees
Le
for
Sénégal
technology
salue
transfer.
la création du
Senegal
fonds pour
welcomes the
répondre aux
creation of a
pertes et
loss and
dommages
damage fund
et appelle à la
and calls
mobilisation de la
for
solidarité
greater solidarity
internationale
on an
pour la
international level
constitution de ces
to
ressources
replenish the fund
afin de
so
financer les
that
opérations sur
operations
le
in the
terrain.
field can be financed.
Excellences, Mesdames et
Excellencies,
Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
face aux urgences et aux défis nombreux et
faced
complexes,
with the
nous ne sommes
emergency
pas
and urgent
démunis.
challenges and numerous
Le
challenges
monde
before
dispose
us,
des
we are
moyens
not
nécessaires
helpless. The world
pour
does
nourrir ceux
have the
qui ont
necessary
faim,
means to feed the
éduquer nos
hungry, to
enfants,
raise our children,
soigner les
to
malades
heal the
et
sick,
faire taire les
and to
armes.
silence the guns.
Le véritable
The
obstacle
real
n'est ni
obstacle
financier,
isn't a
ni technique, ni
financial
matériel.
or a technical
Il est
or
dans la
material
volonté
one.
politique
It's a
de
question
faire
of
du
political will.
multilatéralisme un instrument de
The will to
solidarité
make
collective,
multilateralism a
de
tool for
coopération
collective
plutôt que de
solidarity,
confrontation,
for
pour un
cooperation
avenir où
over
la dignité
confrontation,
humaine sera au cœur
the
de nos
will
décisions.
to build a future where human
Alors,
dignity is at the heart of every decision
faisons
we
de ce
take.
80e anniversaire des
So,
Nations Unies
At
non
this, the
pas le
80th
constat
anniversary of the
d'un
United
ordre
Nations,
épuisé,
let's not just
mais le
state
point de
that the world
départ
order
d'un
is
nouvel
tired,
espoir,
but let's
celui d'une
springboard for
organisation
new
rénovée
hope,
et plus efficace,
a hope
au
for a
service des
more
peuples
effective
qu'elle incarne.
organisation to benefit
Le
the people it
Sénégal reste
represents.
fidèle à son engagement
Senegal remains
de travailler dans ce
committed
sens
to
avec
work
tous les
to this
membres
end
de
with all members of the
l'organisation,
organisation.
prêts à jeter les
We are
ponts,
ready to
prêts
build
à
bridges,
porter les
to
réformes,
enact
prêts à
reforms,
poursuivre
and to
notre œuvre
continue
commune pour un
our
monde
common
de paix,
endeavour
de
to
justice
build a
et de
world of
solidarité.
peace, justice and solidarity.
Je souhaite plein succès
I wish
aux
every
travaux
success
de la
with the work of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf
je
of the
tiens à
General Assembly, I
remercier
wish to thank
le
the
président de
President
la
of the
République du
Republic
Sénégal.
of Senegal.
L'Assemblée
The Assembly
va entendre
will
l'allocution
hear
de
an
Son
address by His
Excellence Monsieur Peter
Excellency
Pellegrini,
Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this Assembly to mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations on behalf of Slovakia. Indeed, it was Slovak Jan Papanek who was one of the 14 co-authors of the UN Charter. It proves that also small nations can be part of big things and to contribute to international peace order. This milestone invites us to reflect on the reality of the world that deeply concern all of us, including my country. 80 years ago, humanity emerged from the darkest conflict in history. It claimed millions of lives, left entire regions in ruins. My country witnessed the Holocaust, but also the courage to stand up to evil. A few days ago, I visited the Hiroshima Memorial, and it was a deeply moving experience and a painful reminder of the destruction in a single brief moment. All this teaches us important lessons of the past. Hiroshima and Nagasaki must be the last places where nuclear bombs were used. It obliges us to denounce any threats of nuclear destruction. It obliges us to work each day on keeping the world safe and peace. Peace has become the UN's defining mission, alongside the protection of human rights, sustainable development, and international law. To quote Slovak diplomat Jan Papanek, "The success of the UN was my life's goal because peace means progress for my nation and security for my homeland." This is the ambition that we, humanity, agreed to accomplish. The authors of the UN Charter saw the danger of unchecked hatred and extreme ideologies. They understood that the world needed a framework to ensure it wouldn't slip into chaos again. The rules protected sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity, as well as the resolution of conflicts by peaceful means, and the prohibition of the use of force. Those were the foundations of a stable and just world. 80 years ago, 51 founding states signed the Charter, including my own. Roughly 80% of the world's population and others followed. I take now the liberty to ask esteemed leaders, how many would have the courage to sign the same Charter today? How many would truly live up to its rules and obligations? Would we be even able to write the Charter in current post-truth societies? And what's worse, the Charter is openly questioned. The rule of the powerful and the use of the military force are returning as tools of policy. International law is being dismantled, piece by piece, norm by norm. We see the mass proliferation of violations and their violators. But let us ask, where is this leading us? What will be the result? What will hold up the more unpredictable world? As a small country in Slovakia, we believe that small countries must be smart, and not only in times of confrontation. UN Charter and the rules must prevail always the guardrails against the false notion of the right of might and the illusion of spheres of influence where external powers dictate the lives of other nations. I sincerely believe that both in the global north or south, it is in the majority interest to uphold the world with the sovereign equality of nations, equal sovereignty for all. A world where the UN Charter, the rules and obligations remain the highest moral grounds and standards against which the action of states are judged. Esteemed leaders, peace is the defining mission of the UN, to which we committed 8 years ago. Even so, the world is more violent today, with dozens of armed conflicts recorded last year. Today, the world is becoming a more dangerous place than it was before. Innocent people, elderly, children and women suffer because of war. It is not an anomaly, it is a structural shift. This is the reality, ladies and gentlemen. The Security Council, to which we have entrusted the greatest powers and special responsibility for maintaining peace, cannot pretend that it's succeeding. It's failing. The war in Ukraine reminds us daily how fragile peace is when the UN Charter is disregarded and international law is ignored. As its neighbor, Slovakia witnesses the immense cost of this war. Sadly, despite all efforts towards a peaceful settlement, Ukraine must defend itself against Russia. This is despite the groundwork for diplomatic talks being set at the US-Russia summit in Alaska, despite the clear agreement that negotiations would soon continue with Ukraine being included. Ladies and gentlemen, instead, 2 weeks ago, the airspace of Poland, our neighbor and ally, was seriously violated by Russian drones, a flagrant violation of sovereignty, international law, and direct threat to shared Euro-Atlantic security, equally as we saw it also in Estonia and Romania. I want to express my firm support and solidarity with our allies. The door open to negotiations should never be mistaken for weakness or an invitation to further violence. My country calls for too early peace. We call on commitment and concrete steps in line with the result of summit in Alaska. We continue to be ready to contribute to it and to support the guarantees ensuring the future peace that stands the test of time. In the Middle East, after the horrific act of terrorism, Israel has the right to defend itself. Hostages must return home. In Gaza, children and families do not feel safe anywhere, neither in hospitals nor in their temporary shelters. Esteemed leaders, the thin line between legitimate defense and unacceptable suffering is being painfully tested. We must allow access to humanitarian aid for those who need it. We hear the quest by Palestinians to have their own state. And I am proud that Slovakia does not need to make big gestures today, because for more than 3 decades, or 3 decades ago, we have recognized the right of Palestinian people to decide upon their fate. In Bratislava, we already have the embassy of the Palestine, and we believe in two-state solution. But this is achievable only at the table by diplomatic means based on the will to live side by side as Palestine and Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing at unprecedented speed. The triple planetary crisis and quick progress in artificial intelligence are moving far faster than we are able to react. Slovakia has been an active voice in both global climate debates and discussions on the artificial intelligence. I don't want to sound doom and gloom. In fact, we must get ready for the new era, the unstoppable revolution. We need a responsible approach from all international institutions, the private sector, and also the governments. My country wants to contribute and to steer the debates and find solutions by hosting all the actors at the Summit on Education and AI in Bratislava, in our capital, in November this year. Finally, at the UN's 80, I want to return to the matter of how to make it fit for the next decades. To be diplomatic yet frank, in recent years, it has not always been in the best condition to meet its tasks. Its credibility has been reducing. Yet it would be unfair and incorrect to say it is irrelevant or incapable. Over the past 8 decades, the UN has provided us a space to speak on equal footing and to be listened to. Enemies can meet here eye to eye. It has succeeded in a wide range of areas. There have been groundbreaking agreements in many fields, including human rights, disarmament, climate, and health. G7, G20, BRICS, and other regional organizations with their own goals will never be able to fully substitute UN. However, the UN's health cannot be a justification for disengagement. On the contrary, the situation calls upon us for reinvestment in its strength. It lies in our hands, member states, more than in the executive powers of the Secretary General. UN reforms is desirable and, in light of the current financial situation, also indispensable. Reform of the Security Council is long overdue, with representation of nations that better reflects the reality of the changed world. Slovakia welcomes the UN 80 initiative. It will be a difficult task, but we have a common goal. The UN must emerge from this as efficient and capable of having impact where it matters most in the field. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been called upon by our citizens to fulfill our duties in very difficult times. We can no longer sweep issues under the rug or pass the buck. We must respond. Our steps will be measured and we will be judged against it. Slovakia is ready to do its share, also as a candidate for non-permanent seat in the Security Council. Slovakia, a peaceful nation in Central Europe with multilateralism deeply in its DNA, we will always support international cooperation, a world based on rules with a strong UN in its heart. No child should be punished for being born in the wrong part of the world. Each child has the right to live in peace. Each child has the right for a decent life. It is our duty to make this real. Slovakia will do its part together with the nations that believe in peace and cooperation. We give this promise to the United Nations, and we give this promise to the future generations. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le président de la République slovaque. L'Assemblée va maintenant entendre l'allocution de son Excellence Madame Hilda Heine, présidente de la République des îles Marshall. J'écris le protocole de bien vouloir accompagner son Excellence et je l'invite à prendre la parole devant l'Assemblée générale.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, the Republic of the Marshall Islands has a unique legacy with the United Nations, which reaches back to the creation of this organization 80 years ago. As a strategic UN trusteeship, it was the UN flag which flew first over our islands, and it inspired us to define our nation and speak up when we saw injustice. The UN was founded on a commitment to never again tolerate aggression, to avoid the very kind of geopolitical tension or even future open conflict between superpowers now openly foretold today in my own Pacific Islands region and far beyond. At a time when international cooperation is in dire